The story started with a man bleeding and struggling to breathe. He thought about how far they had come. Laser beams rained down on them. He held on to the hope that maybe, just maybe, they could defeat the enemy. But in an instant, something stabbed him in the chest. He froze. It took him a moment to realize there was now a hole in his chest. He dropped to his knees. That's when it hit him. It was a freaking deadly blow. He collapsed face first on the ground. He then had a thought about how he'd end up dying without being able to do anything. His blurry eyes stared straight ahead. He was looking at the flying humanoid creature, mankind's greatest enemy, called the Liquidator. One day, this unknown being appeared and wiped out an entire continent. In this world, a special group was formed to defend humanity against these monsters. The first member was a man known for surviving a massive meteor strike without a single scratch, using nothing but a shield, mind you. Because of that, people called him the world's protecting shield, Brian Millier. There was also a great sage said to have power equal to an entire division. She is the great sage Bella Albright. In addition to that is an archer who took down a high-level dragon in a single shot. His name is Jacob Bloomfield, the divine archer. Then there's the strongest swordsman to ever come into existence, the sword saint, Amy White. And then there was them, a group called the support unit. Corpses were already scattered all over the area. The man on the brink of death, our MC, was the foot soldier Gray Lee, who thinks that they are just sacrificial pawns. He watched those elite group fights and thought of how they are on another level. He knew that the graduates of the World Union Academy were amazing, but he didn't expect that the gap between them would be that wide. Those elites unleashed attacks that hit the Liquidator. It made him feel bad. Because he questioned if it mattered if the support unit were there or not, Amy continued to engage in a battle with the Liquidator. She tried to stab him with really fast movements. Gray grits his teeth. Witnessing the wide gap, even if they had trained hard, was painful for him to the point that it made him cry. The Liquidator skillfully evades the blades, until one blade scratched him. He was impressed that Amy was able to injure him. So he became serious. He unleashed a fast strike, and that skillfully cut off the elite's body in half. They had fallen as their blood gushed out of their body. Gray's eyes widened in shock. Liquidator showed his true skill now that he's done playing around. Gray couldn't believe that he took them out in a single blow. He realized that he was just playing until then. It pained him to admit that there's no way that they could win. He laid there in his pool of blood, but he was still conscious. Time has passed since his heart got pierced, so it was a puzzle to him why he's still alive. When his blood dripped, someone had spoken weakly, "I finally found you." The drop of blood turned into a small light, and eventually it became a message. Gray was called to come forth, for he wields great power. He woke up surprised. When he looked at his surroundings, it was a dark place with several stone structures, so he asked where he was. It made him think that it's the afterlife, though. It's quite barren. Aside from that, he also noticed someone was sitting on a throne. This person gives an impression of a god, with its black clothing, horns, and veil that covers its forehead, and a golden mark on its chest. It had a calm, stoic face. The mysterious creature spoke to him, saying that he had not perished, and informed him that his physical wounds have already been healed. Then Gray had something in mind. His injured body was shown on a screen. He asked him if he healed him. He replied that it wasn't him, but it was Gray's own power. That made Gray confused. The mysterious creature couldn't explain it to him because he was also unable to properly analyze Gray's power. But he guarantees him that his power is stronger than what the Liquidator possesses, but only if he can control it properly. Gray asked him if it meant that they could win the battle. He replied that he doesn't know and wouldn't have high hopes and yet, but he also believes they ought to get rid of the Liquidator. Which is why he stood up and pierced Gray's chest so he could go. Then a bright blue light appeared. A magic circle appeared on Gray's chest. The voice declared that he shall lend him his power. Eventually, Gray woke up on his bloodied corpse. He grabbed his sword. The tip of the sword was covered in dark energy. He was told that it is his own power. The mysterious creature told him that his power is not something that is visible in the naked eye. Gray understood. The Liquidator then noticed him. Without hesitation, Gray slashed the Liquidator. It saw his face. He couldn't believe that there was still a strong person remaining. His chest was scratched. Gray realized that his attack did some damage. He charged again. He was confident to say that his power was stronger than him, but Liquidator advised him not to underestimate him. The next thing Gray knew is that he was shocked. It took him time to process what just happened. His body was cut in half. Only his lower half remained, and blood gushed out from it like a fountain. Liquidator commended him for pushing him to use his all. Unexpectedly, a black mist covered the area, and a hooded man appeared. He had a mask on his face. His body was similar to a black flame. He raised his black, gigantic sword. The Liquidator was confused. He immediately created a barrier around him. The black flame was extinguished on the left side of his face, and from there, Gray can already be recognized. The Liquidator asked if he's truly human. Gray glared at him. Then he attacked him. His sword met the barrier. He tries to break through it. The Liquidator then noticed something. His barrier was shattered and the sword slashed him. He asked him again if he's truly human. Gray answered that he was wondering the same thing. Then he took a step. Gray acknowledged that Liquidator's strength isn't a joke. It didn't expect him to still be alive. It started breathing heavily. Liquidator approached him and whispered that he's going to crush him over and over until he's dead, but Gray attacked first. Liquidator was cut, and his yellow blood splattered. He called him a monster. But it wasn't about to be defeated there. Light surrounded its body as it built up more power. He joined his hands until a magic circle appeared. He stated that time's up. Our MC held onto his big-ass sword as he waited for the Liquidator's next move. Gray was surprised that it suddenly became night, but it didn't matter to him. He went behind him. He thought of slicing his neck, but his sword was blocked by his barrier. It surprised him. Liquidator told him that it's futile because within the plane of true dusk, nothing is capable of harming him. So he advised him to better stop his useless resistance and take a look at the stars. Gray's eyes widened. The star was reflected on his eyes. It got bigger and shone brightly in his eyes. Liquidator states that it's beautiful. It was like the sun, and suddenly it fell from the sky. The impact was destructive. The shooting star made a crater on the ground, and our MC could not be found. Liquidator expected that he won't be able to revive if he's completely pulverized to dust. But he was surprised when a portal started to form, and it became a large magic circle. Then someone spoke, acknowledging the great amount of power gathered. He expected that it was enough to take him back. The Liquidator recognized that it was Kronos. Kronos asked the one who wields great power if he could hear him. And since he used all of his power, he decided to send him back to the past. Liquidator cursed at Kronos. Kronos told Gray that it's all he can do for him. The magic clock started ticking. It counted backwards. When it reached 1, he told him that he entrusted the fate of the world to him. With that, Gray woke up from a nap while laying on the grass. He was confused about where he was. Our MC woke up in the middle of a field. The sky was bright and the grass was green. He then looked on his right and recognized that it was his hometown, Renato Village. He was puzzled because it shouldn't be there because it was destroyed 15 years ago. Then he recalled that he was advised to be sent back to the past. He couldn't fathom that it really happened. He propped himself on his hand, but he saw the wound. Around that time, he was being picked on by Belder and the others. This time, he told himself not to be beaten by guys like them, but he knew that those guys were strong and he just couldn't beat them. He sighed and stated that defeating Liquidator was just a dream. He decided to think about how to deal with them once he's a bit stronger because he didn't want to get hurt, but while walking in the forest. Unfortunately, he ran into them. The leader was the biggest bully of them all named Belder. The asshole was with 3 young men. He told Gray that he had been looking for him, and he had a lot of trouble finding him. Gray was cautious. Belder threw a sword in front of him and told him to pick it up. He looked clueless, which is why Belder called him out not to act dumb. He wanted to have a mock battle. Gray refused, saying that his injury hasn't healed yet. He thanked him for the invitation and told him that he can't partake until his injury heals. Belder replied that he has nothing to worry since the blade is blunt. Gray reasoned that no matter how blunt the blade is, it is still a lump of iron and it can still injure someone if hit in the wrong place. Belder yelled at him to shut his fucking mouth. He told him that he didn't have the right to say no, and if he doesn't like swords, he told him that he can just fight without a weapon. Belder immediately charged forward. Gray was caught off guard. He couldn't believe that he wanted to beat him, even when he was unarmed. Now it didn't seem like that intention was truly a mock battle. He remembered what the military doctor told him before he was sent back. The doctor said that the reason that his swordsmanship wasn't improving was because of an injury he had sustained as a child. And reflecting on it, he could tell that it is where his life as a loser began. He sidestepped to evade Belder's attack. Then it confused him. Belder clicked his tongue in annoyance, while Gray was wondering if Belder's strikes were always that slow. He ducked to avoid another attack. They engage into a dance-like motion, wherein Belder attacks and he evades it. He realized that it wasn't because Belder was slow. Belder got annoyed that he couldn't hit him. The sword was an inch away from Gray's face, but he moved swiftly to evade and closed the gap between them. He realized that the correct answer was he had gotten faster. The other three young men were surprised with his move. They stated that it seemed like he's a completely different person. He went to pick up the sword. He knew that he might not have the body that he used to have, but he has the memories of the battles that he fought. Belder leapt to slash him. Even if the attack was coming from behind, he skillfully deflected it by swinging the sword using his uninjured hand. Belder got hit, and he let out a small groan. Gray didn't expect that it was enough to throw him off his feet. It made him question if it's okay to fight against such an amateur, but he thought that the guy isn't someone who deserves pity. He reasoned that it was those pieces of trash who tormented him because he couldn't fight. But this time, it wasn't the case anymore. He attacked, resulting in Belder letting go of his sword. Belder cursed out loud. Seeing that he let go of his sword easily, Gray could tell that he's worse than an amateur. He told him that he probably wasn't trained on how to receive a blow from a sword. Our MC stepped in front of Belder and told him that there's nothing to worry about, as he held on to his sword. He quoted that as long as the blade has been dulled, it would be totally safe to beat someone with it. Belder got hit. He couldn't believe his shoulder just bled. When blood splattered on his face, it made him cry out loud and fell on his knees. Gray didn't expect that the blade wasn't blunted, but when he checked, it was completely blunt, and had it been a sharp sword, Belder might have actually been killed. He glared at them, and continued to strike. Belder was hit on the nose. He bled a lot as he fell on his back. Gray decided to keep using the blunt edge. He towered over Belder and asked why he's screaming so much. He didn't have the right to do so when he's the one who told him that a blunt sword is safe. He grinned devilishly at him. Belder started to get scared. He yelled at those three young men to stop standing around and beat his ass. Those three were scared because Gray got strong all of a sudden. One of them suggested they go together from behind. They surrounded him. Gray asked them if they wanted another round. Belder ordered those three to kill him. Gray stated that he was going to overlook it, but he changed his mind. The forest was indeed disturbed. Those four ended up all bruised up with a large bump on their heads, and they could barely open their eyes. They meekly kneel with their weight on their heels, hands gently resting on their lap. Gray remembered how he's been so scared of those guys before. He asked them if they were from the Serious Swordsmanship Dojo. Belder replied that it was something like that. One of them said that they felt like they have gotten strong enough, so they haven't been going lately. In his head, he questioned their meaning of strong enough. He realized that he shouldn't expect much from the dojo itself, but regardless, he knew it would have uses. He wanted to be introduced to the dojo because it was by referral only. Belder told him to ask someone else because if he told his master that he lost, he couldn't imagine what they would say. Gray swung his sword in front of Belder and suggested that they should just continue what they're doing. Naturally, Belder got scared. He ran off while yelling that the dojo is that way. They were all surprised how fast he was. Those three yelled at him not to leave them behind. They soon entered the city. Belder asked him why he wanted to enter a dojo. He stated that it was because the dojo has a recommendation slot for the academy. Belder confirmed that he heard something like that. Our MC responded that that was the reason he wanted to go. One of the lackeys expressed that Gray is already strong enough without going to the academy. Gray expressed that it would be nice if that was actually enough. But he knew that even the world's strongest lineup was no match for the Liquidator. And even when he used Kronos' power, he couldn't even scratch him when he got serious. He had no idea how strong he needed to be to defeat that thing. But still, he had some clues. Belder then pointed at the direction of the dojo, and he nodded. The moment he clashed with Liquidator, he felt it for a second, that he was able to control that dark power. And what he focused on at that moment was the swordsmanship taught to him by the Sword Saint. He thought that if he had spent more time training in swordsmanship, in the same conditions as the Sword Saint, then he knew the battle's outcome might have been different. He's aware that it was the reason why Kronos sent him there. They eventually arrived at the dojo, and the woman heard them. She tried to confirm if the bastards tried to pick on a civilian with the swordsmanship that they learned from her, and they just ended up getting their ass handed to them. She clicked her tongue. This woman was the swordsmanship dojo instructor, Saria. Belder tried to reason that they weren't picking on him because it was a mock battle. She responded by hitting him so powerfully that he got blasted away and hit the wall with a loud wham. The other three had their eyes widened in shock and trembled in fear. She knew he was just making up excuses. She told them that if he calls beating up someone unarmed a mock battle, then it would mean that what she did just then was also a mock battle. She pointed her sword at his eyes while telling him to leave and never return. She told them that they can no longer call themselves a student of the dojo from then on. They all replied yes and scurried away. She sat in front of Gray and apologized. She acknowledged that her former students caused him a lot of trouble. He replied that there's no need to worry about it. She thanked him for his understanding, and then she brought up the topic that he wanted to get a recommendation to the academy. She wanted to apologize for the trouble Belder and those guys caused, but as much as she'd like to write a letter of recommendation, she had to confirm his abilities first. She handed him a wooden sword. Gray accepted. She told him that he could have the first move and encouraged him to come to her whenever he's ready. He started attacking her. The dojo started evaluating his moves. She could see that his swordsmanship is quite practical for his age. She could sense that it is as if he's been through countless battles before. She attacked and he deflected it. She understood that Belder and the others are no match for him. She could tell that his style is mostly self-taught, but every so often, his swordplay looks similar to what is taught in the academy. It made her curious if someone had taught him. She could tell his swordsmanship is rough, but admitted that he may have the talent, which is why she could say that he's a diamond in the rough. It was about time they wrapped up. She attacked. He was about to strike too. Their swords clashed. They went at it again. She found it strange that he wasn't even faltering and Gray could definitely keep up with her. She just wanted to test his skills a little, but her best was being drawn out, and she questioned the feeling that she was getting. It was fear. Gray made her feel scared. He swung his sword so powerfully that it made her step back. She assumed it was just a wild swing. At that point, she saw his weakness. She took the chance to attack, and decided to end their match there, but she was caught off guard, and was left puzzled. Saria's sword had been cut in half. Consequently, it made Gray shocked too. It was because he felt the same sensation back then, which led him to think that he still has the power, but it came with a drawback. He felt immense pain in his body that made him drop to his knees. Saria worriedly asked him on what's wrong. He realized that his body failed to keep up with the power. His legs were trembling, but he stood up and replied that he's okay. Realizing that he could barely stand, he took a mental note of not using the power carelessly. He thought of telling Saria about it. Saria, on the other hand, was puzzled on why he's staring like that. He ought not to tell her because even if he did, she probably won't believe him. He just decided to make an excuse that he got carried away. Deep inside, though, Saria knew that it was impossible to cut her sword with a dull wooden sword, and she's aware that he knows it too. Seeing how she stared at him, it made him ask what was wrong. Saria understood that he didn't plan to talk about what just happened. She contemplated, then brought up the topic about what he wanted, a recommendation to the academy. He replied that he heard that she could give him one. She replied that she can give him a recommendation to the kingdom's finest educational institution, which is the Royal Academy of Swordsmanship. But she wouldn't recommend that he go there, because she thinks that he's not suited for that place. That made him feel bad. It confirmed his insecurity that he lacked strength, especially when he could hardly do anything except that last moment. Saria told him that there was another place that he should aim for, and that was the World Union Academy, she stated. Gray's eyes widened in shock. What Saria meant was that he shouldn't just be the kingdom's best, he belonged in the world's top institution. That blew his mind. He's well aware that it was the place where the Sword Saint and the others came from. He asked if someone like him can really be accepted there. Surprisingly, she replied that it's impossible. She knew he recognized it himself. His body was far from fit enough to wield a sword. She's aware that if it's the Royal Academy, he might be able to fake it with his skills, but it won't pass in the World Union Academy. She questioned how he'd acquire such skill with his feeble body. He knew she's right, because he's well aware that everyone from that academy is a genuine monster. And with his body like that, he can't even compete. He looked sad about it. Saria saw his expression and asked why he's giving up. She pointed out that there are still 9 months until the entrance exam. He reasoned that it's only 9 months. She agreed that it might not be enough time, but she wanted him to trust her. She asked if he's ready to suffer over the next 9 months. He replied that he didn't want to suffer, but he decided to do it. He entrusted her to take care of him over the next 9 months. She liked our MC's answer. With that, her demeanor changes, which caught Gray off guard. With a devilish grin on her face, she told him that it will be the start of his hell. Days passed as he underwent rigorous training with her. He trained relentlessly. Gray ate both delicious and questionable meals. He sparred with her and continually honed his swordsmanship. Our MC was determined to make it to the entrance exam on time. 8 months later, changes were noticeable. Saria could see that he had grown muscular, and with that, she had nothing else to teach him. She encouraged him to go out there with confidence. He was puzzled because there's still a month until the exam. She explained that taking an exam in a place he's not used to isn't going to be easy, which is why it's best that he gets there early. She gave him money for the trip and for a month's worth of food. He hesitated on taking it. Also, he thinks that going a month early was too soon enough. He takes it as if she's chasing him out of the village. She replied that he's just overthinking it. He brought up the topic about an ogre's nest being found near the area. That surprised her. He added that there are hardly any guards in the village. She tried to play it cool, and told him that it had nothing to do with them. She assured him that help will come from the royal capital, so they have nothing to worry about. She urged him to head to the exam without any worries. He could tell that she's lying. He knew that no help would ever come to the village, and right before the village is destroyed, his master would lose her life. In his past life, there was news that she was killed when she went to kill the ogre alone, but he simply replied that he understood what she wanted. He thanked her, and informed her that he'll be going. She let out a smirk, and wished him well on the exam. Later that night, skeletons were displayed on a tree with sticks piercing through their mouths. Saria showed up in the forest. From the scout's report, she followed the path in the forest and found a trail of blood, and it led right into an eerie den. But she halted when a voice called out to her, asking where she was going. When she looked up, she saw Gray sitting on a branch of a tree. He smiled at her and called her master. She was surprised to see him. She asked what he was doing there when he's supposed to be on his way to the academy. He asked her the same thing when she said earlier that ogre nests would be taken care of by the army from the royal capital. She told him that the army couldn't come because of an emergency, so she decided to deal with it herself. She assured him that her alone is enough because she already assessed the nest strength from the scout's report. She shared that the boss is an elite ogre and the nest holds around 40 to 50 monsters in total. She admits that the number of minions will be a tad tricky. Thinking about it, Gray knew that it wasn't that strong, but the ogre's real strength lies in its intelligence and leadership. Gray was aware of the risk of being surrounded, and that means it's suicidal to fight alone. And he's certain of one thing. If he lets his master go alone, she won't make it out alive, and the village will be destroyed by the ogres. He had seen that future with his very own eyes. He expressed that he wants to go with her. She refused and insisted that her alone would suffice. He tried to convince her by saying that he doesn't want to miss the chance to gain some real combat experience. Then he asked if she thinks that he's going to get in her way. That made her laugh, because she knew that he's well aware that he won't get in her way, especially when she could no longer win against him in a mock battle. She reasoned that nobody knows what may happen in a real fight, especially if it's a monster's nest that suddenly formed. And for a dangerous job like that, it's best to wait until he has a bit more experience in real fights. He understood that she wouldn't budge, so he proposed an idea instead. She got intrigued. He told him that he'll fight with her, knock her out cold, and deal with the ogre by himself. Looking at his stance, it doesn't seem like a joke. The dojo was speechless. She eventually gave up, but stated she had one condition, that no matter what happens, he should come back alive. He assured her that, and also wished her to live. Under the moonlight, they hid behind a boulder while spying on the colony of ogres. The terrain leaves no room for escape. It showed their confidence of building a nest in that kind of location. It also meant Gray and Saria couldn't escape either. And since they were dealing with intelligent monsters, he decided to play it safe. She started to observe the colony carefully, and she didn't see the boss anywhere, so she assumed that it's probably inside the tent. They could only hope to thin their numbers down before the boss comes out. She instructed Gray to take out any enemies he could see on the side, while she takes care of the other side. Gray agreed, and they charged in. One ogre sensed something. Before it could process what it was, Saria was already in its face and slashed its head. The other ogre witnessed the head roll on the ground. It immediately communicated with the other ogres, and in no time, a horde came charging. Meanwhile, on Gray's side, he was cutting down enemies one after another. He moved fast. Same with Saria. It was indeed a bloodbath. Eventually, the two grouped up. A lot of ogre corpses were on the ground. She praised him and even questioned if it was really his first time. But Gray changed the topic and told her to stay sharp. They were just getting started. Internally, Gray felt something was off. The ogres were too weak. If they were really that weak, he knew his master could have handled them alone. That's why he figured the real danger was inside the tent. A pair of red eyes stared out from the pitch-black tent. They locked onto him, and it made him uneasy. Without hesitation, he told her they had to leave. Now. He even urged her to run immediately. Saria asked what was wrong. He looked panicked as he shouted for her to just go. She picked up on his fear, and they started to run. But as they did, something jumped over them. To their shock, an ogre landed in front of them, blocking the way. Saria scoffed when she saw the elite ogre. She said it was an honor that the boss came to them personally, but Gray told her it wasn't the boss. Then another ogre let out a thunderous roar. It was so loud, Saria instinctively covered her ears. Right after that, a swarm of ogres showed up. They were in a frenzy. She was stunned by the sight and asked what was going on. Behind the horde stood a massive ogre. Gray said it was something far stronger than an elite. He called it an ogre general. It was the real boss of the nest. With the elite ogre guarding the exit and a crowd of ogres blocking the front, they were trapped. The ogre general didn't move, but its presence alone was terrifying. Once she heard it was an ogre general, Saria instantly knew they couldn't win this alone. She glanced at the elite ogre, then suggested they take out the one in front of them and try to escape. She launched an attack, but it deflected her strike. She focused and slashed again. She managed to leave a scratch on its shoulder, but to her shock, the wound started healing. Gray told her it was useless. The general's roar boosted the ogre's strength and healing. That's why they felt unusually strong. And now, she was struggling to even take down one of them. Gray kept fighting. He trusted her to cover his back. He said she didn't have to win. He just needed her to buy him time. She got worried and asked what he was planning. He said there was only one option left: to take down that ogre general bastard, and he meant it. An ogre with an axe knocked Gray's sword. Our MC got irritated every time they tried to flank him. The ogre tried to make him drop his sword, then raised its axe to strike. Right now, Gray was focused on taking out every enemy in front of him, but the ogre easily broke his sword. He realized it couldn't handle the power of a boosted ogre. The ogre swung at him again and he jumped just in time. He was glad he had a spare, but he knew it wouldn't last long either. Saria realized his situation and tossed her extra sword to him. He thanked her. Now he had 2 swords, but he knew that still wasn't enough to wipe them all out. So he focused only on the ogre general and the horde between them. He pulled out the second sword. With one quick motion, he cut through the ogres in his way. One of them scratched his cheek as it attacked. He blocked the blow as the ogre tried to push him back with its axe. He clicked his tongue, then pressed harder with his swords. More ogres were coming for him. The ogre general's weapon started to glow. Then came its deafening roar. Gray flinched. He saw the ogres grow even stronger. They charged at him again. He realized the ogre general had figured out his plan. It roared again. Gray now understood. It was undeniably smart. His sword clashed with the ogre's axe. He was pushed back, but he forced himself to just move. He rushed forward, cutting down as many as he could. He knew he didn't have time to deal with all of them. Unexpectedly, an ogre tackled him. It held him firmly while the other one raised its axe. Gray slashed the clinging ogre on its neck. He realized that they were trying out to wear his swords out by throwing themselves at him. While dealing with that, a shadow loomed over him. It was because an ogre leapt and was ready to punch him. He blocked its fist using his sword, but it was powerful that it blasted him away. Gray coughed up blood. His body trembled, he was breathing heavily, and his sword was shattered. He was now down to his last sword. He couldn't believe that he had to take on hordes of ogres and the general with just one sword, and because of his experience before he regressed, he could tell there was no way he could win. He then thought, since that was the case, he told her master to run while the ogres are focused on him. She was amused, but she couldn't do that, Saria replied. While defending attacks, he questioned her if she planned to die for nothing. He assured her that he will run after her. But she told him that it wasn't that. She had a grim expression on her face. until she had this resigned look when she admitted that she couldn't run anymore. Her leg was slashed and was bleeding heavily. Gray turned pale when he saw it. Now, he ran out of options. In his mind, he had gone back in time with one goal, to defeat the liquidators. He swung his sword, all while thinking his life might end right there. His last sword shattered, but he refused to give up. He tried to remember how that power felt back then. He thought about tapping into it again, with one ultimate goal, to defeat his enemies. While ogres readied themselves to attack him, he forced himself to remember. He tried to recall the feeling he had back then. Gray shut his eyes and closed them tight, and as the last piece of his sword flew right in front of him, he opened his eyes and they glowed red. He finally felt it. He swung his black shadow sword, delivering a fatal strike to several ogres. Mist covered part of his face and his blade. Saria was confused. Gray wore a grim look, but when he looked at her, he smiled and told her it was all right. With one swing, he severed several heads. The ogre general's sword began to glow again, but in a split second, it was cut down. Saria noticed it, but while she was distracted, an ogre tried to sneak up on her. She realized the attacks felt weak. She commented that they used to give her a hard time, but now she could slice through them with ease. She said that without the general's boost, they were nothing. It was already deep into the night when they finally defeated the ogres. Gray apologized for breaking her sword. She didn't mind, especially since he saved her life. He handed it back to her. She was about to ask him about the strange power he used when Gray suddenly collapsed. He fell face down to the ground. Saria panicked and called out his name. Gray's consciousness drifted into a dark realm. He asked himself where he was. Everything was pitch black, except for a single door in front of him. He looked around, confused. Black flames then burned through the chains on the door. He recognized it. It was the same power he had tapped into. He wondered if opening that door would give him that power again. The thought made him uneasy. Still, he stepped toward it. But suddenly, he felt a terrifying presence behind him. It made him freeze and step back. His breathing grew fast and shaky. Deep down, he just knew. If he opened that door in his current state, he would definitely die. Then, out of nowhere, a voice said he made the right choice. And just like that, he jolted awake. He was gasping for air, drenched in sweat. Saria was startled. He was finally awake. He asked where he was. Saria told him he was in the village infirmary, and added that he had been unconscious for 5 days. She then admitted that she was scared he might never wake up. When he realized he'd been out for 5 days, he knew he had pushed his body too far. Saria said that pushing himself didn't quite describe what he did, but setting that aside, she checked if he was able to move. Gray tried to move, but he quickly realized he couldn't summon any strength in his right arm. He could move it with effort, but it worried him. What if he couldn't hold a sword anymore? Worse, there was a strange bruise on it. It looked like someone had splattered black ink on his arm. Saria expected that he wouldn't be able to move it well. Gray wondered if she could even see the black mark. He then told her he couldn't put any strength into his dominant arm. Just as she thought, it wouldn't heal properly anytime soon. All the bones in his right arm were shattered. He was shocked. It didn't even hurt. She explained that they used a magic potion to treat it. That stunned him. Magic potions were expensive. She told him not to worry. The village chief was the one who gave it to them. Gray couldn't understand why the chief would give something that valuable to someone like him. She asked what he was talking about, then reminded him he was the village's hero. Gray was clueless. Suddenly, someone burst into the room. It was the village chief. Gray immediately thanked him for the potion, but the chief said they should be the ones thanking him. With strong emotion, the chief said that Gray had fought an ogre general, a monster that even gathered troops from nearby towns couldn't scratch, and that kind of monster had come for their village. He clasped Gray's hand tightly and said, if Gray hadn't killed it, the village would have been wiped out. The chief explained that without him and Saria, there'd be no potion, no infirmary, no survivors. None of them would even be there talking. Gray replied that he was exaggerating, but the village chief insisted. He knew in his heart he wasn't. Gray thought about that. At some point, he agreed with the village chief, because before he regressed, the village was supposed to have been destroyed by the ogre attack. The village chief told him that if he still didn't understand how important his actions were, he'd gladly explain everything in detail. He also heard that Gray was planning to take the academy entrance exam and asked if that was true. Gray's only response was, oh. Thoughts raced through his mind. He killed the ogre a week before the exam and had been unconscious for 5 days, leaving him with just 2 days left. He turned pale when he remembered the journey to the academy. It was a 3-day walk. On horseback, it would take a day, but he didn't have the money for that. He immediately asked the chief if he could borrow a horse. The chief had expected that, so he already prepared the best horse in the village for him. With that horse, he'd make it in no time. Saria joked that if he hadn't woken up that day, they would have carried him there while he was still asleep. She then opened the door. The sunlight made him squint. He saw the horse waiting, and a huge crowd around it, holding banners, thanking him and wishing him luck on the exam. Everyone wore bright smiles as they showed their thanks. Many people came to thank him personally. One man stepped forward and handed him a pouch. He asked what it was. The man said it was something the whole village pitched in for. They heard applying to the World Union Academy was expensive. Gray was deeply touched by the gesture. He smiled and thanked them. Then said it would be hard to return if he failed the exam. Saria told him not to worry. After all, he's the only one applying to the World Union Academy who's defeated an ogre general. But Gray was still worried about his right arm. She reminded him his left arm still worked fine. He nodded. Saria said that was more than enough, and he didn't need to use that power either. He argued that the exam might not be that easy. Passing it with just one arm didn't sound simple. Saria reassured him. She said he'd definitely stand out, and the examiners would recognize his strength. She was confident. With full belief, she told him, he will pass. He thanked her, and said that with her saying it like that, he had no choice but to pass. In his past life, the village had been destroyed. But now, it was still standing. Gray realized the world wasn't the same anymore, and that meant the future could change. All of it. Thanks to his power. And now, he was set to go. Eventually, he made it in time. He even thanked the horse for getting him there. He looked straight ahead and saw a city surrounded by a lake. He finally arrived at the World Union Academy. At the arena, the host announced that they would begin handing out exam tickets. Until the process was done, all examinees were to stay inside the central arena. There were a lot of people, but only 20 would pass. Someone mentioned that the number of successful candidates changes every year. Sometimes 50 make it, other times only 1. The host then called Professor Ariel to the front. She walked in and began distributing the exam tickets right away. She instructed the examinees to take the paper that would appear before them. She then snapped her fingers. A golden light filled the arena. A paper appeared in front of each examinee. Gray was examinee number 513 under the fencing course. He noticed everyone else had theirs too. She explained they would only see their number and course, and reassured them that this was how it's done every year. She gave a small grin. Then told them that the World Union Academy does not judge based on age, gender, nationality, or status. That even included their names. None of those things mattered to the academy, she added. Only those who passed the exam and earned the right to cross the bridge would be asked for their name. And even then, they could give a fake one if they wanted. Gray was confused. Even though he left his sword at the inn, his paper still said he was in the fencing course. It made him curious about what kind of system they were using. Then, Professor Ariel explained, they assigned the courses based on appearance. She said if she got anyone's course wrong, they should raise their hand. The examinees were stunned. They couldn't believe she sorted them just by looking, especially with so many people there. Some of them guessed she had already looked them up. Others thought maybe she used some kind of mind-reading magic. But after a while, no one raised their hand. So, she concluded that no one had been misassigned. Next, she announced their exam schedules. She told everyone to check their tickets. Gray's paper said he was scheduled on the first day, at 11 a.m. He didn't like it. He was hoping for a little more time to let his arm recover. Professor Ariel reminded them it was a one-shot practical exam. If they were late, they'd be disqualified. No exceptions, no reschedules. Gray held his arm, thinking he still couldn't use much strength. He silently prayed it would get a bit better by tomorrow. The next day arrived. He was in a pinch because it didn't heal at all. He had no choice but to take the exam with his arm still that way. He was called to the entrance of the arena. He took a deep breath and reminded himself not to be pessimistic about it. He evaluated that his left arm was still functional, and he can move his right to an extent. He used the time he had left to watch the examiner's moves, and to find an opening. The examiner told the examinee to make the move first. The examinee charged at the examiner. His swings were heavy, but the examiner just sidestepped to evade it. The examinee yelled that he's not done yet. He grips his sword with both of his hands and swung it. The examiner blocked it using just one hand. Seeing that happen, the examinee's spirit got crushed. The professor then charged at him and blasted him away with just one swing. The guy fell on his back, and the examiner concluded his exam. He was instructed to retrieve his weapon and exit the venue. Seeing that, a small smile formed in Gray's face. He already knew it. He was totally done. There was no way in hell he could win. Not long after, the examiner called his number. As he walked toward him, he couldn't believe he had to fight someone who had taken down a man twice his size using only one arm. Gray was instructed to make the first move. He felt like he didn't have a chance, but he decided to do whatever he could. He charged forward. He recalled what Saria had told him, that a sword isn't swung with just arms, but he needed to channel his power generated by his entire body through his arms. Even if his right arm is powerless, he thought of driving the force through his other muscles. He swung his sword and the examiner ducked to evade it. Gray was feeling nervous since he can't fight the way he usually does. He thought that if swinging a sword without arm strength was that easy, no one would bother training their body in the first place. The examiner counterattacked. That's when Gray got confused. Because the instructor's sword was kind of slow, he was able to block it. He could tell that the examiner had insane power, but his speed and technique don't even come close to his master's. He believes that if he relies on the swordsmanship he learned from her, he might be able to make up for the difference in arm strength. Gray's eyes turned sharp and he thought, if that was the case, he moved accordingly, and became certain that the examiner was slow, and wasn't nearly as strong as he thought. He recalled his master's words, that he'd definitely pass. Their swords clashed, and he was able to overpower the examiner. It's when he started having faith that he could do it. Their sword fight continued. Although Gray had seen the examiner's swordsmanship, he charged at him, and the professor evaded, which led Gray to think that the difference in power is too great that he can't break his form. It made him realize that it wasn't easy to win with just one hand, after all. With that said, as they continued to spar, the examiner's movements were becoming rougher. While Gray had a risky move in mind, he found the right timing, and baited him to come to him. The examiner attacked, and that's what he wanted, for him to make a wide-open swing. He shifted his weight to his right foot, knowing it would leave an opening. He also knew most opponents would go for a big, obvious swing. Unexpectedly, Gray was already behind the examiner. The examiner was caught off guard. Our MC knew that no matter how great the difference in power is, if he could get behind, then he'd be able to defeat him. But they were suddenly ordered to halt. The tip of his sword was only an inch away from the examiner's back. Gray wondered if the match was really over. He thought it's a bit early to stop there. The other examiner announced that the time limit for him has been reached. His eyes widened as the result was announced. It was a draw. Gray was sure he wouldn't make it. His grip on the sword loosened, as if his body had simply given up. He left the arena feeling down because he had given his all to pass. He also knew that if he can't win against the examiner, things will be difficult for him. He expects his arm to heal next year, so he'll take the exam again. Before he left, he glanced at it one last time and expressed a thank you. 1 week later, in the World Union Academy Meeting Room 53, the head of the academy asked the professors their thoughts on the candidates now that they have finished all their exams. One of them expressed that he's exhausted. An older professor stated that the method of everyone observing together is rather inefficient and suggested to divide the workload next year. Another professor defended that they can't afford to overlook a talent simply for the sake of making things easier for themselves. The head sighed and pointed out that he asked to hear their thoughts on the examinees and not on the system. He started with the examinees from the swordsmanship course. He asked who passed. They watched the screens, and one of the professors stated that, as always, those who beat the examiners passed, and the rest will be based on the quality they showed and how they held out during the 15-minute time limit. He asked the other swordsmanship course instructors what they thought. One professor replied that other than those who beat the examiner, the candidates number 5,217, 753 stood out. The other person suggested that they keep it at that, since even if others joined, they wouldn't be able to keep up in class. The professor agreed and asked if anyone thinks otherwise. The meeting went on. Eventually, the head concluded that they had confirmed the successful candidates for the swordsmanship course, but then someone asked about candidate number 513. The head glanced at the speaker. It was Professor Ariel. She asked them what they think about candidate 513. They all watched the screen. One professor called 513 a little guy, When they watched it, it looked like he's going to win, but if he relied on setting up traps just to beat the examiner, things would be difficult for him. They observed that the technique was good, but his strength was lacking, and it felt like he was outmatched from the start. The brown-haired professor with a mustache expressed that he's not good. They all agreed. Professor Ariel was speechless. She couldn't believe that so many have watched and yet not a single one of them noticed. She thinks that if everyone's blind, then having everyone to observe together is a waste. The next day. Gray was holding his exam ticket. The results for the swordsmanship course will finally be announced. Only 6 people passed. Everyone waited nervously. The first to be called was candidate number 5. As their number was called, their exam ticket burned. Then came candidate 217. Next were numbers 432 and 615. Then 753 and 925. That was it. Gray looked crushed when his number wasn't called. The successful candidates were told to cross the bridge and finish enrollment by the end of the day. Gray was downcast while others around him cheered for the passers. He wore a heartbroken look after failing. Then came another announcement. The Divine Eye Special Admission. Just a few seconds later, Gray's number was called, and his exam ticket burned in blue flames. Everyone around him was shocked. Gray stood frozen, completely confused. People in the crowd started sneering. It was Gray's first time hearing about this special admission. Some said the academy must have cheated. They claimed the World Union Academy had sunk to a new low. Gray overheard them. He was confused since he had no connections. He wondered if his master did something, but he hadn't heard anything. An old man scolded the crowd for talking like that about the Divine Eye admission. He said it was a prestigious category that produced heroes for centuries. The crowd didn't buy it. They said it was only respected long ago. They pointed out recent Divine Eye picks, Amy White, Bella Albright, Leek Muller, and Jacob Bloomfield, and called them failures. Even the current candidates had heard the stories, but Gray knew better. Those 3 were part of the main force that fought against the Liquidator. Now, his name stood beside theirs. An announcement was made in the academy that the entrance ceremony would begin in 30 minutes. Once the students finished changing, they were asked to gather in the plaza in front of the main office. Their uniform had a black path with the academy symbol engraved on it. Our MC looked dashing. Some students arrived early at the plaza, but they weren't sure if it was the right place since nothing was set up yet. A man came running toward them and apologized for the delay, saying there was a mix-up. He asked the students to step back a little so he could place the stairs in that spot. The students moved and asked if where they were standing was okay. The man said it was perfect. Then he knelt down. The students were confused. He touched the ground, and a large magic circle appeared. The ground started to shift. The students' jaws dropped. They were shocked to see a full structure rise right in front of them. The man apologized again for the delay and told them they could sit wherever they liked. The students were clearly amazed. They realized it was teleportation magic, but couldn't believe something that big could be teleported. Gray sat down, thinking the school probably wanted the ceremony to be held in a place where the building could be seen. To him, it felt like an extravagant use of teleportation magic. He definitely looked excited, after realizing how powerful the World Union Academy was. The students noticed there were too many seats. Only 30 students were accepted, so it seemed unnecessary to have that many. The girl she was talking to was surprised she didn't know why. She apologized, explaining that, aside from sword training, she hadn't studied much else. The girl offered to explain. She said that, as the name suggests, the academy gathers top students from around the world. Then she pointed at something in the sky. The other girl was shocked to see aircraft and dragons flying above. She asked what those were. Gray was surprised to see the magic airship, Strato Queen. He had boarded it once before when he joined the Liquidator Subjugation Squad. It was said to be one of the biggest airships in the world. He couldn't believe they used it just for an entrance ceremony. The World Union Academy definitely exceeded all of Gray's expectations. The airship landed, and the students got off. Now, everyone was present. The entrance ceremony could begin. Eventually, the headmaster's speech had ended. Gray looked bored. In his mind, the entrance ceremony isn't different from a normal one. The next part of the program is the greetings from the top students of each course. Leonhardt, the top student of the swordsmanship course, was called in front. While he got up from his seat and made his way on the stage, the students gossiped about him. They heard that he defeated the examiner in an instant during the entrance exam. Some even said that he's as good as any of the professors when it comes to swordsmanship. This student is Leonhard Apius. Gray watched him. Before he reaches the mic, he confirms with the heads if he's allowed to speak freely. They replied yes, and he thanked them. Then he stated that he had one complaint that he'd like to make to the academy. Before he continued on that, he greeted his fellow students and all of those who were admitted in the academy through a proper way. He stated that it's an honor to be admitted to the academy with the rest of them. He told them that they should graduate as individuals capable of making meaningful contributions to the world, so he encouraged them to work together. He added that he was looking forward to the days when they can aim high together as students of the prestigious World Union Academy, but he expressed that there's among them those who don't deserve to be there. He asked Professor Ariel if he's correct. It caught her off guard. She stated that all the students there passed the rigorous exams, and though they may not be as strong as him, she doesn't think that it's a wise idea to exclude them. Then she asked him why he's asking her that. Leonhardt glared at her while saying that he's not talking about those who have been admitted by passing the exams properly. He stated that what he meant was the students she backdoored into the Divine Eye special admission. Then he dared the student who was specially admitted to show himself and ordered him to return his uniform and leave the academy. Tension filled the air. Gray couldn't understand why he's so hostile. Then he recalled that Leonhardt was sitting right next to him. He was relieved that he didn't know his face. He was thinking that he won't get caught up in it if he doesn't step forward. Professor Ariel acknowledged that the students for that year are quite lively. Leonhardt felt like no one was taking him seriously. He called her out and told her to stop letting students in through the back door. She didn't say much at first. Then, in the blink of an eye, she leaned in and whispered in his ear, asking if he really thought he was stronger than that kid. Her move was unexpected, that it shocked the whole arena. Leonhardt was caught off guard. He gritted his teeth. He said yes, then asked if she was trying to prove him wrong. Professor Ariel liked his confidence and suggested a bet. That caught his interest. She bet both her job and the kid's admission. Gray was confused by everything happening. Leonhardt turned to Professor Ariel and asked if she was trying to make him fight the special admission kid. Professor Ariel calmly replied that she'd never do something so boring. She added that if Gray went all out, Leonhardt would be dead. As a responsible teacher, she said she'd never put their lives in danger. Leonhardt's veins popped in anger. He felt insulted, but she simply said she was stating facts. Instead, she suggested a safer option, a bet involving monsters. She said Leonhardt was better at fighting monsters than people anyway. He glared at her but admitted that she knew him well. He asked what the actual bet was. She explained it simply. Each of them would fight a monster she picked. The monsters would get stronger with each round. Whoever fails to defeat their monster first loses. The stakes? If Gray lost, Professor Ariel would retire and the special admission students would be expelled. But if Leonhardt lost, he'd have to do whatever she told him. Then she asked if he was in. Leonhardt wanted to know what kind of monsters they'd be facing. He was confident in his skills, but he didn't want to get caught up in anything weird. After thinking for a moment, she revealed the first target, an ogre general. Then she teasingly asked if it was too easy for him. The whole class was stunned, but Gray didn't react. Instead, he was curious why she chose that monster. Leonhardt, on the other hand, was furious. He shouted that an ogre general wasn't something a person could defeat alone. Professor Ariel clarified that they didn't have to do it right away. They'd be given a full year. Leonhardt snapped. If someone could solo a disaster-level monster in just a year, people wouldn't be suffering in the first place. He yelled at her to pick something more realistic. Trying to catch his breath, he paused, and then realized her true plan. He believed she was purposely choosing something impossible just so there wouldn't be a clear winner, but with confidence, he declared he wasn't going to play along. Ariel smirked and added one last condition. If the match ended in a draw, then Leonhardt would be considered the winner. Basically, if Gray failed to defeat the ogre general, she would be fired, and all the special students would be expelled. She asked him what he thought about that. He looked at her like she was crazy. He couldn't shake the feeling that the bet was already stacked against him. She took his silence as agreement. Just to be clear, he said it better not be a weakened ogre general or anything like that. She calmly replied, "Of course." Then, with a flick of her hand, a feather pen appeared out of thin air. She told him that the terms were already written in a magic contract, and he could sign it if he had no objections. He read the contract, and chose to go through with it. Still, he had to ask, did she really believe that the kid could win? Her answer was vague. She said, "Who knows?" Then she quietly returned to her seat. The other professors whispered among themselves, wondering what was wrong with her. Some thought she was just using the bet as an excuse to retire. It wasn't too far-fetched. She was past her prime, after all. Gray had no choice now. The bet was official, but something bugged him. Why did she include the one he defeated before enrollment when she said the time frame was a full year? She then watched our MC in silence. Gray realized the bet was already sealed the moment it started. As he stared at her, she put a finger to her lips, telling him to stay quiet. That's when Gray knew. She played dirty. Eventually, the opening ceremony ended, and everyone went to their assigned classes. The first subject was basic magic. It was surprising to some that the lecture started right away on day one, but as students of the academy, they had to understand every single day mattered. The professor began the lesson by teaching how to use magic. It was the most basic topic. He explained that the body holds a hidden energy called ether, by guiding it through the body's magic circuits. He continued writing and explaining on the board. Gray was in that class. At first, he was worried he might not keep up, but it turned out he already knew this lesson from boot camp. So far, so good. But there was one big problem. Out of all the possible classes, he ended up in the same one as Leonhardt. He silently prayed Leonhardt wouldn't find out that he was the Divine Eyes special admissions student. The professor noticed Gray looking uninterested. He scolded him for already looking away just 5 minutes into the lecture. Gray was shocked he got caught with just a glance, even though he was seated all the way in the back. He quickly apologized. The professor challenged him. If he looked that confident, why not prove it in front of the class? He even taunted him by expecting him to be able to use basic magic. Gray politely explained that since they were in the swordsmanship course, he thought it was okay if they couldn't use magic. The professor replied that even if you mainly use a sword in combat, it's still important to understand the basics of magic, at the very least to coordinate with mages. Knowing basic spells and understanding how they feel is essential. Gray didn't expect the professor to give the same explanation as the one from boot camp. He wondered if the spell they'd be learning would also be the same. So he asked if they were going to learn Ether Bullet. The professor raised an eyebrow and asked if he could already use it. Gray said yes. He felt relieved. At least the painful boot camp hadn't been a waste. Seeing a chance, the professor decided to set up a match. He knew Leonhardt, whom he called Leon, could also use Ether Bullet. Leonhardt confirmed it. He added that even before entering the academy, he had trained in both swordsmanship and magic, which, in his opinion, made it risky for another student to fight him seriously. But the professor wasn't worried. He said that even if there's a big difference in skill, they were just using ether bullets. It's not like anyone would die. And he didn't plan on asking Leonhardt to hold back either. Then, the professor dropped a bomb. He revealed that Gray was the Divine Eye student for the year. Everyone turned to stare at Gray. He knew he was in trouble now. The professor grinned like a devil as he exposed everything. Leonhardt responded coldly. He said he would show Gray how things really worked, and what kind of place the academy truly was. Leonhardt glared at Gray and told him to step forward. They stood face to face. The professor explained that once he gave the signal, they would fire their ether bullets at each other. Gray had only trained in magic for a few days during boot camp. And even though the professor said it wouldn't be fatal, he knew he probably wouldn't walk away without getting hurt. The professor gave the signal to start. Leonhardt was set on proving how much stronger he was. Gray had no choice. He decided to just go for it. Leonhardt released a small baby blue orb of light. But when Gray cast his spell, a large glowing blue orb formed in front of him. The next moment left everyone stunned, their faces frozen. Even our MC was in disbelief. Gray's ether bullet overpowered Leonhardt's. It made Leonhardt shriek. The professor immediately intervened and formed a barrier in front of Leonhardt to protect him. He was relieved to have saved him. But to their surprise, the barrier broke. It completely shattered and blasted Leonhardt away. It emitted a powerful gust of wind and a blinding light. Other students got affected by it. Leonhardt let out a loud scream as he crashed to the floor. The professor rushed to his side and asked if he was okay. Leonhardt stood up and said he was fine. The professor let out a sigh of relief. Then he looked at Gray. He realized that if the barrier hadn't weakened the impact, Leonhardt could have died. And even more shocking, none of the professors could produce an ether bullet that strong. He turned to Gray and asked, "What did you just do?" Gray was confused. Leonhardt's ether bullet felt so weak, it didn't even seem like the same spell. That made him wonder. Was the ether bullet he learned during his time in the subjugation squad different from the one taught at the academy? He asked if maybe he had used the wrong spell. The professor said no. It was definitely an ether bullet. But he added that the quality of Gray's was different. It wasn't made from regular ether. It was super compressed ether. The other students had never even heard of that before. The professor admitted it was a kind of power even they struggled to control. Yet somehow, Gray not only produced it, he shaped it into a spell. He said there was no one else in the entire academy who could pull that off. The students started whispering. It was the first time they'd seen an ether bullet that powerful. Some of them now believed that the Divine Eye admission existed for this exact reason. Others said Gray should have been placed in the magic course from the beginning instead of being admitted as a special case. But in Gray's mind, something didn't feel right. All the spells he learned at the subjugation squad boot camp were like that. And even among his group, he wasn't considered particularly talented. He asked the professor if he was just joking, because with enough practice, anyone should be able to do something like that. The professor burst out laughing. Gray was confused, especially when the professor laughed even louder. Then, out of nowhere, the professor grabbed him by the shoulders, stepped into his personal space, and told him to transfer to the magic course. He even offered to personally vouch for him. According to him, Gray was more gifted in magic than in swordsmanship. Gray politely declined, saying he had always been told he wasn't good at magic. The professor looked at him like that was the funniest joke ever. He couldn't believe Gray. Someone who understood the ether compression technique well enough to create super compressed ether thought he lacked talent. He called Gray a once-in-a-generation genius, someone even the academy would call a prodigy. He added that whoever told him he had no magical talent clearly didn't know what they were talking about. Then he asked again, was Gray really sure he didn't want to switch to the magic course? The professor was known for rarely handing out compliments, so the students were stunned. They couldn't believe he was praising someone this much. He kept pressuring Gray, saying that if someone like him didn't study magic, it would be a loss for the world, and even called it a crime against magic itself. Gray let out a nervous laugh. Then, something clicked. He suddenly remembered where he had actually heard about the ether compression technique before. In his previous life back at boot camp, someone once explained that in the old days, people didn't even know that Oud, also called life force, existed. Because of that, casting proper magic was incredibly hard. They had to keep compressing ether inside their bodies and hope that a bit of it would mix with Oud by chance, just to create a usable spell. A woman with baby blue hair and golden eyes had called that process laughable. Now, in the present, Gray asked the professor if he had ever heard of Oud. The professor looked confused. That reaction confirmed it. This world still didn't know about its existence. Gray realized something big. What he had learned in the subjugation squad was knowledge from the future, and he knew he had to be careful about who he told. The professor brought the topic back and asked again if he was willing to transfer to the magic course. Gray gave a proper bow and apologized. He explained that he loved swords. As grateful as he was for the offer, he had to decline. The professor accepted his decision, but he told Gray that if he ever changed his mind, he was welcome to come to him, any time. Gray thanked him sincerely. Then the professor told him to go back to his seat. He also added that from now on, he wouldn't scold Gray for looking bored in class or even for leaving early, because he knew this lecture was far too basic for someone like Gray. The other students were impressed. They couldn't believe that Professor Carlos thought so highly of Gray. Meanwhile, Leonhardt watched him closely. He clutched his chest. His cheeks turned slightly pink as he looked at Gray with admiration. He even called him Lord Gray. Gray felt a chill run down his spine. It was honestly a little creepy. Later that day, Gray received a letter from Professor Ariel asking him to come to her office after class. The sudden summons caught him off guard. He wondered if it had something to do with Professor Carlos. He guessed she might also be planning to recommend he switch to the magic course. When he reached her office, he stood in front of the door. Before he could knock, Professor Ariel called out from inside, saying it wasn't locked. He walked in. But then, he was suddenly attacked. He quickly drew his sword and blocked the attack with ease. The girl who struck at him was stunned. Gray realized he reacted purely on instinct, but he still wanted to know, why did she attack him? Then he got a good look at her face, and was shocked. She looked familiar, like someone he had seen before. Someone from across the table said that he did great. It was Professor Ariel, and Gray had just proven that her eyes were right. The man on the side asked if Bella wasn't holding back. He had to confirm if she had received an instruction from Ariel to go easy. Her movements were flawless, but to have her sword be knocked out of her hand so easily was unnatural. Hearing her name, Gray had confirmed that she really was Bella Albright. She was the Grand Sorceress. Ariel couldn't believe that those two men were seriously saying those things. She suggested that if they couldn't tell if Bella was holding back or not, they should quit as a professor. The professor replied that they were just joking. Since he lost, he gave her the coins. Gray had to ask what they were doing. Ariel replied that they were betting on whether he can fend off Bella's surprise attack or not. And thanks to him, she made a good amount of money. Then she threw him his share. His jaw dropped upon seeing the gold coin. It was worth a fortune. And the other professor started saying that it was just as she said. They noticed that from that exchange earlier, Gray deliberately didn't use his dormant arm. Almost as if he was trying to protect his immobile arm. One professor speculated if it was from an injury. The other thinks that rather than an apparent physical injury to the muscles, it was more like a deeper kind of wound. The professor agreed that a simple injury wouldn't cause that. Gray couldn't believe that they could tell it just from looking. The professors replied that if they couldn't tell that much, they wouldn't be professors in the academy. Though, Professor Ariel was already aware about it during the exam. Professor Ariel told them to leave now that they understand. She told them that he's her student and she won't give him up. The professors admit that Gray has potential. But, if the wound doesn't heal, it still means that he failed to meet the academy's admission standards. Before they left, they told him to keep that in mind. And they were gone. Now that the nuisances were out of the way, Professor Ariel brought up the topic about magic. They had a conversation over tea. She heard that he used a super compressed ether in Professor Carlos's class. He didn't expect that she already knew. She replied that he came to her office and asked her to hand Gray over to the magic course. Obviously, she declined, because to her, he's more suited to wield the sword than magic. Our MC didn't expect to hear that from her. She added that he doesn't look like he's good at magic compression, and he didn't show signs of having practiced it. He was overwhelmed that she simply knew by looking. Because of that, he decided not to lie. And it was just as she said. She asked what kind of trick he used. She promised not to divulge it to anyone, and will give him a reward. She really needs to know for Bella's sake. He was almost called the sorceress. Professor Ariel explained that Bella was a genius when it comes to magic theory. She's far from the best at wielding it. For some reason, she just can't use the ether compression technique well. That's why she can't create super compressed ether. Gray did hear before that Bella was a late bloomer. Then Professor Ariel continued to say that from what she heard from Professor Carlo, when Gray used super compressed ether, he didn't look like he compressed ether at all. So if there's a way to use super compressed ether without actually compressing ether, then Bella won't have to be sent to Professor Varian. Gray recognized that name. He asked if she meant Professor Varian Bradley. She realized that he knew him. Well, it's impossible not to know him because he's extremely infamous. After all, he has conducted countless experiments on humans, murdering many in the process. On top of that, he has caused magic disasters that resulted in the death of tens of thousands of people. He is history's worst magic criminal. Gray was surprised that he still hadn't been caught in that period. Professor Ariel shared that if Bella can't create super compressed ether by the end of the year, she'll be sent to him and will undergo surgery. He was surprised to hear that because it was such a bad idea. Professor Ariel agreed. Though the surgery was under the pretense of enhancing her magic abilities, it's actually human experimentation. It hasn't been made public, but rumor has it that because of him, some people have died, while others were left broken. Bella spoke that it was dangerous and scary, but she will be expelled by the end of the year if she can't use super compressed ether. Professor Ariel expressed that she honestly wished she'd quit the academy than have that man mess with her body. The magic that Gray knew was a knowledge that did not yet exist at that time. If he tells them, he might end up changing the course of history. He saw Bella trembling, and it made him recall his past encounter with the Liquidator and how helpless he felt. He realized that there's not a reason to share when that hellhole people call the future is much better off changed. He replied that he understood, and promised to teach her on how to use super compressed ether at dusk in the arena. He wrote some notes on the board. It was everything he knew about magic, and he reminded them of their promise of not telling anyone what he just shared. Professor Ariel assured him of that. They even signed a magic contract, and if they broke it, they'll die. He asked them what they thought of what he just shared. Professor Ariel admitted that just learning about OD blew her mind, but the knowledge of magic he revealed was beyond that. Bella replied that it was brief yet well organized. To her, it felt like she was listening to a magic class from hundreds of years into the future. and just hearing his explanation has definitely advanced the history of magic by 100 years. In his head, he answered that it was from her lecture 10 years from then, but he understood that it sounded like it was advanced by 100 years to a person in that era. Professor Ariel expressed that there was a lot of information that she couldn't judge properly. She asked Bella if she thinks that what he said was true. She replied that there's a good chance that the theory was correct and none of it contradicts the current magic theory. Plus, the quickest way to find out was to test it. That is why they were there. If everything Gray said was true, the spell should work. She gave them the copy. He read it and was confused. She released a light on her staff to demonstrate her full strength based on the theory. If he remembered correctly, Bella's full strength was said to be capable of burning down an entire city. Moreover, she was said to be unable to properly control her powerful magic output. Before he could finish the thought, her power expanded. Even Bella was confused. And the next thing they knew, her power erupted. The concentrated magic bursted to heaven. No one had ever expected her to release this much mana. It was such an overwhelming power. If she hadn't taken control of the magic a split second earlier, he would have died. She did literally save his life. Meanwhile, Bella was happy that she had done it. Plus, she was able to control it too. She formed a dragon with her magic and found it so fun, but she was depleted of ether and passed out. Gray panicked, but Professor Ariel told him to relax. Bella simply fell asleep because she ran out of her ether. She told him to let her rest. Gray was relieved. Professor Ariel couldn't help but express that she was marvelous. She put together magic on that scale in such a short amount of time. Even when asleep, Bella replied that it wasn't her who was amazing, it was the theory. Because of it, she can easily create a super compressed ether. In Gray's head, he responded that it was her theory, though. Professor Ariel was relieved that Bella no longer needs surgery now that she can create a super compressed ether. She planned to personally Bradley to call it off. She was glad about that, but more especially that Bella didn't lose her magic control. Gray asked about it. She explained that even if variant surgery can increase one's magical output, it comes at the expense of control. Exactly how it works is a secret, but it seems to be a surgery that forcibly breaks one's limiter. It made Gray think that the reason the sorceress in the past world couldn't control her powerful magic was because of that surgery. Professor Ariel pointed out that it was thanks to Gray that Bella could now use a super compressed ether. With that, the contract had been fulfilled. And it was turned to fulfill her part of the contract, and the first thing on her list was to use magic on his arm. When she released her magic, magical butterflies came out too. She touched his hand and the butterflies flew around them. The magic became stronger. And when she was done, she asked how he felt. He tried clenching his hand, and to his surprise, he could move it. He thanked her for it. He was puzzled because not even a magic healing potion could cure it. She told him not to compare her nerves-restoring magic with the average magic healing potions. Then she asked if he could move his hand the way it used to. She suggested he swings a sword to find out. Our boy took a step away from her and swung a sword. He was confused at first, so he kept swinging. He felt strange. It didn't feel like it moved as well as it used to. She told him that she has repaired his nerves, but her magic can't heal the wounds in his soul. He asked about it. She emphasized that he heard her right. Then she told him that the recent magic knowledge hasn't proven the existence of one's soul yet, but she believes it does. After all, she can see it with her eye. She can see that his soul was slowly healing. It will heal naturally as long as he doesn't overexert himself. He thought about it and asked if he should refrain from practicing his swords. She told him that it's fine to exercise as he normally would. She was actually curious what kind of swordsmanship could harm one's soul like that. He didn't know what to say. Then she stated that there's already an example of swordsmanship that uses one's soul to move the sword. She's talking about Amy White. She knew he already knew her. Gray was confused why she's mentioning the Sword Saint then. And during that era, they haven't even met. Because of his silence, Professor Ariel asked if she was wrong. She told him that the way he wields his sword gives her the impression that he learned it from Amy. And when she thought about it again, she noticed the slight difference. It made her think that the person he learned swordsmanship from must have been more skilled than Amy. She told him to give it a few more years, and Amy would just be as skilled as his master. Gray was astonished that she could even think that far. He replied that he learned his swordsmanship at a dojo in his hometown. At this point, he had to change the topic because if he let this conversation continue, he might end up spilling everything. So he asked if it was possible for one's soul to be damaged because of swordsmanship. She replied no. At the very least, not with any swordsmanship. Simply put, there was no way that something ordinary could defeat an ogre general with just one slash. Not to mention cutting down the surrounding ogres and trees, too. Gray realized that she already knew. Of course she would. And thanks to him, she already practically won the bet. She admitted that she saw some of the remaining scenes left and they were magnificent. Not even the most sophisticated cleaving magic could have done that. It made her conclude that he used the mysterious power within him. He asked him if she could see it with her eye. She confidently replied yes. She could see the power leaking through the chain door. It made him recall the door that he saw. It's not just something one can figure out by guessing, so he was convinced that she could really see it. Then she shared that she had seen power similar to his, though she doesn't think they're the same things, just a similar vibe. He asked if there were others with powers similar to his. She replied yes, but also admitted that she was uncertain if they're humans or not. Then she told him that they were called the Liquidators, and seeing his expression, she could tell he had heard of them. He was bewildered why that name was being mentioned in that period of time. Professor Ariel realized that he knew of it. In all honesty, she didn't think it was that well known. She stated that since Gray knew about a future-looking kind of magic theory, it wasn't that surprising. He just laughed it off while thinking that it really was knowledge from the future, but no one realized it yet. She asked him how much he knew about the Liquidator. He replied that he only knew that he's an extremely dangerous threat to humanity, and that he has to be stopped before he appears. If that's impossible, then he must be destroyed no matter what it takes. She replied that he was a bit extreme, though she agrees that he's dangerous. But even so, Varian was intent on continuing his experiments. Gray asked how Professor Varian was related to it. She was confused why he asked. Then she revealed that the Liquidator was the very being that he was trying to summon. That was news to him. He didn't know that the Liquidator was man-made. But when he thought about the Academy last time, they acted as if they knew exactly where the Liquidator would appear. Then he realized it. He was alarmed. That the Academy was involved in summoning all along. He yelled that the experiment had to be stopped immediately, to which Professor Ariel agreed. But unfortunately, the one running it was a professor like her, so she doesn't have the authority to shut him or his experiment down. She did push the higher-ups to cancel it, but they wouldn't listen. Gray questioned who exactly were those higher-ups. She doesn't have the authority to tell him that either. She summed up that unless the orders came from above, no one can force the experiment to stop. He was disappointed that not even a name was given. He realized that the Academy's leadership was more tangled than he thought, but if that person was a criminal, then it changes things. In the last world, Varian's illegal experiments killed tens of thousands, and he even knew where he carried them out. He revealed that he knew where Varian conducted the illegal experiment, and he thought of catching him red-handed. But Professor Ariel told him that it won't work either. He asked why. She explained that entering an Academy professor's research facility without permission was a serious crime on its own. And if they can't produce hard evidence, they would be the ones getting locked up. It made her ask if he has proof of his crimes. He became silent. She continued to say that if not, then they had to put off the conversation for the time being. He realized that she knew it was dangerous and her hands were tied. He simply replied that he understood her. Then she changed the subject into talking about his power. She asked if he wanted to learn how to control it. It caught his attention. He asked if she could really do that. She replied that there's a professor in the Academy who's very good at dealing with unknown forces. The name was Heathcote Longfellow. He knew it was the very same person who trained the Sword Saint herself. She expected it to catch his interest, so she planned to arrange for him to start private training with him tomorrow. He was very happy with that. The very reason he came to the Academy was to master the power. He didn't expect to find a lead that fast. The next day, Heathcote Longfellow attacked him. He couldn't believe that he had been receiving private lessons from Heathcote Longfellow himself, but he's confused why they're just running like that. They were in the middle of the forest. Even if Heathcote was ahead of him, he could tell Gray's mind was wandering. He yelled at him that if he had room for stray thoughts, then he should just pick up the pace. He instructed him to run until his body was at its absolute limit. He yelled for him to listen, well then he lectured him that only once he burned away every drop of his physical strength will his soul's power awaken. And as long as he got even a scrap of stamina left, they won't touch swords. He replied, "Yes, sir." He had faith that since it was Heathcote's training, it must mean something. But he also didn't like that while he's out there running laps, Varian's carrying out his experiments to summon the Arbiter. They continued running. while he questions himself if he should really be doing that at that moment. Later that day, he reported to Professor Ariel. She was aware that it had been a week of training already. She asked how it was. He replied that it was mostly running and a bit of sword drills at the very end. He admits that he felt stronger, though. She laughed as she commented that it sounds exactly like him. While they were conversing, someone knocked on the door. Then that person handed Professor Ariel a letter. She read the letter, and afterwards she made a terrifying expression. He asked her what was wrong. She gave him the letter. And when he read it, he also had the same displeased expression. The letter to Professor Ariel was about Bella, who had succeeded in super-compressed ether, and it appeared that she had gained a power closely resembling it. However, upon examination, it was clear that she had not actually compressed it. Therefore, her new ability cannot be recognized as super-compressed ether. So their contract remains valid, and the surgery would be processed as scheduled. It was from Varian Bradley. Gray was furious. He yelled, "This is insanity." Professor Ariel could tell Varian was determined to force her into surgery, even if she doesn't need it anymore. He asked if Bella couldn't refuse. She replied that, unfortunately, the contract was airtight. Unless Varian himself voids it, Bella's only choices were expulsion or the operation. Gray couldn't accept that. She expressed that she needed his help. She wanted to know where Varian's lab was, because if they exposed him as a criminal, the contract would be null and void. He was caught off guard, but in a few seconds, he smiled. Then he reminded her what she said. It was dangerous without proof. She replied that they'll find evidence. She placed her faith on him. Thinking about it, she admits that she could have done that already from the start because her eyes had told her that he was telling the truth the entire time. It just took her long to admit that. She demanded him to show her the way, and together, they would bring Varian's crimes to light. Gray informed Professor Ariel that Varian's laboratory was located in the mountains near the village of Torowell. She remembered him having an academy-authorized laboratory there. He couldn't believe that he's doing illegal experiments in an authorized lab. She told him that there's no better place to conduct illegal experiments except there. No one would bat an eyelid even if he stays there for long. On top of that, no professor of the academy would interfere with another's lab. But as long as they get the evidence of his crimes, they won't be charged with breaking into his lab. Suddenly, Bella knocked on the door. Professor Ariel invited her to come in. Bella reported to her that she received the letter. Professor Ariel took it off of her hands and told her not to worry because she'll take care of it. Bella was about to ask what she meant. She asked if the professor was planning to fight Varian for her sake. She also asked if she would do it all by herself. Professor Ariel was amused. Then she replied that she alone was enough. Bella turned to Gray. Gray told the professor to wait because he's also coming. Bella wanted to come too, especially that it was her problem. She told them to hold their horses because they would be going against an academy professor. Not only that, but he's also a lunatic who has repeatedly conducted dangerous human experiments. If he catches one of them, there's no telling what he'll do. She couldn't let the two of them go to such a place. Gray pointed out that all the more reason why going alone was dangerous. If he used the same power he used to take down the ogre general, he should be able to be of some help to her. He added that if Professor Ariel disappears, he, as a Divine Eye admission student, would get expelled. Hearing that made her flinch. He requested to let them decide their own fate. The professor watched them, then sighed. She could tell that they would still come even if she stops them. She agreed to let them come in one condition, that no matter what happens, they would prioritize their own safety first. She asked them if they understood. They replied, yes. Later that night in the mountains, there was a hidden laboratory, and Professor Ariel, Bella, and Gray stood hidden in front of it. Bella couldn't believe that Varian was really doing illegal experiments there. Professor Ariel confirmed that, and their plan was to look for evidence. Gray also verified that it was the place. Since they said that, Bella trusted them. But she was hesitant if they could really gather evidence without any trouble. Professor Ariel expects Varian to be at the Magic Society's conference, so he's not there. There was a good chance that the entrance was rigged with traps, so they had to bust in through the sidewall. Bella wondered if that's really okay. Professor Ariel replied that breaking into an academy's authorized lab was already a crime anyway, so it was all good. She told them to feel free to go back if they changed their minds, but she was determined to go. Before that, though, she asked Professor Ariel if she's sure because she's doing all that for someone like her. Gray told her that she was wrong, because stopping the experiment was for the world's sake. If they don't, countless people would die. More so, the world would be sacrificed. Bella asked him what he meant. Professor Ariel expressed that what Gray said might be an exaggeration, but she agreed that he must be stopped. She told Bella not to worry too much. She clarified that they weren't putting their lives on hold because of her. Then they moved out. Our waifu professor immediately summoned lots of magic circles. She attacked the laboratory and made the wall collapse. It was such a huge explosion. Gray couldn't help but think it was over the top. Now that there's a hole on the wall, they stepped in. Gray's eyes widened in what he saw. It was such a dark alleyway with cells on the side, and there were people who were skin and bones chained on the wall. Some bled from the lost limbs or punctured body. Just by seeing that, Professor Ariel could already tell that there was no need for them to make an effort in looking for evidence. There were so many of those people. Just a glance was enough for Professor Ariel to see 14 forbidden spells which were criminal offenses in and of themselves. There wasn't even a need to mention the unauthorized human experimentations, an equally serious offense. While they were roaming, something caught their attention. It was some sort of an altar. Bella asked what they should do. Their plan was to leave with evidence, but it made her ask if they should rescue the trapped people too. Gray replied that they shouldn't stay there for long because Varian might return. To his surprise, someone spoke behind him and asked if he called for him. Professor Ariel asked what happened to his conference. It was Varian. They were all surprised that he's there. He replied that he arranged for a double to go there in his stead because he had an important experiment to do there. Professor Ariel asked about that important experiment. He replied that he got some fresh materials, and he wanted to use them while they're fresh. He was talking about the bodies lined up hanging in one of the cells, but he had changed plans. Hearing that sent shivers down their spine. He wanted materials with more potential for magic than the average person anyway. He had no idea how they caught wind of his experiments, but he's certain that they didn't tell anyone that they would be coming there. So if they all suddenly went missing, no one would suspect him. Professor Ariel realized that he was saying that he's going to use them as lab rats. Varian told her to relax, and her sacrifice would push the boundaries of magic itself. And since he can't let them live alive, he'll make sure to use them as best as possible. He was caught off guard when a large fireball almost hit him. It caused a huge explosion. Even Professor Ariel didn't expect it. Bella was the one who attacked. They watched as the smoke disappeared, and saw Varian, amused and unscathed. He expressed that divine eye Ariel still hasn't lost her edge. He didn't expect that a special admission student like Bella would be such an exceptional talent. It made him consider looking at the other divine eye recruits as well. He expressed that he wasn't impressed with Bella's little stunt. An academy student trying to assassinate a professor doesn't make sense. Bella replied that it's better to kill than be killed, though. She missed her chance. Professor Ariel told them that they're pulling back. They already have the evidence, so the academy could handle the rest. But of course, Varian wouldn't just let them away. He released a dark orb with black flame towards them. It almost hit Bella. Fortunately, Professor Ariel blocked it, but Bella got worried for her. Varian told her it's pointless since it was one of the fruits of his research, gluttony flame. It casts fire that devours defensive magic and turns it into fuel. So in theory, it can't be blocked. The downside was that it costs a little rare material to conjure. It had broken through Professor Ariel's magic barrier. She groaned as she activated her eye and puts on an added layer of barrier. It was up as soon as the first one broke, but it cracked as soon as the gluttony flame came in contact with it. She instructed Bella to take the spell memory pouch to Gray. She told him that if Heathcote sees it, he'll know what to do. Bella taps the ground using her staff and created a wider barrier. She was confused about what she was doing and ordered her to hurry up and go. But Bella saw that the professor's barrier was cracking, so she told him to let her handle it. Professor Ariel reminded them of their promise before coming there, which was that when something goes wrong, they should put their lives first. She could tell that Varian's magic was unnatural, so defense spells won't stop it. She told them that she'll buy them some time, but she couldn't finish her sentence because her barrier shattered. She panicked, but Bella assured her that it was fine. Then, Bella's magic clashed with the gluttony flame. She shielded them while saying that his spell wasn't that strong. It just needed a slight different kind of defense magic. Varian couldn't believe it, especially when they were the only ones who knew gluttony flame's counter magic. He asked how she knew about it. She replied that someone taught her a new theory, and with it, the spell was easy. He couldn't believe that. He was furious. He asked who it was. He thought it was a traitor. He told her that if she revealed who it was, he'd give her a clean death. She asked him if he wanted to know who taught her. She smiled at him and replied that it was a secret. She hinted that he was a student from the swordsmanship course. Gray had recalled their interactions, and in reality, he just pieced the theory all together. Varian's veins popped out when he thought she didn't answer seriously. He took a red crystal and told them they would be burned alive. He crushed the crystal in his hand, and souls escaped. It went flying towards them. It was a potent, dark magic, and it covered them. Gray was concerned if Bella was still okay. She replied that the barrier can still hold. But Varian knew her mana reserves wouldn't last. With her reserves, he estimated that she got a minute at best. Bella requested Professor Ariel to attack him since she had her hands full on defense. The professor listened to her. Professor Ariel's eye glowed, and she saw a spot where the flame was thinned out. She projected mana outside the barrier. She tested it first, and slowly built up her power. Then she released her lightning magic. It came out like blades, but eventually it died out. Varian noticed that they're trying to counterattack, but he told them that their attack doesn't even reach him. Professor Ariel was in a pinch. Gray remembered that her offensive magic was one of the weakest among the staff, and with the flame's properties, it must have absorbed her spells. Bella asked what they should do. She was almost depleted. Professor Ariel had pointed out that it was the reason why she told them to run away earlier. Gray stepped forward and told them to leave it to him. Bella asked him what he's planning. Obviously, his sword won't reach Varian from there. He was certain that it would. Professor Ariel asked him if he's sure about it. If he used that power again, it could kill him. And even if he lives, his healing arm might never recover. He replied that dying along was better than all three of them dying. He assumed a combat stance. Varian noticed a red light coming from them despite them being covered in black flame. Then he saw Gray jump out. The next thing he knew, his head was thrown in the air and blood had splattered. Gray watched him with a serious expression on his face. There was a brief stillness after his attack. Bella was dumbfounded. Varian's headless body fell and his head rolled. Professor Ariel was left shocked since it was her first time seeing the real one with her own eyes. It was astonishing. Bella noticed debris falling on them. The ceiling started to fall apart. Professor Ariel used her magic to keep the debris still so it won't fall on them. She expressed that what happened was beyond her expectation. She asked him if he's all right. Gray dropped his sword. His hands were trembling as he answered that his dominant hand hurts a bit, and it was also numb. But he could still move it. He picked up his sword using the other hand. From that, she could tell that his training was showing results. He agreed with her. He knew that if the one who used that was him back in the village, he would have fainted for days and woken up unable to move his arms. Now it just left him with a hurting arm. It was quite an improvement. He realized that his training was really worth it. While he was lost in thought, Professor Ariel watched him intently. She expressed that it was thanks to him that they're still alive. She's also apologetic that he had to use that power. He told her not to worry about it. Besides, he was the one who insisted that they had to stop Varian in the first place. Still, she thanked him again. But also she requested him that if possible, he refrain from using that power for a while. Else the damage would be irreversible. She looked really worried. That caught him off guard. He thought about it and simply replied that he understands. Then, Bella called his attention. She asked if it was magic, since she didn't sense any ether at all. She was baffled since trying to explain that much power as magic was just impossible. Professor Ariel politely told her not to probe any further on that matter. And she wasn't allowed to mention a word about what she saw either. She asked why, but the professor replied that she can't promise that. She would be forced to erase her memories. Bella replied that she understood and offered a magic contract. Professor Ariel agreed to that. They signed the contract. After that, Gray asked what they should do next. He was concerned about the experiments, but he wanted to help those people first. He checked, and they looked like they were put to sleep with magic. Professor Ariel responded that even if those people aren't in danger, it would be best to take them to the Academy's medical facilities to be safe. She snapped her finger. The whole area glowed in golden light, and those people were each covered in the golden light. It is a protection from any external harm. And since that was done, she invited them to investigate further. Taking a second glance at the place again, she realized how insane it was. Illegal experimentations were being conducted as far as her eyes could see. Almost all of them involved the use of human sacrifice to produce magic catalysts, or enhance a human's magical abilities. She doesn't see any experiments relating to the liquidator, so it led her to think that it was held in a different facility. Gray finds it strange. It was where the incident that killed tens of thousands of people took place before he regressed. He wondered how a mere production of a magical catalyst could cause such an accident. Then he remembered that what killed those people in his past world was a miasma that welled from the ground. Professor Ariel saw his expression, so she asked him what was wrong. Bella checked on him too. He suspected that something was under that place. He suggested that there could be hidden passages that lead underground. Professor Ariel looked around. There were bloodstains on the floor, and dirt, but no hidden passages. Until she saw something with her special eye. She approached it. She crouched down and inspected the ground. It was faint, but she could sense traces of short-distance teleportation magic in that area. She guessed that it's a space that can only be accessed with teleportation magic. Based on the traces, the teleportation distance was around 300 meters. She could tell something was there. Gray asked if they could reach it. She revealed that she could use a short-distance teleportation gate as well. She gave it a try. A magic circle appeared on the ground. If there's nothing, the other end of the gate should lead to nothing but earth. The gate opened. They were all surprised at what they saw. It was a wide area with a lot of buildings, almost like a city. No one would ever think that there'd be a big space underneath that facility. Bella could feel a tremendous output of ether coming from all over the place, especially from the building that she pointed to. It was a simple circular structure. Professor Ariel saw that it wasn't just ether, but there was also a different kind of power, completely different from magic, leaking out there. But it was far greater than anything she had ever seen. Gray had an inkling of what the power was. Professor Ariel confirmed it. It was the Liquidator's power. Professor Ariel, Gray, and Bella entered the building, and they found an empty hallway with a single door. She then confirmed that the power was coming from there, but there was no sign of the Liquidator at that moment. She knocked on the door. Then she opened it, to which made Bella worried that they were messing with it. She told her to relax, because the door doesn't hold any power. It was just placed there as a symbol for ritual. The power wasn't in the door. It was in the magic rigs around it. Suddenly, the magic rigs glowed while Professor Ariel was at the center of it. Gray asked what happened. He thought she's trying to summon the Liquidator or something. Bella could tell the magic was way dangerous, so she suggested shutting it down at once. But Professor Ariel told them not to rush. Her prediction tells her that the setup can't actually summon the Liquidator. The door cracked, and a void of darkness started being seen on the other side. Gray got worried that the space was being torn. Bella called out to the professor. The magic slowly dies down. The two got confused, but it was just as Professor Ariel expected. She had confirmed that those devices weren't made to call the Liquidator. They just punched a tiny gap toward where it exists. Then they funnel the leaking power. The core they used to crystallize the power was most likely human lives. She could tell 10 souls were used so far, but the molding process may have taken more sacrifices. She guessed that the majority of the people they saw upstairs were taken to be raw materials. Bella inquired why they would go that far just to gather power. She wondered what they're trying to do with it. The black flame that Varian used in their fight was most likely boosted by the crystal, and that crystal was the byproduct after they finished processing it. She also knew that the catalyst won't be limited to flames. If they mass-produce the stuff, no one knows exactly what they plan to do with it. The cracks on the door were disappearing. Gray asked if Varian wasn't trying to summon the Liquidator after all, but Professor Ariel had no idea if he didn't try or he just couldn't. She inspected the magic rigs and determined that it was pushed to the limits. It could be that the setup was all they could manage. Bella looked around and deemed that the apparatus were extremely valuable. She had never seen a spatial warp magic that precise and high output. Professor Ariel agreed and revealed that making one of those would cost a nation's budget. But to have 8 of them, a single organization comes to her mind. Bella guessed that it was the Discar Empire, but it wasn't it. They may be the world's biggest country, but they probably don't have the magical research resources to build one of those. Bella inquired who it could be. Professor Ariel thought of an organization whose magical research dwarfs even the Empire. Gray figured out that it would be the World Union Academy. Bella was slightly confused. Professor Ariel told him he was right. There was no other research body that could support that kind of scale and budget. There was a moment of silence between them, until Bella broke it to confirm if the Academy was actually behind it. She hardly believes it because the World Union Academy was supposed to defend the world from threats. Professor Ariel could understand why she doesn't want to believe it, but also she couldn't think of any other group that could pull that off. Gray argues that it doesn't mean that the whole academy was their enemy. He believes that most people there would be on their side, because before his regression, the academy's top forces were the ones on the front lines. Even beyond the subjugation squads, they kept protecting civilians right until the very end. After seeing that future, he can't believe that the academy was humanity's enemy. Professor Ariel pointed out that it was just as he said. Most of the academy probably acts for humanity and wouldn't allow experiments that waste lives. However, the academy has countless researchers as well as facilities. Hardly anyone in the world truly knows the whole picture. And she could tell that whoever was behind Varian had some serious backing. He couldn't have arranged all of that with his authority alone. Bella realized that they couldn't fully trust the academy either. Professor Ariel had watched the academy from the inside for decades. One thing she could say is that it's not an organization that they can blindly trust. Most of the people inside thought they're actually doing what's best for humanity. Even the ones behind the experiments had probably convinced themselves that it was for the greater good. She could only say that the truth was buried in the dark. Gray probed her for any idea on how they could find the mastermind. She looked around but had not found any communication devices in the facility. Not even the Maker's magic residue was left in the rigs. The cover-up was so thorough that finding any would prove difficult. Then she sensed something. A loud explosion happened behind Bella. The roof caves in. It suddenly became chaotic. She inspected it and saw that they also even installed evidence-erasing mechanisms. But they didn't blow up the place the moment Varian died, which led her to the assumption that they were planning to lure the ones snooping around before detonating the place. Bella screamed that it wasn't time for a hypothesis because they had to get out of there quickly. Professor Ariel told her to calm down because it was just magical explosives. She claimed that the World Union Academy's professors weren't weak to be killed by something like that. Professor Ariel created a magic circle and told them not to step out of it. The magic rigs around them also glowed. This has been really a close call. Luckily, they disappeared just right before everything fell apart. Outside the laboratory, it was where they teleported, along with some other people. Everyone who was captured made it out safely. Bella really thought that she'd die. Gray commented that they're too close to the lab to feel comforted. Professor Ariel responded that they had more baggage than she expected, so it slowed teleportation down. But it was worth it, because they were also able to take the magic rigs. Once they show it to the academy, they won't be able to ignore them anymore. The night deepened. And on the next day, they were informed that the survivors were being treated in the academy's medical wing. The one who told them the news was the World Union Academy headmaster, Orodrom Alexandro. He expressed his gratitude to them for stopping Varian's illegal experiments. Then he brought up the topic of the magic rigs. Each one of it is worth more than a national budget. Professor Ariel knew that, and there were 8 of them. She's certain that there was no way he could have gathered that kind of firepower alone. She wondered how he obtained those. He answered that it was stolen goods. They were hijacked mid-transport, and 78 transport agents were wiped out. That was surprising news. Hearing that 78 transport agents of the Academy were dead, she remembered an incident 15 years ago. Alexandro confirmed that the stolen cargo back then carried those magic rigs. Professor Ariel recalled the one responsible for it. He revealed it was Blood Drinker. He assumed she knew him. Gray was familiar with them, the world's biggest crime organization. Bella described them as parasites of the world that always crawl back, no matter how many times people crush them. Her intense description made Gray glance at her, but it made sense when she revealed that they killed her parents. Alexandro confirmed her description because despite being exterminated hundreds of times, they still resurfaced. No one knows where they hide or who leads them. Some say over 10% of all crime-related deaths were their doing. It wouldn't surprise Alexandro if some of their people were already inside the academy. What's worse was that there's no way to tell them apart. Even if there was, the academy wouldn't act on it. That made Gray raise his tone as he asked what he meant. Professor Ariel replied that it's how the academy operates now. Anyone with talent gets a chance to grow stronger no matter their bloodline, race, or gender. Alexandro confirmed that, and added that it also doesn't matter if they're criminals. Bella yelled that it was absurd. She argued that if there were criminals, they should be dealt with. Alexandro agreed, however, the higher-ups don't seem to share that view. She was confused because he was supposed to be the headmaster. He replied that he's nothing more than an underling. He clarified that he's the face of the academy on paper, but the authority he actually held was laughable. He asked them if they truly want to know who's running things. Gray and Bella nodded. Alexandro then responded that they had to grow stronger, because the more power they prove they have, the deeper they'll be allowed into the academy and the more secrets they'll uncover. He can't name names, but he informed them that they had an upperclassman who had enough influence to shape the academy's entire direction. Even that crazy policy of accepting criminals was his decision. Gray wanted to confirm his thoughts, and Alexandro responded that they too could even change the academy. Because their strength was everything. That made those two determined. It was evident on how they clenched their fists with their hands shaking. Alexandro finds it amusing. Because he knew Ariel shouldn't stand a chance against Varian at all, so it meant that one of those two students had done it. He couldn't deny that Ariel's divine eye was sharp as ever. He couldn't wait to see what kind of monster she trains. After that, Gray walked the hallway alone. He checked the mark on his arm. As he thought of how power rules the academy, whether they want to take down the liquidator or uncover what's going on behind the scenes, they'll need to focus on getting stronger first. When he looked up, he saw someone, so he excused himself. But to his surprise, the guy kicked him instantly. He blocked it with his forearms, but he was still pushed away. His feet were dragged. Until he found his balance. The person who kicked him commented that he's tougher than expected. Gray asked him what his problem was. The guy was offended by the question. Because it was Gray who was walking around like he owned the place. The guy claimed that a special admission reject like him doesn't belong in the hallway. Gray realized that he's one of those who hate the special slots, but this was the first time someone actually kicked him in the hallway. Gray had to confirm if he's picking a fight. The guy wanted to, but reject number 2 showed up. Gray turned to see who he was talking about, and just like that, the guy left. While the guy walked away, he talked to someone. He apologized to that person and explained that surveillance was tight, so he couldn't get any closer. Then he promised to send someone else there soon. This guy was talking to Varian, and just as we thought, that old traitor is still alive. Professor Ariel asked Gray what happened. He replied that some random student kicked him while saying that a divine eye special admit like him shouldn't even be walking around the academy's halls. Since there were no weapons or injuries, Professor Ariel couldn't officially do anything about that, so she suggested that he chase him down and punch the lights out of him. Gray was surprised to learn that he's allowed to do that. She couldn't technically permit him as his professor, but she reasoned that her eyesight's been getting pretty bad lately, so if something were to happen nearby, she might not notice it. She acted the part to look more convincing. Gray finds that way too suspicious, so he decides to leave the guy alone. He didn't want to cause any more trouble. She thinks it was such a shame. But she was curious if Divine Eye Special admits were disliked that much. He told her that some people made fun of them sometimes, but it was the first time that it had gotten physical. She realized that her students were being mocked. She apologized to him. She felt bad not having more authority in the school. He assured her that there's nothing to worry about. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't even be in the academy. And he was certain that Bella and the others would prove that the Divine Eye program wasn't a mistake. After all, she had good eyes. That left her speechless. It made her blush, and then she thanked him. Bro's Riz is getting effective. Then she told him not to act like it's someone else's problem. Because out of everyone in the Divine Eye group, he was the one she expects the most out of. She believed that Amy White, Leek Muller, Jacob Bloomfield, like the special admits before then, would all become top tier. But the first time she truly believed someone could surpass humanity itself was when she met him. He felt bothered that she compared him to them, but he realized that was a weak mindset. The mastermind behind Varian probably hasn't given up on summoning the Liquidator yet, and even those great people couldn't even scratch that thing. He came back to that timeline to make sure he could defeat it. He remembered what he was told. The fate of the world rests in his hands. After that encounter, the swordsmanship class had a live combat practice. The students paired up according to the list on the board. Gray had to be sharp for this practical training. It was because if he screws up, everyone would start bad-mouthing all the Divine Eye admits again. At the very least, he needs to show he can keep up with the regular students. But he was paired with Leonhard Apius. He's the top of the swordsmanship course. In other words, he's the strongest first-year student. The professor informed them that he matched the students of similar skill level, so they don't have to hold back and to treat it like a real fight. But Gray thought it was a joke. He wondered how he'd end up fighting the top student when he barely got in as a special admit. On top of that, the guy already hates Divine Eyes students. He expected him to be itching to beat him bloody after the incident last year. Someone then caught our MC's attention. Leonhard approached him and expressed that he's glad to be paired with him. Deep inside, since he got to spar with Gray, he felt that becoming top of the class was worth it. In Leon's mind, he trained harder than anyone. He wanted to showcase his swordsmanship to Gray. Gray's mouth twisted when he saw him. Leonhardt's smile was too bright. It made Gray certain that Leonhardt's loving the fact that he finally has the chance to beat him up legally. He stuttered when he replied that he was looking forward to it. Just look at this facial expression, dude. A few moments later, the professor asked if everyone was ready. The match began. Leonhardt attacked at once. Gray blocked him with his sword. He struggled, though. He was pushed back when Leonhardt swung his sword. Leonhardt was focused. He attacked again, and Gray barely evaded it. Then Gray gripped his sword tightly and counterattacked. Leonhardt blocks his sword while acknowledging that he was strong. It was hard to believe that he didn't make it through regular admission. They continuously clashed swords. Gray expected to get wrecked instantly, but he's actually holding up. But still, he couldn't match his raw power even with both his arms. Leonhardt's swordsmanship was insane. It was a proper by-the-book style. He described it as polite swordsmanship, but perfected to a terrifying degree. Even with the experience from his past life and his master's training, he could call Leonhardt a monster for someone in his first life. Their fight captured the attention of the other students. They were impressed how Gray was keeping up with Leonhardt. Leonhardt felt wonderful. He expressed how he could do that all day. But Gray was worried since his stamina can't keep up. If it weren't for Heathcote's training, he'd already be down. He didn't know that Leonhardt was bothered that he still wasn't out of breath. It wasn't obvious that Gray was running out of stamina. Deep inside, Gray felt rushed to end it at once. He remembered the professor saying to fight like it's a real one. He focused and watched him attack. He ducked when the sword was swung at him, and while on the ground, he turned his body using his hand. Leonhardt was caught off guard. When Gray targeted his ankle, Leonhardt was caught off guard with his move. When he saw Gray's expression, he realized that he was treating it like a real life-or-death battle. He gripped his sword tightly. He gave his best because he couldn't afford to lose. After several clashes, eventually, those two ended up pointing their swords on each other's throat. Gray declared it was a daw. He helped him to get up. Leonhardt accepted his hand, but responded that it wasn't quite like that, because he admits that in the last instance, all he could do was swing his sword. On the other hand, Gray could have pierced straight through his heart if he had wished so. It was a mock battle, so he knew Gray was just forced to thrust the sword at his neck. Gray commented that even with all those protective spells, pointing a sword at someone's heart in a mock duel was kind of messed up. Leonhardt concluded that he lost. He thanked him for making him see the difference between real combat and fencing practice. Also, he learned that fighting wasn't just about sword skills. Gray was humble, so he replied that it was a cheat move for swordsmanship class. Leonhardt reminded him that the instructor said to treat it like real combat, so there was no such thing as cheating in real combat. So he had a suggestion, and that was to have another round. Gray didn't seem fond of the idea. He only won because he caught him off guard. If they go at it head-on, he knew there was no way he'd stand a chance. It wasn't about technique anymore. He was aware that the guy's stamina leaves him to the dust. But someone stopped them. The man pointed out that they were in a sword class, and nobody said he's allowed to use anything other than a sword. He also questioned how a special admit loser like him got paired up with the top student. He warned him not to get too cocky just because he has some magic. It wasn't like it was Gray who arranged the matchup. Leonhardt stepped in and replied that the instructor had decided that he's the only one worthy of fighting Gray. He told the guy to butt out. The instructor confirmed what Leonhardt said. He reminded them that he paired students with similar overall strength, and Gray was the only one who could take Leonhardt on. Leonhardt nodded his head in agreement. The instructor proposed to the other student to try facing Gray if he's not satisfied. If he could beat Gray, then he would be Leonhardt's opponent. He agreed. Then he told Gray that he was able to beat the examiner to enter the academy. He didn't want to be lumped by those who barely scraped a pass and a tie, or the ones who couldn't pass at all. Leonhardt realized that this guy was judging Gray by his admission category without even knowing his true strength. He saw his old self in him, but he also thought it would be a good chance to make them recognize Gray's power. More than that, he's annoyed that this guy interrupted his time with Gray. The guy noticed his expression. Leonhardt wanted to judge him with death for that crime. The poor guy was puzzled as to why he's so pissed. Since the guy didn't like the real combat rule, he agreed that they could only use their swords. He asked Gray if he's okay with that. Gray had no clue how strong the guy was, but if he got into the academy through regular exams, he knew it wouldn't be that easy. He could tell he had more stamina and strength than him. Even with his master's brutal training, he couldn't beat years of proper nourishment and conditioning. He expressed that he's not confident in his skills, but it wasn't like he'd get expelled if he lost. The instructor confirmed that he's right. It was just a practice class. But he reminded them not to go easy on each other. After hearing that, Gray agreed. As soon as the signal to begin was given, the guy charged at him. The guy was thrilled to put him into his damn place. Gray blocked the sword. He got slightly confused. He moved his sword and pushed the guy away. The guy was surprised. Gray felt that his hits were light and his powers were nothing special. Of course, this fucker attacked again. Gray wondered if he's holding back. He simply swung his sword. And to their surprise, the guy was hit and he bled. He fell to the opposite side, and the instructor announced that the match was over. Gray got nervous. He asked him if he's okay. He was aiming for his sword, but he actually hit the guy. He was expecting him to dodge. But this guy claimed that it was just a fluke and he was just caught off guard. His face was a mess with tears flowing and blood stains on his nose and cheeks. But since his ego is bigger than his brain, he challenged our MC again. The other students pitied him since it looked painful. The instructor could only sigh. Then he agreed to let them do it until they're satisfied. He charged again. Time passed by. Gray looked fine. He asked the guy if he's okay. The guy could barely open his eyes. His face was already unrecognizable from all the bruises and bumps. His speech was slurred when he replied that he's fine. He still assumed a combat stance. With his condition, the instructor had to tell them to stop. He told one of the students to take him to the infirmary. After that, he announced that the year's representatives would be Gray and Leon Hart. He asked if there were any objections from the class. Gray had no idea what representatives were. The instructor explained that the top first years would take on the second-year champion in the inter-year battle. The first years had lost 35 times in a row, but with Gray there, he had a feeling that in that year, things would be different. Gray was surprised to hear that there have been 35 losses. He inquired if the power gap between first years and second years were really that big. The instructor replied yes. A year at the academy was huge. He told them that losing was normal. If anything, it was expected. So, if they could even put up a decent fight, it was already impressive. And if he wins, that would go down in the academy's history as a miracle. Just being chosen to fight would be considered an honor. The professor tapped his shoulder and told him not to stress it too much. He also dismissed the class before leaving. Gray realized that the inter-year battle wasn't as serious as he thought. Still, a Divine Eye special student, it was a perfect chance to prove that he could actually fight. He knew that he needed to train hard. Meanwhile, the faculty had a meeting, and last on their agenda was Professor Budra's proposal. Professor Ariel watched him. Professor Budra of the Magic Department proposed Amy White to be expelled. Professor Ariel probed him on why he would suggest that, especially that she's the one managing the Divine Eye students. Professor Budra pointed out that it was the problem. Amy White failed the third year's advancement exam. In spite of that, she got to stay because she's a special admit. Every other student who failed was expelled, so he pointed out that it doesn't look fair to anyone. Headmaster Alexandro was quiet. Professor Ariel pointed out that as she told him before, Amy was progressing steadily toward top-class world-level combat ability. Since the backlash on her body was harsh at the moment, she was unable to display her full power. If that wasn't the case, she would have passed. The other professors were displeased with that excuse again. The professor beside Professor Budra expressed that the reason the backlash on her body was harsh makes a useless student sound like some hidden prodigy. He questioned how long she planned to keep spouting that fantasy of her secret powers. Professor Ariel insists that it was the truth. She believed that Amy could gain control any day now, maybe even tomorrow. If they push her too soon, she might lose that chance forever. They insisted that she had given them the same excuse before. The professor sees it as her permitting someone who can't meet the academy's standards stay there indefinitely. She argued that the academy exists to nurture exceptional talents. Kicking out someone gifted just because they don't fit neatly into a system defeats the whole purpose. Professor Budra doubted that talent. He expressed that the special admissions were impressive in the old days, but the current batch were full of failures. His examples were Amy Whittle, Bella Albright, and Jacob Bloomfield. To him, the great Divine Eye was losing its keenness. The professor beside her suggested abolishing the Divine Eye program entirely. Professor Ariel was slightly caught off guard. She asked them what they're talking about. Professor Budra told her that it was established ages ago by the Academy's Founders Council, so it could be abolished the same way if over half of the faculty agree to the idea. Some professors expressed that the current Divine Eye students don't impress. They saw Bella Albright improve, but it's no major achievement. Not to mention, her mana capacity was questionable. Professor Ariel doesn't know how to respond. An older professor also expressed that even though the old Divine Eye students were impressive, the recent batch wasn't. The others agreed that they don't have the impact they used to have. She scanned the room and saw those professors smirking. While the others looked like they're being swayed, there were more anti-Divine Eye voices than she thought. At that rate, they might really shut down the program. Professor Boudra pushed that it had been outdated for so long that it was time for them to move on. He challenged Professor Ariel if she still plans to judge talent better than the rest of them. She was silent. So he took it that the cat got her tongue and stated that she at least knows she's past her prime. The professor beside him suggested to Professor Ariel to retire before she ruins her legacy. The others told her that if she wanted to raise her favorite students however she likes, she should just start her own school. Another professor added that it would take her luck to find students who'd follow the washed-up Divine Eye. Then they laughed loudly. Professor Ariel was silent. She was confident that she could recognize real talent. But those kids need more time. If they have time, they'll prove themselves. She just needs to stop them from getting expelled before that happens. She tried to think of something to say. When someone brought one of the divine students named Gray, the professor who mentioned him heard that he's promising among the first-year swordsmanship students. The long-haired professor shared that Gray was picked for the inter-year battle. Professor Boudra agreed that it sounds promising. He suggested letting him prove it in the competition. Then they could decide the Divine Eye program's future after seeing the results. Professor Ariel glanced at Professor Heathcote. He saw her and shook his head. Professor Ariel had to speak up. She told him that Gray's power wasn't suited for mock battles, but if it were a kill or be killed situation. She was cut by Professor Boudra, who was sick of her excuses. The professor beside him added that if Gray couldn't show it in training, he won't be able to show it in real combat either. Professor Ariel argued that his abilities weren't normal swordsmanship. The crowd went silent. Alexandro dismissed the meeting since the discussion was going nowhere, but he expressed that seeing the Divine Eye students in action sounds reasonable. He planned to watch his performance in the inter-year battle and decide after that. That was a bad thing for Professor Ariel. With that conclusion, the meeting was adjourned. Professor Boudra looked forward to the competition. They expected it to be quite a show. Before Professor Heathcote exits, he glanced at Professor Ariel, who was left sitting there looking sullen. She felt apologetic to her students for being too weak. He remembered Gray in action, so she knew his power doesn't fit mock battles. She was also certain that he still needed time, and she knew what she was hoping for was unreasonable. So she hoped that he could help them. For those kids, those raw gems with world-class potential to protect their future. She couldn't help her tears. The day of the inter-year battle came. The host announced the beginning of it. He introduced the competitors starting with the first-year top student, Leonhard Appius. Next was the second-year top student, Luinal Hartman, and the first-year challenger was Gray Lee. After him, the second-year challenger, Deeble Redardle, was introduced. Gray remembered him. It was the same guy who jumped on him out of nowhere in the hallway. He couldn't believe he was going to go against him. Everyone would witness what they're capable of. The professors were watching. Professor Boudra has this smirk on his face. Leonhardt noticed that so many professors came to observe the showdown. He asked Luinal if the inter-year battles were usually like that. Luinal revealed that it was a first. Only 3 fencing professors bothered to show up last year. It also made him wonder why there were so many that day. Then Leonhardt had an eureka moment. That it was because the professors were curious about Gray. He approved of their excellent taste. Luinal wondered if that was the true personality of Leonhardt. Professor Boudra replied that his guess was correct. He announced that they had come to witness the final battle of the Divine Special Admits. That statement made the students clamor. Gray asked what he meant. Professor Boudra was surprised that no one told him. They looked at Professor Ariel. Then he responded that the Divine Eye class was being abolished. That news shocked him. He asked Professor Ariel if that was true. She couldn't look at him. She knew that if she told him the truth, he would push himself, and he might even use that power. But in his current state, it could kill him. She took a deep breath. Then she replied that Boudra was just trying to mess with his focus. She told him not to let it get to him and just fight. They were silent. Gray noticed her trembling hands. He kept quiet. and simply accepted her response. Professor Budra told them to go and embarrass themselves. He was confident that once they lost pathetically, the other professors would finally realize that Ariel's divine sigh wasn't as keen as it used to be. Gray expressed that he couldn't let that slide. Professor Budra certainly didn't expect that. Then Gray told him that he doesn't care if he insults him. But he didn't want him talking down on Professor Ariel's judgment. Professor Ariel was surprised by his statement. Professor Budra got triggered and insulted him by asking him what kind of talent did Professor Ariel's eyes pick up on him. He added that unlike his professor, those who haven't gone senile were convinced that he would lose pathetically. Gray became determined to prove them wrong. It heightened Professor Budra's anger that he had to be calmed down by his fellow professor. The host instructed the participants to split up and go with their teammate. Professor Ariel appreciated Gray's trust, but she was also worried and curious about what he's planning. If he was fighting the top student, his practical swordsmanship might have given him a slim chance, but he had been matched with a terrible opponent, which was Deeble Redardal. Bradley has rewired his brain surgically to boost his reflexes to inhuman levels. He's practically a living weapon. He's the worst possible matchup for Gray's ambush tactics. It worried her since Gray might have planned to use that ability. She called out to him and told him not to worry about her and that he shouldn't push himself. Gray was caught off guard. Then, he simply smiled and replied that he knows. The top student match was about to begin, so the representatives were instructed to step forward. The arena was warded with protective magic to prevent fatal wounds. Triggering their opponent's safeguard counts as victory. They were told to fight as if it was real combat. After the instructions, the inter-year battles' top student match had begun. Leonhardt charges first. Lewinel braced for the incoming attack. Their swords continuously clashed, then Lewinel moved quickly to attack more aggressively. But Leonhardt ducked to evade his sword. Then he placed his ground for support and kicked Lewinel on the jaw. But it puts a strain on him. He realized that he couldn't afford to fight like Gray. Lewinel was able to evade his foot. He acknowledged that Leonhardt was good. He was even stronger than he was in his first year. He picked up the pace and asked him if he could keep up. When he attacked again, Leonhardt deflected it. But Leonhardt lost his balance. He was backed into the barrier, and he knew he's in a bad place. He saw the incoming sword that was about to stab him, but he couldn't do anything. The sword hit the wall, a few inches from his neck, and the host told them that it was enough, and he announced that the winner of the top student match was Lewinel. Leonhardt thanked him for the match. Lewinel expressed that it was a good fight. Next was the challenger match. The representatives were called forward. Leonhardt wished Gray some luck. Gray had run his mouth, so he knew he had to back it up. He fought more hopeless monsters than he can count before turning back time. So, compared to that, he expected that he had more chances of winning this fight. Deeble dragged his sword, making a screeching sound, while he told Professor Bradley to wait a little longer and he would send Gray to where he was. And that was to hell. The selection match for the inter-year battle began. Gray attacked first, but Radardal blocked it. It caught him off guard, and he was pushed away. Radardal's sword was so heavy that it made his hands shake. Professor Ariel informed Gray that Radardal's reflexes were boosted, but it made him wonder if they buff his arm strength too. With that much difference in power, no trick he pulls would work. He had no idea how the hell he's supposed to fight him. He had one more skill on his sleeve, but he was told not to use that power no matter what happens. If he does, he might die. Back then, he agreed with Professor Ariel. She told him that the tournament was important, but it was not worth his life. Besides, the arena's defensive barrier won't hold against it. If he uses it, he might end up killing his opponent. Back to the present time, Radardal charged at him, while he was thinking of risking his life to protect the Divine Eye slot. But he can't possibly kill someone in a school tournament. Radardal murmured something, and then he swung his sword in which Gray had deflected. He attacked again. Gray noticed that his movements were weirdly simple, and with his physical stats and reflexes, he knew Radardal could take him down easily. And he's also not lacking in technique, which led Gray to think that Radardal was holding back. He wondered what he's planning. Radardal had this creepy smile that ran chills on Gray's spine, and that made him lose his balance. He saw Radardal targeted his eye, and he knew he couldn't dodge it. But he acted based on his reflexes, and to his surprise, he was able to block the sword. It was a puzzle to him on how it happened because he knew he definitely wouldn't make it in time. He considered that Radardal weakened his attack on purpose. Professor Ariel jumped from her seat. She saw something through her divine eye. She wondered what kind of ominous power was that. There was a chaotic power in Radardal's chest. She got distracted when she heard Professor Boudra comments that it was such a one-sided match. One of the professors expressed that the second years that year seemed to have a nasty personality. Even though Radartle could end at any time, he keeps on dragging it out. They saw that the Divine Eye student had his hands full just trying to block the second year's attack, and yet he wouldn't surrender. To them, it just proves that Gray wasn't just strong enough. Professor Boudra suggested that the student might actually know that the Divine Eye was about to be abolished, and he's trying to hint it to them. Because at that rate, the whole Divine Eye special slot thing was going to turn into a total mess if they kept on waiting. The other professors laughed out loud and agreed with him. It led them to think that he was such a considerate student who was thinking of the academy. Professor Ariel demanded to stop the fight at once because it's dangerous. Professor Boudra sarcastically asked her what exactly was dangerous when it's just a mock battle. The other professor explained to her that the arena was covered with a powerful protection spell, and any attack that would cause fatal injury would automatically be blocked. Of course, he knew that she knew that, and he just pointed it out to make her look stupid. He added that the students could fight seriously without fear, unless she had some other reason that she wants the battle to be stopped. Gray was having a difficult time at the arena. Professor Ariel raised her tone when she replied that she knew about the protection spell, but she also knew that it won't be enough to safeguard Gray from the power that she saw. But it was too late. While they were having that conversation, an ominous power erupted from the arena. It made her nervous. Radartle had this creepy expression on his face. His sword has a dark aura around it, and the attack that he unleashed was so powerful. Gray was evidently scared and overwhelmed. The attack was so powerful that it extended beyond the arena, and it left the ground sliced an inch away from Gray's foot. It was scary to think he could have been sliced in half like that, and he saw that it even broke through the protective spell. Professor Boudra shrieked as he was almost sliced in half, if not for the barrier. The other professors were shaken. Professor Ariel made sure to let them know that she warned them. She cursed Varian for planting something like that in a student. She quickly unleashed her powers and tried to repair the barrier. She realized that the spectator barrier was too strong, and she couldn't use binding magic. She yelled at the other professors that it is an emergency, and they must disable the barrier immediately and cancel the tournament. She claimed that it wasn't swordsmanship anymore. Professor Boudra and the other professors were too shaken from the incident. She yelled at Gray to run away because stopping the fight from the outside would take time, but he knew that wasn't a viable option. If he turned his back, he'd die instantly, as Radartle was still continuing to attack him. The audience were scared. They screamed loudly when they felt the impact of the attacks. Heathcote knew that the professor's spells would take at least 30 seconds to reach the arena, and that was too slow. They had no other choice. He thinks it was still early to use it, but he trusts that Gray would be able to pull it off. He instructed Gray to think of his body as the sword. He told him not to swing his sword. Instead, he must move his body with that power. Gray was busy evading the attacks. In his head, Heathcote shouldn't just drop that on him out of nowhere. But if the professor says he can do it, then he'll do it. Well, he has to. He focused on thinking that he's a single blade. He just stood there doing that even if there was an incoming attack. The attack had come close to him. Suddenly, it caused an explosion. And Gray appeared behind Radartle, which surprised the guy. Gray started wondering if his enemy had always been that slow. But he realized that wasn't the case. It was because he got faster. From his attack, a black light shone at the center. Gray almost hit Radartle. Radartle had a barrier around his body, but Gray persisted in breaking through it. Eventually, he was successful, and he blasted him towards the ground. He made a hole in the wall when he crashed into it. Professor Boudra's jaw dropped when he broke through the defense barrier. The other professor asked what kind of fight was that. Professor Heathcote asked if the other student was okay. The facilitator hurriedly called for a medical team. Radartle came out of the hole. But they knew that something's not right. Radartle was now exuding this ominous aura around his body. Even his own expression didn't look like he's human anymore. All of them were surprised to see him unharmed. Professor Ariel warned Gray that it wasn't over yet, so he had to stay sharp. He acknowledged what she said, but was still caught off guard. When Radartle attacked him with black power, he could barely dodge it. It was so powerful that it destroyed the ground. Professor Boudra asked what the hell was that, while Professor Ariel checked with the other professors if the barrier had been disengaged already. But they needed 10 more seconds. Gray tried his best to avoid the attack. He watched Radartle carefully. Radartle swung his sword, and those black wind blades were unleashed continuously. And in a blink of an eye, Radartle closed their gap. Gray blocked the sword. But with the attack's speed and strength, he knew that there was no way Radartle was still human. And he's aware that he wasn't normal either. He shoved away the sword. And yet, after all that, Radartle was still unscathed. He was attacked again, and he realized that he was too slow. He was hit, and that made him barf blood. Professor Ariel got worried for him. He knew that he'd be done for if he didn't hit back. He wanted more power. Those thoughts consumed him. His eyes changed. And, in one swift move, he cuts off both arms of Radartle. And that made Radartle scream from pain. Blood splurts everywhere, and then Radartle fell to his knees while black mist came out from the cut-off area. The professor's jaws dropped. The arena was quiet from the shock. At that moment, the barrier had been disengaged. Immediately, all the professors jumped down. Professor Ariel was ahead of them. They chained Radartle right away. Gray was already out of breath. Unexpectedly, he felt a pang of pain, and blood splurts from different parts of his body. He fell face down on the ground, his body trembling. Professor Ariel rushed to heal him while asking if he's all right. Then 3 more professors went to their side. She instructed them to quickly cast healing magic on him. Gray was barely conscious. She watched his breathing carefully. After a few moments, she was relieved. She noticed a shadow was casted on her, and when she looked up, Gray was already well and standing. He thanked her. They were all shocked that he's already okay. The other professor confirmed if he's already okay. Gray asked Professor Ariel how it looks. She checked, using her divine eye, and she couldn't believe it. After using so much power, his soul doesn't have so much as a scratch. Then he asked about his body. She explained that healing magic took care of it so nothing should hurt anymore. Professor Heathcote approached them and said that it worked. They managed to lessen the backlash just as he thought. Professor Ariel didn't seem pleased that it was already a state where the backlash was reduced. In fact, she was fuming with anger, because without healing magic, Gray could have died. Professor Heathcote explained that they managed to keep it to wounds that healing magic could fix, so that was good enough for now. He added that he also wanted Gray to withstand the recoil on his own someday, but that would take some time. Professor Ariel simply glared at him. Gray realized that the insane training was for that. A lot of things went off the script. Some professors took care of the barrier in the arena, while the medic secured Radartle in a stretcher. Professor Ariel wanted to confirm who won the match. The facilitator explained that Radartle's protective barrier was activated by Gray's attack. Therefore, the winner of the selection match was the first year's representative, Gray. The students cheered. They couldn't believe that he beat a second year and he was from Divine Class 2. With that, Professor Heathcote claimed that the Divine Eye student had finally ended the first year's 35-loss streak. But, if he was being honest, the win-loss record doesn't even matter anymore. After watching that fight, no one could really say that Ariel's Divine Eye was wrong. Alexandro admits that after seeing the match, they had no choice but to say that she was right. Now, no one was going to support the proposal to abolish the Divine Eye special class. One professor added that they should be ashamed that they even considered abolishing it. They had almost expelled a student of such talent. Gray was busy talking to other professors. Professor Ariel gripped her arm tightly to contain her emotions. She was so relieved and thankful to him. Another professor agreed and suggested that those who pushed for abolishing the Divine Eye program should reflect on their own responsibility. Everyone looked at Professor Boudra. Him and 2 other professors were put in the spotlight. They were speechless, and they sweated profusely. Professor Boudra made an excuse that he had other preparations to handle and scurried away. His lackeys followed behind. The other professors laughed at them when they escaped. The older professor commented that the saying, "never pick a fight with the Divine Eye," still holds up. The professor beside him added that, compared to the old days, Professor Ariel has mellowed out. Time had changed compared to back then. It made Gray wonder if something happened to her in the past. Now that the distraction is gone, Headmaster Alexandro approached Gray to talk about a few things that concern him. He looked serious, so Gray had his guard up when he asked what it was. In the match, the second-year representative, Deeble Radartle, clearly had some unnatural power forced into his body, and they planned to investigate it. But the fact is that a mock battle should have been completely safe, and ended up putting a student's life at risk. With that, the headmaster acknowledged that the academy was fully responsible for not detecting the anomaly beforehand, thus he apologized. Gray told him not to worry about it since nothing ended up happening in the end. He thanked him. And then he brought up that after Radartle went berserk, Gray also unleashed something. Our boy became nervous upon hearing this. Alexandro knew it wasn't magic, it was something far stranger, a type of power modern magic theory can't even begin to analyze. So he wanted to know what that power actually was. Gray had no idea what to say. He can't bring up anything before the regression, not when he doesn't know where the liquidator's mastermind was hiding. He simply replied that he had no idea. Alexandro doubted that he didn't know when he used it himself. He told him that he didn't know he had something like that in him, that it was just Professor Ariel who was the one who noticed it and explained. But Professor Ariel knew that it was a lie. By the time he took down the Ogre General, Gray was already using the power freely. It made her wonder what he was planning. Deep inside, Gray wished she would go along with it. To stop the liquidator, he needs her to keep being the one with power. He realized what he's angled at. She was impressed that he thought of everything. It made her think that he's not acting like someone living life for the first time. She could tell he trusts her so much, so she had no choice but to step up for him. She joined their conversation and told the headmaster that he's right when he said Gray's power can't be analyzed through magic theory, but she stated that she could see it clearly with her eyes. She shared that after observing his power, she asked Professor Heathcote, who has good affinity to it, to help him out, and that made that day's level of control possible. She admits that she's still researching how to draw the power out properly, but she asked if he could leave everything regarding Gray's power to her. Well, after seeing that fight, he can't refuse. He told her that Gray and the entire Divine Eye Special Group was her to command, and he encouraged her to tell him if there's anything the Academy can do to assist. They didn't expect him to say that. She thanked him for that. Gray and Professor Ariel smiled at each other. After that, he's off to the special underground medical ward to examine Radartle's condition. He'll need her eyes to come with him. It was her pleasure. After that, she went back to her office and marked it with an eye. She took a sip of her tea and informed Gray that, as per the analysis results, the power used on Radartle was nearly identical to the liquidators. She was certain that the crystals from that research facility were used. Gray asked what happened to him. Unfortunately, he died. Gray was about to ask if he was the cause, and before he could finish, she already answered no. She explained that the moment that power activated, Radartle stopped being himself. He may have already been gone when the power was implanted to him, and it was clear that it was aimed at Gray. A retaliation for killing Varian Bradley. It made Gray sullen, and he also realized that if Radartle was tampered with after Variad died, it could just mean that it was the doing of a third party. She also could tell that there was a bigger fish hiding behind all this. She planned to keep digging the connections, but it's going to take time. Her intuition tells her that deeper parts of the Academy were involved. He understood and told her to just tell him if he could help with anything. She sincerely thanked him. She also noticed that he learned how to use his power without damaging his own soul. He agreed with her, but the recoil on his body this time was worse than before. Her silence made him confused. Then, she informed him that Heathcote deemed that it's time for his training to the next stage. That made him so happy. He asked if that was really true. She replied yes. She smiled and declared that he'll be able to learn how to control that power way better than he can now. An armor stands under the open sky. The swordsman stands alone at the center, surrounded by motionless armored training dummies. That swordsman was Gray. Professor Heathcote, who was a distance away, brought up that the training method was dangerous and painful. He informed him that if he's willing to take more time, there are other safer options. He asked him if he's sure about it already. Gray simply replied yes. With that, they get started. Gray closed his eyes and focused. He imagined himself as a single blade. He tried to remember the situation from back then. A black mist wrapped around his sword, and it eventually turned into a red energy, and his body was covered with that energy. With that, he was ready to begin. Gray swings his sword in a single motion, red energy tearing through the armored dummies as they shatter apart. The red slash rips through the dummies, sending debris flying through the air. He dashes around the field, slashing in every direction, and more dummies are torn apart. Gray bursts out from the center after the rampage, while the destruction he caused is left behind. The professors were surprised at how fast he was. They couldn't believe but admire him. Professor Heathcote's brows furrowed. Gray tackled the other side of the training ground, but as soon as he started again, blood splurts out from different parts of his body. He glanced behind him and swung his sword at those armors behind him. He staggered and fell face down. The professors wearing white robes on the side immediately activated recovery magic. Green mist covered Gray's body. He was still unconscious. But a few moments after, the wounds had healed, and he was able to get up. He thanked all of them. Professor Heathcote told him that he had made good progress. He was able to hold it longer than last time. He believed that with more repetitions, his body should gradually learn how to endure the backlash. Gray expressed that he wasn't able to notice it back then since he was so focused, but now he knows that using that power hurts a lot. Professor Heathcote approaches him while telling him that pain and suffering means he's pushing past his limits. But he's also aware that the training was excessive, so whether Gray would continue or not was all up to him. Gray expressed how determined he was to do it. He assumed a combat stance to do it one more time, but someone arrived and told them to stop. It was Professor Ariel. She reminded him that the training was limited to once a day. He told her that his body was healed, and with that, his soul wouldn't get damaged. She explained that physical injuries could be healed with recovery magic. But if Gray takes more damage again before he stabilizes, it could throw off his senses when swinging a sword. She trusts that he understood that better than anyone. Gray recalled his hand before he regressed. In that life, he was bullied, and his swordsmanship wouldn't improve because of the lingering damage from injuries he got as a child. Professor Heathcote expressed that he was relieved. Even he would hesitate to repeat that kind of training multiple times a day. Professor Heathcote drops the piece of armor, and it slams into the ground, showing just how heavy it is. Gray replied that he understood. One of the professors in white robes asked Gray why he's in a hurry to get stronger when he's already more than strong enough as it is. Professor Ariel revealed that it was her fault. She narrated that she dragged Gray into a fight with Professor Varian, and because of that, the people working behind him now see Gray as an enemy, and the incident with Radartle was just the beginning. There were people operating in the Academy's shadows, and possibly the criminal group Blooddrinker that stole magic catalysts for Varian. So even if they isolate Gray somewhere heavily guarded, they still weren't certain if they could fully protect him. So getting stronger was the only way to survive. She felt apologetic towards him. He answered that it's nothing to worry about, because stopping the Liquidator experiment was his own choice. He was determined to stop it no matter what. She commented that he's an exceptional student, and all she could do was help him make the most of that power. Her statement led Professor Heathcote to conclude that she has something in mind. She confirmed that. She asked him if he had forgotten the safest and quickest way for a swordsman to get stronger. That made him gaze at Gray, who was clueless. Professor Heathcote agreed that changing swords was the fastest solution. Gray couldn't understand them, because the Academy-issued sword was supposed to be a top-tier custom weapon. Professor Ariel answered that it's normally good enough for a first year, but unfortunately, it can't withstand Gray's power. He agreed with her. She pointed out that no ordinary weapon could handle that force, so she planned to take him to her vault. Professor Heathcote couldn't believe that she's planning to give him one of the weapons in there. He had to remind her that Gray was still a student. She told her that it's fine. She inserted and turned the key into the air, causing a glow of light to form a shape. While she was saying that Gray had earned the right, it was evident that Gray was shocked at what he was seeing. A rift had formed, and she told him to come with her. Gray was the last to enter. His eyes widened at what he saw. Piles of gold and treasures were scattered everywhere. They walked through the hallway toward the sword section. As the two professors continued ahead, Gray remained frozen in place, staring in awe. Eventually, they reached the sword section to find something that would suit him. He was immediately overwhelmed by the sheer number of weapons before him. He remarked that no matter where he looked, every sword seemed dangerous. Professor Heathcote proudly replied that there was no sword collection in the world as extensive as this one. Professor Ariel understood how difficult the choice was with so many options. Ideally, she wanted him to test each sword using his full strength, but because of the nature of his power, they could only test one per day. In the end, she decided to narrow it down and try a few, one at a time. She started with the sharpest sword available. Gray commented that it felt quite heavy. She agreed, but assured him that it cut extremely well. She brought out a log for him to test it on. He got into position. He shifted his weight into his fist, raised the sword, and struck downward. The impact cracked the floor beneath him. It was a clean, powerful slash that split the log in two. Gray stared in amazement. Professor Ariel remarked that while the sword was incredibly powerful, it was a bit too heavy for practical combat. Professor Heathcote agreed, adding that no matter how sharp a blade was, it meant nothing if Gray couldn't land a hit. Still, there was no harm in having it. Against large, sturdy, slow-moving enemies, like divine beasts or even structures, it would be extremely useful. She also mentioned that she would give him a magic storage pouch so he wouldn't have to carry it around and risk it getting in the way, as long as it remained stored inside. Gray realized that this wasn't a sword he could casually lend to someone else. She replied that it was better than letting it gather dust. She would rather see it in the hands of someone capable of using it. She then asked him something. When he had faced Varian, the one behind the summoning of the Liquidator, could he truly say he wouldn't regret not having this sword? The question made him pause. He remembered the despair of his past life, when he believed his presence made no difference at all, even after training harder than anyone else. His expression hardened as he thanked her sincerely for lending him the sword. Professor Heathcote then advised him not to show the sword to others unless he fully intended to use it. Gray asked why. Heathcote explained that its market value was at least 10 billion, or no less than 10,000 gold coins. Gray's eyes widened, his jaw dropping in shock. He immediately told Professor Ariel that he couldn't accept something so expensive, but she calmly replied that she didn't accept returns. She clarified that she wasn't lending him the sword, she was giving it to him. She knew he would hesitate to use it if it were only borrowed. At first, he thought she was joking, but she made it clear she wasn't. If protecting her Divine Eye's admission cost only 10 billion, she would pay it gladly. She said the sword was simply a late reward for what he had done. He tried to argue. She cut him off, asking whether he truly believed her Divine Eye's admission wasn't worth a mere 10 billion. Intimidated, he quickly answered, "No, ma'am." He thanked her again and promised to take good care of the sword. That response made her smile. After that, she began searching for something more ordinary, something he could rely on in regular battles. Gray admitted that he never expected her treasury to be this impressive. Professor Heathcote replied confidently, "Of course. After all, no one in the world possessed an eye as keen as Ariel's Divine Eye. With it, she could earn as much wealth as she wanted." She called Heathcote over and asked which sword he thought would be the best fit. He scanned the room. Then he pointed out a sword. Gray asked for permission to try it, and she allowed him. He swung it once. Then he swung again. He continued, linking the strikes together with his footwork. He couldn't say that it was bad. It was a well-crafted sword, but something felt off. He wondered if it was simply because he wasn't used to it yet. Professor Heathcote noticed immediately that it didn't suit him. He moved on and selected another sword. This one had been created for experimentation, but Heathcote felt it might be a better match. He stopped beside the blade he had in mind. Gray froze in awe the moment he saw it. The sword had a clean silver blade, glowing blue patterns running down its center, and it radiated a calm yet razor-sharp aura. Elegant, but undeniably powerful. Gray asked what that sword was. Professor Heathcote encouraged him to hold it. He was surprised by how light it felt, but it had no edge. He explained that the sword was designed for experimentation with new technology, not actual combat. It might be an unsharpened slab of steel, but it was extremely durable. In his opinion, it was a good match for Gray. Gray asked if that meant he didn't need a sword with an edge because of the power he possessed. Professor Heathcote replied yes. He doubted that any sword, no matter how powerful, could truly withstand Gray's strength. And if Gray continued to grow stronger, even the swords in this treasury might eventually do nothing more than slow him down. If that was the future awaiting him, one where he no longer relied on a blade's edge to fight, then a sword like this, held in his hand, might be perfect for him. Professor Heathcote tried the sword himself. He swung it against a metal log. The log was left dented on all sides. Gray's jaw dropped at the sight, but Professor Ariel looked unimpressed. She knew Heathcote was just showing off. Personally, she believed Gray was still better off wielding a proper sword, but she also saw no harm in letting him try different options. She asked Gray if there were other weapons he wanted to test. She even offered to show him other sections if he wanted to try something besides swords. Even so, with the sheer number of swords in front of him, Gray just wanted to try them out. One in particular caught his eye, the one with the red blade. It looked much lighter and stronger than the first sword. He said he wanted to try that one and started walking toward it. But a sword along the way made him stop. He felt a familiar sensation coming from it. He asked Professor Ariel about that sword. She told him that an old student of hers had left it behind after graduating. It wasn't a famous blade, but it was very well made. Gray asked for permission to try it. And she allowed him. The sword felt natural in his hand, as if it fit him perfectly. He stood in front of the training dummy. With barely any movement, He cut it cleanly in half. Both professors were stunned. Gray was equally amazed. The sword suited him far too well. It felt as though he had been practicing with it since the day he was born. Professor Ariel asked if he liked it, and he answered yes. He admitted that he had never owned a sword that felt so easy to wield in his entire life. She wanted to test it further, to see whether it was truly compatible with his power. Gray hesitated, worried that it had once belonged to her student and that he might break it during the test. She reassured him that there was nothing to worry about, certain that the sword would rather be used than left sitting in storage. That convinced him. Curious, he asked for the name of the alumnus who made the sword. She replied that it was Metallum Norum. Gray froze. Metallum Norum, the world's greatest magic swordsmith, and the sword he was holding had been forged by him. They moved to the training grounds to test the blade properly. To measure both its strength and durability, Professor Ariel wanted Gray to push it to its limits. They began with the sword marked by blue patterns on its blade. They chose the most unusual sword first, wanting to see how it interacted with his power. Gray stood at the center, surrounded by training dummies. He began channeling his power. A red aura enveloped his body, but suddenly, it dispersed. He froze in shock. He told them he would try again. The sword slowly became coated in red light. He focused, trying to become one with the blade and pour his power into it. But once again, the energy scattered. A hint of panic crossed his face as he realized his power wasn't activating at all. Professor Ariel approached and asked if he felt any difference in his physical condition. He said no. She suspected the sword was the cause. Deciding not to force it, she set the blade aside and prepared to try another. She guessed that the sword simply didn't work well with his power. If that was the case, then the best option was to try the most ordinary sword of them all. She reached into her magic pouch and took one out. It was the one which was forged by Norum. Gray stood tall with his sword resting at his side. Around him were silent training dummies under the wide-open sky. He focused on a single thought, that he himself was one blade. A faint aura slowly flowed out from his body. He felt happy. He was glad that he had finally activated it. Suddenly, he heard a voice say, "While there's time." Gray quickly looked around, trying to find where it came from. Then he realized it was a voice inside his head. The voice continued, saying, "When the time comes." From a distance, Professor Heathcote told Professor Ariel that activating his power shouldn't be a problem with that sword. Gray decided it was time to begin. He stepped forward from where he was standing. He swung his sword upward in one clean motion, red energy flashing as it sliced straight through the heavy armor in front of him. He noticed the power felt the same as before, but the sword moved unbelievably smoothly. He moved to the next dummy. His blade flashed upward again, cutting the armored dummy cleanly in half. His body felt lighter than ever. Red slashes filled the air as broken armor pieces fell all around Gray. Gray moved like a blur, striking dummies as he passed them, his red energy cutting through everything. The healers standing by stared in amazement. They could tell. Gray was very different from before. Gray moved so fast that all anyone could see were red trails of light crossing the training field. To him, it felt like he was flying. The sound of armor hitting the ground echoed. He turned toward his next target, but suddenly stopped. There were no dummies left. The number of targets was the same as before. Last time, he could only destroy half of them. Now, he had destroyed every single one. Professor Ariel stood frozen in shock. Everyone wore the same expression, shocked, worried, and nervous. Professor Ariel asked how Gray was still standing. Gray looked confused. Then he noticed something was wrong. A deep slash ran across his chest, stretching down his torso. Professor Ariel shouted for him to drop the sword. Without thinking, Gray let it fall. The pain hit him all at once, and he dropped to his knees. Professor Ariel and Professor Heathcote rushed toward him while ordering the healers to start casting healing magic. Before they reached him, Gray slowly tried to stand back up, but he fell to his knees again. All his strength was gone. Professor Heathcote supported him and told him not to push himself. He apologized softly. Since Gray had lost too much blood, it was normal for his stamina to be drained, even with healing magic. Professor Ariel suggested that he rest. Professor Heathcote said Gray had broken past a limit he couldn't reach before, and that was a good sign. Professor Ariel agreed, but warned that moving without noticing his own injuries was very dangerous. Professor Heathcote nodded and added that in real combat, without a healer nearby, such mistakes could be deadly. Professor Ariel picked up the sword. Even after all that, the blade didn't have a single scratch. It was truly an amazing sword. She activated her divine eye and examined it closely. The sword seemed to glow brighter, but she wasn't sure. Something strange reflected on the blade, and it scared her. Her sudden reaction made everyone ask what was wrong. Before she could answer, the academy exploded. They were left completely stunned. Debris flew toward them. A violent blast tore through a tower as red energy ripped it apart, smoke and rubble exploding outward. Students ran in panic as debris rained down from above. All instructors were ordered to deploy magic barriers. Their top priority was protecting lives. Gray stared in shock, his eyes wide as he tried to understand what just happened. Professor Heathcote knew the explosion came from the area that stored dangerous materials. He was sure it was no accident. It was done on purpose. Right after the blast, he noticed something that looked like teleportation magic for just a moment. He couldn't believe someone would dare attack the academy headquarters. The healers disagreed. The vault was protected by strong anti-teleportation magic and built to withstand most explosive spells. Professor Ariel revealed that there was liquidator energy mixed into the smoke. She guessed that special crystals from the underground lab were used to break the outer wall and the anti-teleportation field. Gray's eyes trembled as sweat ran down his face. A terrible thought hit him. Those behind the explosion might be Varian's allies. He couldn't believe they dared to strike the academy itself. Red energy continued tearing through the tower as students screamed and ran while debris fell from the sky. As expected, follow-up investigations confirmed that several items had been stolen from the vaults. Although no details were disclosed, everyone knew this wasn't a place where an outsider could simply walk in and cause an explosion. And the fact that the perpetrators had destroyed the teleportation inhibitor and escaped cleanly made one thing clear. Professor Ariel concluded it was an inside job. Gray couldn't believe it. She openly said the academy could no longer be trusted. Deep down, she also admitted that maybe it had always been this way. There was another possibility, too. If the academy was already under enemy control, they could have used their authority to take whatever they wanted from the vaults without resistance. Which meant the explosion itself had a purpose. Gray reasoned that whoever did this had no legal way to obtain what they stole. That was why they went through the trouble of blowing up the vault. She agreed with him. Professor Ariel didn't know what the higher-ups were thinking, but she suspected the true culprits were the blood drinkers. Those vermin had already infiltrated the academy once. Gray still remembered it clearly. They murdered Bella's parents. Professor Ariel warned him that he might be targeted as well, especially since he was the one who killed Varian. She told him to stay alert at all times, particularly when he was outside the academy. He nodded and said he understood. After that, Gray returned to the classroom. The tension hit him immediately. Some students looked on the verge of losing their minds, muttering to themselves in low voices. The atmosphere was grim. Gray wondered if it had something to do with the explosion. He asked his seatmate what was going on. The student stared at him and asked if he hadn't received the notice sent to his dorm about the outdoor marching drill. Gray vaguely remembered seeing something like that. Judging by his reaction, the classmate assumed he hadn't read it. Gray replied that he did. 16 hours a day. Marching and encampment training in an area infested with low-level monsters supervised by professors. A full week of that, on top of additional combat training. The classmate asked how he could stay so calm when they were expected to march for 16 hours straight, and worse, there was no guarantee of proper sleep. Apparently more than half of the first-year students dropped out every year because of this drill. Gray was genuinely puzzled. He told him that on real battle marches, soldiers never knew when an enemy might strike. At least this drill had a set time limit. To him, that already sounded generous. Back when he trained with the Liquidator Subjugation Squad, there were no limits at all. They were thrown into the mountains without warning and forced to march through monster-infested forests for an entire week. Some of them nearly died after being ambushed during training. Compared to that, this drill had professors escorting them. Situations like that shouldn't happen. The classmate was left speechless. Even drills that brutal hadn't shaken Gray. Gray could only respond with an awkward laugh. Still, seeing how terrified everyone looked, he couldn't shake the feeling that something dangerous was lurking beneath the surface. He knew better than to let his guard down. The day of the annual outdoor marching drill for first-year students finally arrived. Professor Heathcote warned them up front that it would be harsh. Most students who failed to complete it never made it to their second year. He urged everyone to endure, unless they wanted to end their academy life right there. They were transported to a beautiful island. Gray immediately recognized it as the edge of the Wintel continent. If his memory served him right, it was almost completely uninhabited. He couldn't help but wonder why no one lived there. Then, the march began. They crossed vast open plains. After that, they entered the forest. The professors led them into a narrow, overgrown path. One student hesitated and pointed out that it looked like the wrong way. Professor Hearthcote calmly replied that he knew. That only confused them further. He then explained that it wouldn't be a march if they took a proper path. Their expressions said everything. They already dreaded what was coming. But they followed anyway. A student complained about how much longer they had to walk. Professor Hearthcote snapped back that only 8 hours had passed since the march began. They were barely halfway through the day. Panic spread instantly. Faces drained of color. Eyes went unfocused. Sweat poured as students froze or stumbled in fear. They couldn't believe it. Halfway, and it was only the first day. Professor Hearthcote told them they would be fine. Their bodies would adapt as they kept moving. The hardest part was only at the beginning. Soon enough, they'd be walking without even thinking about it. They knew he was lying. Amid the dread, someone stood out. Leonhardt. He didn't look tired at all, as expected of the top student in the swordsmanship course. What they didn't know was that Leonhardt was watching someone else. Gray. From the very start, Gray hadn't slowed down once. A female student muttered that she was exhausted. Then she felt something move. A spider monster leaped from the trees. Before it could reach her, a dagger flew through the air and pinned it to a tree. Gray. She quickly thanked him. Gray warned her to stay alert. Some of the insects here were poisonous. Leonhardt narrowed his eyes. Gray wasn't just walking. He was constantly scanning his surroundings, prepared for any sudden attack. Leonhardt couldn't find a single opening in his movements. To march for 8 hours straight and still maintain that level of readiness? Leonhardt couldn't help but wonder what kind of training it took to reach that point. As for our MC, his stamina was still holding up. His past training, before regressing, was paying off. Just being able to get a proper night's sleep already made this far easier than the hell he once endured. But that wasn't what worried him most. Professor Ariel's warning echoed in his mind. Especially now that he was outside the academy, this drill pushed them into open areas with minimal security. Worse, the academy knew their exact location at all times. Gray silently hoped nothing would go wrong. But our boy forgot something. Just by saying those, he had triggered the Manhwa red flags. The professor ordered everyone to halt. The students looked completely exhausted. The professor with the goatee then announced they would be doing a meal training exercise. The students looked at each other, then they started celebrating. All they could imagine now was a feast. They were happy they would finally get food and a chance to rest. But for Gray, the way the professor said it gave him a bad feeling. The professor asked why they thought it was a break. He explained that during a march, if they wanted to eat, they had to cook the food themselves. The students were stunned. He divided them into squads so their strength would be balanced as much as possible. Everyone still looked tired and miserable. The professor continued, explaining that each squad would take a set of cooking tools and start preparing their own meals. He brought out the announcement board and the supplies. Squad C had Leon as the leader, with Plus, Regis, and Bias. Squad D had Gray as the leader, with Bask, Rumia, and Venus. Gray wondered if it was really okay for him to be the leader. He felt like no one would want to listen to the special Divine Eye slot guy. Then he heard someone say they were in his squad. It made him nervous. The pink-haired guy reached out his hand and said it was nice to meet him. The girl beside him smiled, while the last guy just looked calm and uninterested. Gray was surprised they were much more relaxed than he expected. Honestly, he thought they would complain about taking orders from someone who didn't even pass the regular exam. He asked if they were really okay with him being the leader. The calm guy asked what he was talking about. Then he said that after seeing the inter-year match, there was no way anyone would want someone else as leader. The girl agreed and said Gray was clearly the most reliable one. They carried the gear over and asked him what he wanted them to do. Gray was surprised by the big change in their attitude. The match had clearly left a strong impression. He tightened his resolve. He realized the academy was all about merit. One of the students then told the professor there was no food in the equipment supplies he gave them. All they received was a pot and a fire starter. The professor replied that in a real march, they might not even have food, let alone cooking tools, so having a pot was already generous. The students all turned pale. Someone stepped forward. It was Leonhardt. Politely, he said that in modern field operations, logistics supported by magic storage should exist. It was hard to imagine a long march without even bringing food. The professor agreed that Leonhardt was correct, but that only applied when the march was planned in advance. In sudden emergencies during mid-battle camps, or if the supply officer died, it was entirely possible they would be forced into a long field march with no preparation. He added that magic storage bags were extremely valuable items. Unless they were part of a large-scale unit, they would have to carry their own gear on their backs, just like they were doing now. And when that happened, he asked them, did they want to die without being able to do anything? The professor's eyes turned completely black. The students felt the weight of his words. Leonhard apologized. Gray had already confirmed that magic storage bags were truly rare. He had accepted one before, thinking it was just a fancy sword bag. The professor then lightened the mood with what he called good news. He told them the forest was full of monsters. During the march, they had been using monster-repelling magic, but he would now remove it. In other words, they wouldn't have to worry about finding food. He wished them good luck. He released the monster-repelling magic. It shattered like glass. A frightened student suddenly pointed at something on a branch. The pink-haired guy turned to their leader and asked Gray what they should do. Gray answered that their only option was to hunt monsters. He had been paying attention during the march. From the footprints and droppings he saw along the way, he figured the forest mostly had small to mid-sized monsters. They should be able to handle them with just swords. Everyone tensed when they realized they would soon be fighting. The female member assumed that finding a monster in the forest would be a huge pain. Gray told them that if the monsters were carnivorous, it would actually be easy. They could simply walk around until the monsters noticed them and came over. The pink-haired guy was clearly not a fan of using themselves as bait, but Gray pointed out that if they stayed where they were, they would just compete with other squads for prey. It would be better to move deeper into the forest. He added that if they truly didn't want to fight monsters, they could always search for bugs or snakes to eat instead. He explained that bugs were definitely an acquired taste, but snakes were actually pretty decent if cooked properly. In forests without monsters, knowing how to survive on that kind of food was important. The female member looked completely horrified. She quickly declared that she would rather hunt monsters. After all, they were in a forest full of them. The calm guy said he was fine with whatever Gray decided, since Gray was the leader. The pink-haired guy also said he trusted him. They started walking around, inspecting the trunk of a nearby tree. And the ground. Gray suddenly sensed something coming. He warned everyone, but they just looked confused. Then they heard rustling from the bushes. The pink-haired guy's face went pale. A large bear monster suddenly burst out of the bushes. Everyone panicked when they realized Bask was the closest one. Bask froze the moment he saw the real monster. It was far faster than he expected. When the monster attacked, he quickly ducked. He realized his body had moved on its own. After all, he had passed the academy exams and endured brutal training. He wasn't someone who should be underestimated. He swung his sword and slashed the bear monster, showing the combat skills taught at the World Union Academy. Blood sprayed from the wound. Bask felt relieved when he realized he could actually handle it, but his relief didn't last long. The bear monster suddenly lunged, ready to bite his head off. At that moment, Gray cut off the monster's paw. Bask stared in shock when he saw Gray beside him. Gray landed smoothly on the ground. His sword was already lodged deep into the bear's neck. The bear tried to swipe at Gray with its remaining paw. The claw rushed toward him, but Gray had already seen it coming. At the last second, he swung his sword and cut the bear's head clean off. The head dropped to the ground. Bask's sword slipped from his hand and fell beside him. The three others just stood there in shock. Gray calmly slid his sword back into its sheath. He shook his hands and muttered that the monster's bones were surprisingly tough. Then he reached out a hand to Bask and asked if he was okay. Bask nodded and thanked him for saving his life. Gray told him that monsters often kept moving, even after receiving fatal wounds. Instead of focusing only on killing them, the priority should always be avoiding their attacks. Bask admitted he had just learned that lesson the hard way. They all realized something important. Fighting monsters was completely different from training against people. The sun had already set by the time they finished setting up the boiling pot. Bask commented that the bear meat actually tasted pretty good. Gray explained that monster meat could taste completely different depending on the species. Some tasted great, while others were terrible, or even poisonous. He advised them that whenever they went on expeditions, they should always research the monsters in the area first. And if they ever had to forage somewhere unfamiliar, he recommended hunting boar-type monsters. Those monsters usually didn't carry much poison, and their meat was fairly decent. The girl in their squad remarked that Gray really knew his stuff. She asked if he had trained in survival skills too, not just swordsmanship. Gray simply replied that he had studied a little before, but deep down, he would rather not remember the experiences that taught him those lessons. Even so, he admitted he wasn't that knowledgeable. Bask immediately said it definitely didn't seem that way. Out of nowhere, a group of students approached them. They asked if Gray's squad had any extra food they could share. They looked embarrassed as they admitted their own hunt hadn't gone well. Gray turned to his teammates and asked if they minded sharing. After all, they had enough food to feed the entire class. Gray was about to hand the food over, The students looked incredibly grateful, but before they could take it, their professor suddenly interrupted. He announced that food transfers between squads were strictly prohibited. If they wanted to eat, they had to gather their own food. The students looked horrified, but all they could do was respond with a quiet, yes. Gray and his team watched as they walked away, looking completely dejected. The next day, they set out again. By sunset, the professor ordered everyone to halt. They would camp there for the night. From that point on, they would begin a field camping exercise. The students were relieved to finally get some rest. Gray's teammates were also exhausted. Still, they comforted themselves with the fact that they had eaten properly, which already put them ahead of most squads. But since it was still training, they worried they would have to gather food again. Fortunately, the professor announced that for this camp, portable rations and personal tents had been prepared for everyone. Squads would remain the same as during the meal training exercise. He instructed them to collect their supplies and set up their tents and campfires at the designated locations. Then he added one more detail. At night, they would simulate surprise attacks. Each squad had to decide their own watch rotations. As long as they successfully repelled the attack, any method would be acceptable. When they heard there were designated locations, one student quietly complained that they would have to walk even farther. Another whispered that if their camp was close to another squad, they could probably slack off during watch. The professor calmly informed them that he could hear everything. He explained that the camps were spaced far apart on purpose, so no one could rely on another squad. Then he officially announced the start of the training. He advised them to hurry. The longer they took to prepare, the less sleep they would get. That night, Gray asked how many people should stand watch at a time. One of them suggested that one person would be enough. The girl in their squad admitted she wanted to sleep as long as possible. Bask agreed. If they used 2 people per shift, everyone would only get half a night of sleep. And honestly, that sounded miserable. Gray nodded and agreed to 1 person per watch. Bask then asked how they would decide the order. The first and last shifts were the easiest. The middle shifts were the worst because your sleep kept getting interrupted. Gray volunteered to take the second shift. That left the others. He asked if anyone was willing to take the third shift. Bask quickly said he would do it since Gray had saved him earlier. Gray thanked him. With that, their watch order was decided. Gray reminded them that once their shift ended, they had to wake the next person before going back to sleep. Rumia took the first watch. She sat beside the bonfire, already looking sleepy. Inside the tent, Gray was fast asleep. He looked completely relaxed. Meanwhile, a figure holding a blade quietly approached their camp. Because of that, Gray suddenly woke up. He had heard a strange sound just now. If it were a monster, it would have been much louder and far messier, so he knew it was a human, and someone who didn't want to be noticed. He peeked through the opening of his tent. He saw Rumia sitting there quietly, so he realized she hadn't noticed the sound at all. For a moment, he wondered if he had just imagined it. Then a faint sound came again. That confirmed it. Someone was definitely there. If someone was sneaking around at a time like this, Gray first thought it might be the professor checking if they were properly keeping watch. But he still didn't lower his guard. He remembered what Professor Ariel had told him, that he might become a target after defeating Varian. She warned him to stay careful once he left the academy. The thought crossed his mind that it could be an assassin. To be safe, he decided to assume it was one and act accordingly. Either way, ranged attacks were possible, so staying inside the tent wasn't a smart move. He quietly crawled toward the bushes. It was a full moon. The forest was bright, almost like daytime. That made it easier to spot an enemy, but it also made hiding much harder. Gray moved carefully. The situation reminded him of the training he had received with the divine bow. Back then, the instructor had pointed out that the way Gray normally walked, pushing off his back leg, made too much noise. So if he wanted to move silently, he had to place his foot down starting with the toes, from the pinky toe to the big toe, letting the heel touch the ground last. Even if he stepped on branches or leaves and made a sound, it would be fine, as long as it didn't create a steady, artificial rhythm like human footsteps. If the sound blended with natural noises like animals or the wind, it would pass unnoticed. During training, they had even practiced walking barefoot through the mountains. The goal was to move as if they were part of nature itself. Back in the present moment, someone could be heard walking nearby. And that person was holding a sword. The man suddenly sensed something and stopped. But when he turned around, there was no one there. The next thing we knew is that Gray pointed his sword at him and told him not to move. He warned him to answer his questions and not make any sudden moves, or he would die. Gray demanded to know his name and affiliation. Then he froze in shock, because the person in front of him was the professor. The professor looked just as surprised to see Gray. Gray asked if the surprise attack had been part of the training exercise. The professor replied that he was only checking whether the squad was properly keeping watch. He admitted that he never expected Gray to sneak behind him without being noticed and put a sword to his throat. He raised his hands and admitted that at this point he couldn't even tell who was teaching whom anymore. Gray knew there was still a chance this person was pretending to be the professor to make him lower his guard. But if he truly wanted to kill him, he would be carrying a much deadlier weapon. Gray kept glaring at him. The professor gently nudged the sword away from his throat. Gray decided it was safe to trust him. Both of them suddenly turned their heads when they heard a sound. It was Rumia, holding her sword. She looked surprised to see both Gray and the professor standing there. She asked what they were doing. The professor explained that he came to check whether their squad was keeping proper watch, but Gray noticed him before he even arrived. He admitted their squad's vigilance was flawless. He had never seen first-year students set up camp so perfectly. Rumia looked confused because Gray was supposed to be asleep. The professor asked if Gray wasn't on duty yet. Gray then asked him if he had stepped on a branch or something while approaching. The professor said yes, and Gray replied that the sound felt human. The professor couldn't believe Gray noticed an attack from such a tiny sound while he was still asleep. Gray brushed it off as coincidence and said he might not have been fully asleep yet. An awkward silence followed. Then, the professor suddenly burst out laughing. He said Gray kept surprising him. First during the mock battle yesterday, and now by reacting to the faintest sound. He was starting to wonder if there was anything left the Academy could even teach him. He looked at Gray carefully. Then he declared that Gray was now banned from participating in night watch training. If Gray handled everything alone, the other students wouldn't learn anything. Gray pointed out that it might mess things up if one less person was counted in the watch rotation. The professor replied that Gray's squad would not receive any mock attacks between 1 and 3 a.m. He would simply assume Gray was on watch during that time, and Gray's night watch training score would be a perfect score, no conditions attached. He wrote it down in his notebook. After closing the book, he told them to continue their watch, except for Gray. He walked away, while wondering how Gray had managed to get behind him without him sensing even the slightest presence. For a moment, he wondered if Gray had once been part of some elite stealth unit. But that would be impossible at Gray's age. And yet, the level of skill Gray showed was undeniable. It made the professor wonder who Gray really was. The students continued their march. All of them looked half asleep. They hadn't slept at all because of that alert drill. Gray didn't look sleepy at all. One of the students suddenly tripped over a branch. As they kept going, more of them started getting tired. They continued marching until sunset. Since it was almost evening, they decided to set up camp for the day. When one student heard that, he quickly asked if they could finally rest. Another student muttered that if they were camping that early, there would probably be some insane training added on top. The professor told them to relax. The training for that part was already over. The sleeping tents had already been set up for them. They were told to take it easy until the food was ready. The students rushed toward the tents like a group of exhausted zombies. Under the full moon, they slept soundly inside the tents. Gray felt suspicious that they were allowed to rest like that. One student agreed, and predicted that tomorrow would probably be hell. Leonhardt turned toward him and told him he would be just fine. Gray felt uncomfortable that Leonhardt was facing his way. Our MC's gaydar is working. Suddenly, everyone was told to gather, because the food was ready. It had been prepared by Professor Heathcote. The table was filled with delicious food, and the students instantly began drooling. The other professors brought more pots and encouraged them to go for second servings. The professor praised them for surviving 2 days of brutal training. He told them to get some proper rest tonight and shake off all that fatigue, but only while they still had the chance. The professor wore a sinister grin. The next day, from there on, they would begin dangerous zone traversal training in the Gastia mountain range. The professors instructed the students to follow them. They continued walking deeper into the forest. One student admitted he freaked out when he first saw the mountain. But at this pace, he felt like he could manage it. His friend answered that the good rest they had really paid off. The professor noticed that no one had dropped out so far. He supposed that was expected from people who passed the academy entrance exam. But the real training was only just starting. In about 2 more kilometers, they would be entering water lizard territory. The professor informed them that these monsters were far stronger than the ones they fought during the food procurement training. Most of them would probably get killed without even being able to do anything. That scared the students. They asked what kind of training they were supposed to do against monsters like that. The professor told them they had to move through the area without being detected. After all, he had already told them it was a 2-week dangerous rotation training. Luckily, water lizards don't move much during the dry season, since they try to conserve stamina. As long as the students don't make loud noises, they probably won't be noticed. But during this rainless season, they are desperate to drink anything, and that could include their blood. The professor warned them that if they were noticed, they were as good as dead. So he told them to move carefully and avoid making loud noises. Walking without a sound reminded Gray of the training when they hunted monsters with the Lord Divine Bow. The professor who had encountered Gray during the night shift noticed him. He could tell Gray already had some monster hunting experience, but he warned him that even if the training felt easy for him, he still shouldn't get careless. Then he looked at the other students. They were struggling, just like every year. Another professor shouted at them, saying they were moving too slowly. They reminded the students that as long as they didn't make loud noises, they would be fine. He warned them to keep the pace. Otherwise, they might end up camping inside the water lizard territory. The students kept walking, even though they were clearly scared. Gray noticed that the professors hadn't really given them instructions on how to do this. It made him feel like this should have been taught somewhere safe before doing field training. They heard a sound and the professor told them to relax, since that level of noise was fine. He simply reminded them again not to make any loud sounds. They continued walking. At some point, the professor told them that from then on, speaking was forbidden. If they needed to communicate, they had to use hand signals. Also, if they made loud noises or spoke, they would lose points on their evaluation. They continued their march. Gray looked around as he walked. One of the students thought that even though they were told not to make noise, this was basically just a normal mountain hike, and the pace was even slower than yesterday. So he expected this to be easy. He also noticed that there weren't even any monsters around. He assumed the academy wouldn't use a place with monsters that could kill them instantly for training. So he figured the professors were probably just pretending monsters existed so they could practice stealth marching. He didn't want to lose points, so he decided to just play along. Accidentally, he stepped on a rock. He suddenly felt nervous. Gray turned toward him. The rock shifted. He made a sound and he tripped. The student regretted it immediately since he was going to lose points. He still believed monsters wouldn't actually show up. But he was proven wrong when they suddenly heard a loud noise. The professors instantly moved into combat positions. The students were terrified. Gray drew his sword while the other students simply stood there, frozen. The student who fell slowly looked behind him, and he was alarmed. The water lizard came charging. The student was terrified. He froze in place. Fortunately, Professor Heathcote stabbed the monster in the head. The students felt relieved when they saw him. The ground cracked beneath the monster. Then Professor Heathcote pulled out his sword. The moment he did, another water lizard came rushing toward them. Leonhardt chased after it. He slashed at the monster, but to his surprise, there wasn't even a single scratch on it. The creature rushed straight at him, and he was caught off guard. Professor Heathcote rushed in to save him. Then he shouted at the students that this wasn't something they could fight. They needed to fall back. The professors would handle it. The students noticed that even the professors could only leave shallow wounds on the monsters. That made them wonder if such creatures could even be killed. One of the monsters suddenly groaned before breathing its last. The students were stunned that the monster collapsed after just one slash. One of the professors explained that water lizards usually run low on internal moisture near the end of the dry season. So if they lose even a little body fluid, they can be taken down. A student asked what would happen if they encountered them during the rainy season. The professor let out a sigh. He warned them that if they didn't want to become water lizard food, they should never come to places like this during the rainy season. That's why this march training only happens after confirming there will be no rain. He added that the only reason they could talk right now was because the nearby water lizards had already been cleared out. If they hadn't, they would all be dead. They resumed their march. The students continued climbing despite their exhaustion. After stabbing another monster, Professor Heathcote announced that the climb was over. He praised them for their hard work. The students looked completely drained. Even Leonhardt was breathing heavily. Someone asked if he was tired. Leonhardt replied that his body was fine, but mentally, it was exhausting. Just staying silent the entire time made the march difficult. Professor Heathcote said that if someone wasn't used to it, it would definitely feel rough. That was exactly why they trained. That said, they had been spotted by water lizards 4 times so far. Compared to most years, that was actually pretty smooth. He asked if anyone had questions before they moved on. Once they passed through the monster territory, they wouldn't be able to talk again. Gray said that something had been bothering him. The professor asked what it was. Gray said he noticed a cloud in the distance that seemed to be slowly getting bigger, and it was upwind from their position. The students had no idea what he meant. Professor Heathcote told him he had a sharp eye. He asked Professor Rent if clouds normally formed during this season. Professor Rent replied that it should be impossible, and he agreed that the cloud did appear to be getting bigger. Professor Heathcote decided to turn back. He canceled the training. He told everyone to move out so they could leave the water lizard territory as fast as possible. One professor argued that they should keep going. He mocked Professor Heathcote for stopping the training because of one tiny cloud. Professor Heathcote explained that a cloud appearing during this time of year was already abnormal. Student safety mattered more than continuing the training. A female professor stepped in and said that Professor Wormel had led this expedition training for years, so they should trust his judgment. Professor Heathcote tried to argue. So Professor Wormel advised him that if he was worried about the cloud, they would simply increase the marching pace a little. He reasoned that it was a good opportunity for training. He instructed all the students to follow him like their lives depended on it. Based on their training results so far, he expected them to be able to keep up. He told them not to fall behind, since they had no time to fight the lizards, and no matter what happened, they must not make any loud noises. That night, the rain began to fall. The students continued marching. Professor Heathcote could tell something was clearly unnatural. Rain falling during that season was strange enough, and the air in that area shouldn't have had enough moisture to form a cloud that big. That led him to suspect that the rain was artificial. Professor Wormel commented that it had really started pouring. He wondered why it was even raining during that season. Gray called out to him in a low voice, but Professor Wormel answered in a loud tone. That made Gray question whether it was really safe to be talking so loudly in a place like that. When the professor realized what he had done, the water lizard was already behind him. The water lizard charged at them. Professor Wormel was about to turn toward it, but it was already too close. He managed to dodge its claws and struck back with his sword. The water lizard's arm was cut, and that only made it angrier. It swung its tail at him. He braced himself for the impact. But, at the last moment, he managed to stab its tail. Even so, the force of the tail still threw him away. He crashed into a tree, and the impact exploded through the trunk. The students became worried for him. He tried to stand up even though his body was trembling. Gray knew a professor's reflexes should normally be fast enough to dodge something like that, yet he was badly hurt. He wondered if Professor Wormel had been too focused on counterattacking. The students were horrified by how fast the water lizards were. They wondered if the monsters were always that quick. Even though they had heard about it before, seeing it in person proved that they moved far faster when they weren't dried out. Professor Heathcote told the other professors to stay focused, and they charged at the monster together. The water lizard rushed toward them as well. The creature started bleeding from the scratches, and one professor slipped behind it. But the monster's tail whipped around and sent him flying. The professor crashed into the ground, and the water lizard rushed straight toward him. But someone suddenly moved faster than anyone could see. It was Professor Heathcote. He cut the monster into pieces in a flash. The other professors were relieved that they somehow managed to kill it. But not even a professor had escaped that fight without injuries. One professor said they couldn't continue the drill like this. Another professor pulled his sword out of the monster's body. Professor Wormel then declared that the drill was cancelled. He told the female professor to cast an emergency teleportation spell. He assumed she had already prepared it, but she told him she had been trying to cast it for a while now, and it simply wouldn't activate. He asked if anyone else there could cast it. Another professor said he could try, but he was also having trouble casting it. It was clear that their teleportation was being blocked. Professor Wormel suddenly realized something. It wasn't just teleportation that was blocked. The rain was part of it too. It looked like someone had deliberately targeted their expedition. And he believed that was very likely. Professor Wormel asked what they should do now. The other professor said that breaking through the water lizard territory in that rain would be suicide. The only thing they could do now was set up camp and hope the rain stopped. Professor Heathcote said there was a good chance the rain was artificial. He asked if it would actually stop at all. The female professor replied that their chances of surviving were still better if they stayed where they were rather than fighting water lizards again with their current strength. The battle earlier had simply gone their way by luck, and there were no casualties. She trusted that he understood that as well. Professor Heathcote said he knew that. But when it rains, the water lizards become far more active. There was no guarantee their location wouldn't be attacked again. He wished there was some way to get through this. Gray called out to him. He was slightly startled, but he still listened. Gray said that as long as there was recovery magic, he could fight too. So he asked if there was a way to break through. Professor Heathcote knew that with Gray's strength, they had a high chance of pushing through the water lizard territory. But he was worried whether Gray's body could endure it. Gray pointed out something he already knew. Even if they stayed there, no help would come. So it was better to try breaking through than sit there waiting to die. Even with recovery magic, Gray would have to use that power more than once in a single day. Professor Heathcote asked if he understood that, and Professor Ariel firmly said he must never do that. Gray replied that it would simply be good practice. As long as they made it back to the academy, there would be plenty of skilled healers waiting. Professor Heathcote pointed out that Ariel wouldn't have warned him if it were something that recovery magic could easily fix. He asked if Gray truly understood that. Gray then asked if he had any other way to get the students back safely. The students stood there waiting, their eyes full of hope. Professor Heathcote was about to argue, but Gray cut him off. He asked if he was really going to let everyone die there just to protect him. Professor Heathcote froze. He remembered what Professor Ariel once said. Gray would willingly sacrifice himself if necessary. That was what made him strong, and that was exactly what worried her. She had begged him not to let Gray do something irreversible. He had agreed to that. Now he had to make a difficult choice. And when he looked at the students, he apologized to Gray and asked him to lend them his strength. Gray was about to respond when someone interrupted them. Professor Wormel told them not to make decisions on their own. He said that Gray may have performed well in the competition, but trusting everyone's lives to a single student was a joke. Professor Heathcote explained that with Gray's power, he could handle a water lizard by himself. He could vouch for it because he had seen it many times during training. That was why he wanted to take a chance and believe in Gray's power. Professor Wormel objected to their decision. He ordered Professor Galak to use communication magic to send a rescue request to the Academy headquarters. He believed it was safer to call for reinforcements than to attempt escaping on their own. Professor Galak replied that he had already sent the request. It seemed their communication magic was being jammed, but the message should still have gone through. Professor Wormel was pleased with how quickly he acted. Then he pointed out to Professor Heathcote that moving on their own would only increase the risk. He asked if he was seriously planning to put the students in danger. The students looked at him with hopeful eyes. Professor Heathcote glanced at the dead water lizard before asking them how many times they thought they would be attacked by water lizards before reinforcements arrived. Professor Wormel answered that he didn't know, but he still believed it was safer than wandering outside the secure zone. Professor Heathcote tried to argue, but Wormel insisted they keep their voices down since other monsters might catch their scent through the sound. That made Professor Heathcote frown. So they waited there, in the rain. The students grew more anxious. The professors stayed on high alert. Gray also watched the surroundings carefully. Meanwhile, Professor Wormel casually rested under a tree. Then suddenly, a loud noise echoed through the forest and terrified everyone. Professor Heathcote immediately prepared himself as the monsters approached. Gray quietly said they were ready at any moment. Heathcote told him that if things turned bad, he should step in. Gray nodded. The professors charged toward the incoming monster. They surrounded the water lizard and slashed at it from multiple sides. One professor was struck by its tail. As he fell to the ground, 2 swords rushed toward the water lizard. Those professors struck the monster down. It let out a loud screech before collapsing. The professor who had been hit bragged that they could handle it just fine, but the professor who healed him said that wasn't exactly true. The other water lizards had already heard the fighting, and they came rushing over. Gray remained on standby. He unsheathed his sword. He noticed Leonhardt and several other students had done the same. Professor Heathcote said it was their duty to protect the students, so they should watch closely how professors from the World Union Academy fight. His expression turned serious. The professors moved into action. Leonhardt was struck by how strong they were. Even against 2 enemies, they were handling it perfectly. Now he truly understood the power of the professors. Professor Heathcote told the others to focus on thinning their numbers by taking one monster down first. He charged forward. The water lizard tried to claw him, but it was caught off guard when someone slipped behind it and stabbed it straight through the chest. The students cheered when they saw the attack succeed. After that one was dealt with, only a single water lizard remained. Leonhardt quickly checked everyone's condition. The professors had barely taken any damage. That made him believe they could finish this. Professor Heathcote and another professor then charged together. But while they were moving forward, 2 men quietly slipped behind them and tried to stab them from behind. One of them was Professor Wormel, but to his shock, the hand holding his sword was suddenly cut off, just as Gray had expected. And the professor with the glasses screamed loudly when he was struck by the blade. Professor Wormel also screamed in agony after losing his arm. The professor standing beside Professor Heathcote turned toward them. They were crouched on the ground, trembling in pain. He then turned his focus back to the water lizard. Professor Heathcote smiled and thanked Gray. Now he and the professor beside him moved to keep the water lizard occupied. After a while, the water lizard was finally brought down. Then they demanded an explanation from Professor Wormel. Professor Heathcote questioned the 2 of them. What exactly were they trying to do? Gray also stared at them coldly, waiting for their answer. Professor Heathcote pressed the two professors and demanded to know what they were trying to do. Professor Wormel claimed he was only trying to fight the water lizard and that Gray suddenly cut off his arm. The professor with eyeglasses, Wormel's ally, shouted to arrest the criminal at once. But the professor who had fought beside Heathcote earlier cut him off and called him pathetic. He pointed out that most people there had already realized the two of them were trying to kill everyone. The swordsmanship students weren't blind enough to miss something that obvious. He asked the students if he was right. They all nodded. The professor with eyeglasses was cornered. Professor Heathcote explained that assassination and kidnapping attempts against Academy members weren't exactly rare. Their organization had many enemies, and many people there were worth a lot. Basically, Professor Wormel planned to hide his attack during the water lizard fight, kill a professor, then once the guards were gone, kill the students or kidnap them for some shady job. The students were horrified when they heard that. Professor Heathcote said they survived because of Gray. He thinks fast. Gray asked what he was talking about when he had already noticed it from the start. That those men were trying to kill them. Professor Heathcote answered that he had more or less noticed it too. Professor Wormel couldn't believe he noticed. He wondered if their plan had somehow leaked. Realizing what he accidentally admitted, he quickly covered his mouth. Professor Heathcote clarified that he knew nothing beforehand. Gray stated that if you just watched someone's movements or their eyes, it was easy to tell. The way Professor Wormel moved wasn't the movement of someone trying to protect students or fellow professors. Up until halfway through, he simply thought the man was incompetent. But, once the rain started, the professor's movements became far too unnatural. For example, taking hits he could have easily dodged. Professor Wormel clicked his tongue. Professor Heathcote asked Gray if his body was okay. Gray replied that he only used the power for a split second, so the damage wasn't that bad. He said it felt like terrible muscle soreness. Professor Heathcote replied that it was good to hear. Professor Wormel scoffed. Then he laughed loudly. Professor Heathcote asked if he had finally snapped. Professor Wormel revealed that they still didn't understand, and now it was too late. Gray asked what he was trying to say. Professor Wormel told them to think about their situation. He pointed out that they were stranded in the middle of the water lizard habitat during pouring rain, while a powerful teleportation seal had blocked all escape routes. Reinforcements wouldn't arrive in time either, so even if they had figured out the plan, it was already too late. He claimed that everyone there was going to die. The students were terrified. He clarified that their real goal was never to kill them. He said that if they came with him, they would understand. That was why they had prepared a way out. Professor Heathcote listened, but Professor Wormel said there was one condition. He wanted Professor Rent, Professor Heathcote, and Gray Lee to stab their own hearts right there and then. They couldn't bring along anyone who might interfere with the plan. If those three obeyed, everyone else would be allowed to live. Gray and Professor Heathcote's expressions turned grim. Professor Wormel mocked them, saying they hesitated because their own lives were too precious. In the blink of an eye, Gray vanished from Heathcote's side. He pointed his sword at a professor who had been trying to attack in secret. He told him not to move. Everyone realized how fast he was. He had instantly moved behind that man. Professor Wormel asked if he thought taking a hostage would help. It was Professor Galak. Gray knew he could use teleportation magic. Sneaking teleportation interference and communication jamming devices into the academy without notice would have been too difficult. But if the professor in charge of magic was on their side, then making communication and teleportation unusable would be easy. Gray lightly dragged his sword across the professor's neck, and blood began to drip. Professor Heathcote commented that Gray was too sharp for a student. Professor Galak begged Heathcote for help, but to his surprise, a sword was pointed at his eye. Professor Heathcote ordered him to activate teleportation magic at once and send every student and professor there to the base of the mountain. If he refused, Heathcote would gouge out one of his eyes. And if he still refused after that, he would take the other one. After that, he would start cutting off his fingers, 1 centimeter at a time. Gray warned him not to send them anywhere else and not to leave anyone behind. If he made even the slightest suspicious move, Gray would take his head. Professor Wormel shouted at Professor Galak not to dare use teleportation magic. Professor Galak did not move, since he was refusing. Professor Heathcote had no choice. He charged at him. Professor Galak let out a squeaking sound. He ducked and placed both hands on the ground, and activated a teleportation spell. A magic circle appeared beneath everyone standing there. Back in the academy, a golden glow appeared in front. Out of nowhere, all of the students were instantly teleported. The professors inside the academy rushed out and asked what had happened. They were surprised to see the first-year swordsmanship expedition squad. One professor asked what was going on. Heathcote explained that while training in the water lizard habitat, they encountered an extremely dangerous anomaly and declared an emergency. He shared that the cause was an assassination attempt organized by faculty members, including the 2 magic professors who accompanied Professor Wormel. The students testified that it was true. Leonhardt added that the entire squad could have been wiped out, but Gray and Professor Heathcote saw through the scheme and saved them all. The young professor couldn't believe it. He didn't know what to do. The older professor ordered everyone to stay where they were. Then he asked if anyone was seriously injured and needed immediate treatment. He looked around and saw that no one seemed to be. After that, handcuffs were brought out. Everyone had to be placed under temporary restraints. It was to prevent any informants from covering things up or escaping. After that, everyone was questioned. Their files were reviewed as well. Gray gave his testimony. Other students were questioned one by one. Even the professors went through the same process. And the last one to give testimony was Professor Wormel. After that, the students and Professor Heathcote waited. The judge ordered silence. Headmaster Alexandro led the jury and was about to announce the disciplinary ruling regarding the attempted assassination and kidnapping of the first-year swordsmanship expedition squad. He stated that the incident was orchestrated by Professor Wormel, the expedition supervisor and ringleader, while Professor Balin, the deputy supervisor, acted as a co-conspirator. They were also assisted by 2 magic professors assigned for emergency response. Those were Professor Galak and Professor Rant. Within the fabricated pseudo-closed environment they created, they attempted to murder and abduct the students. He stated that Professors Wormel, Balin, and Rant consistently acted to carry out the criminal plan throughout the entire incident. There were no mitigating circumstances to consider. Therefore, under Academy law, the 3 of them would be sentenced to death. In addition, to investigate their connections and possible accomplices, the interrogator was granted unlimited authority for interrogation and torture. Once that process was complete, the executions would be carried out. Headmaster Alexandro warned that they would not die easy deaths. The professors were terrified. Professor Wormel begged to be spared. Everyone felt fear from Alexandro's overwhelming aura. This made Professor Wormel try to run away, but someone stopped him by grabbing his head and slammed him into the ground. Professor Rant shrieked when she saw his condition. Alexandro was so furious that the veins on his face bulged. He ordered the guards to take them away. The guards followed his command. Professor Galak was nearly just as guilty. But at the final moment, he abandoned the plan and helped the students escape. That alone was enough for a reduced sentence. Therefore, after interrogation, he would be allowed to live as a member of the convict corps. He replied yes. Leonhardt looked disappointed that he was not being executed. Heathcote explained that he still helped rescue the students at the last second. If he cooperated, they would sometimes spare a life to minimize collateral damage. Although, living was not always the better outcome. Gray and Heathcote walked together. Heathcote remarked that Gray went through something like this right after enrolling. Gray answered that he was getting used to being dragged into incidents, but he never imagined so many criminals were hiding among the Academy's professors. Heathcote agreed, since it was hard to believe this was supposed to be the world's greatest educational institution. Gray admitted it was nothing like the image he had before arriving there. Heathcote said he expected that. He explained that some people said the World Union Academy was not really an educational institution at all. They said it was more of a selection facility. The students were already strong when they were gathered there, and the graduates were excellent simply because they started that way. They also claimed the professors themselves did not have that much power. He wondered what Gray thought. Gray admitted he had wondered the same thing. Heathcote could only apologize. Gray added that there was only one thing he was certain of, that he had grown stronger since coming there. He was far stronger now than he had ever been back in the village. He said they might not be right to trust the Academy as an organization, but he was certain there were teachers there they could trust, and he believed that was enough. Heathcote sighed and commented that he did not sound like a student. Still, he reminded Gray that the Academy's training would only become truly brutal from there. Everything he had done so far was only light conditioning, basically a warm-up. He placed a hand on Gray's shoulder and told him that he would grow much stronger from then on. Gray answered that it was the plan. A few days after that, the professor praised the students for their performance during the field march training the other day. He acknowledged that there had been many irregular situations, but with that march, they had officially completed their basic physical training. From then on, they would move into the next phase. Before explaining what came next, he first showed them the goal they were expected to reach. Professor Rent stepped into position. He took one step and slashed the target. The shards scattered everywhere. He explained that the steel stake was 145 millimeters in diameter. If they could cut it cleanly in a single strike, they would qualify to advance to their second year. If they failed to achieve that by the end of term, they would be expelled. The students were terrified. He shared that every year, around half of the students failed to cut it and were expelled. One student asked what would happen if they got expelled from the academy. He answered that very few students graduated from the World Union Academy in the first place, so they didn't need to worry about it too much. He pointed out that their path after expulsion depended on what year they left. If they were expelled in the first year, they were usually transferred to a regular academy in their home country, and they would likely skip grades again and again as top students. The hierarchy would somewhat look like this. The weakest students from the World Union Academy are already considered as top elites compared to other academies. If they chose to work instead of transferring, they would often join a royal guard as elite swordsmen. A student asked if they could really join a royal guard right after being expelled. Professor Rent pointed out that they had already stopped being normal in the eyes of the public the moment they were accepted into the World Union Academy. Basically, they only seemed lacking compared to the monsters inside the academy, but they were still top-tier talent. Of course, they would still need real combat experience. Gray realized the gap between the academy and the outside world must be insane. It's just like what his master Arya told him last time. The professor suggested that instead of worrying about expulsion, they should focus on cutting the target. The students doubted it was even possible to cut through something like that. He handed a sword to a student and urged him to try it himself. The student stepped into position. He struck the target, but to his surprise, the force pushed him backward and he lost his grip on the sword, and he screamed, "Ouch!" so loudly that nobody could ignore it. His hands were left trembling. Professor Rent said he already expected the student would fail to cut it, but letting go of the sword was unacceptable. He lectured that a swordsman must always keep their blade in hand, even in death. Gray asked if there were any restrictions on what sword they could use. He thought that if he used the sword Professor Ariel gave him, he could probably cut it in one swing. The professor answered that only standard-issue swords were allowed, though he believed Gray could probably clear it already. Gray thought about it and realized that if he used that power, he could clear it instantly. But if this was meant to be a promotion requirement, then it should be possible without relying on that power. He began thinking about combining that technique with his own ability and reaching the level of the Liquidator because of it. He remembered the massacre the Liquidator had caused. It made him even more determined to grow stronger. Professor Rent addressed their doubts about whether something like that could really be cut with a sword, or if they needed inhuman strength like Gray's just to reach second year. He told them that shouldn't be the case. He asked if they had ever thought about how their professors and the second years felt far too strong compared to them. Even without much difference in build, the gap in power was overwhelming. He revealed that the reason was the infusion of life force. It depended on whether they could channel the life force every human possessed into their sword. Gray had heard of this before in his past life. Life force, or Odo, was used in refining ultra-compressed ether. He realized the World Union Academy must have developed a swordsmanship method that applied it. He wondered if this meant they were going to be taught how to use it. Professor Rent explained that in modern times, they didn't need to understand complicated theory to use it. The life-draining demon sword would forcibly draw out their life force and channel it into the blade. Once they became used to the sensation, they would be able to infuse life force into a normal sword as well. He asked if anyone wanted to try first. The students thought there was no chance they would grab a sword with a name like that. They waited for someone else to try first so they could see what would happen. Gray thought the name sounded sketchy, but he wanted to grow stronger. So he raised his hand. But someone else raised a hand as well. It was Leonhart. Leonhart was frustrated that he could do nothing when the water lizards attacked them. He had even been called the top student, but at that rate, he would never come close to Gray. Professor Rent knew Gray would endure it without trouble, but that wouldn't be useful as a reference for the others. So he called Leonhart forward to try it first. He handed him the sword. Leonhart inspected the blade and felt it draining something from him. Professor Rent told him it was better not to hold it for too long. The moment he grabbed it, he had to perform a test / immediately, then sheath it and let go. Leonhart took one step and struck the target. He managed to cut halfway through the metal. He couldn't cut it completely, but the power he had just released was insane. He couldn't believe that slash came from him. Suddenly, he felt something strange inside his body. He fell face first onto the ground. Everyone was shocked. The students rushed over to Leonhart. Professor Rent told them not to panic since it was always like that at first. He told them to simply let Leonhart rest. He explained that running out of life force was only temporary. If he rested, he would be able to stand again soon enough. He was impressed that Leonhart had not let go of his sword, as expected of the top student. Since they were already there, he asked Gray if he wanted to give it a try. Gray replied yes. The students couldn't believe him. He had just seen what happened, yet he still didn't hesitate. One student said it wasn't just his skill. His resolve was on a completely different level. Gray unsheathed the sword and took his combat stance. He could feel it draining his strength, so he knew it wasn't something he could endure for long. He was ready to begin. He struck the target with tremendous force, but he couldn't cut through it completely. He realized it was nothing like drawing a normal sword. It felt as if all the blood in his body was freezing. Now he understood what it meant to have his life force drained. He placed the sword back into its sheath. Professor Rent was amazed. It was the first time he had seen a first-year student who didn't drop to their knees. He remarked that there was a difference in quality. Gray realized he could endure more than expected, and he credited Professor Heathcote's training. He also thought that being constantly wrecked had made his body get used to taking damage. Very inspiring logic. Professor Rent asked if he could do it one more time, and Gray was willing to try. Gray struck again, but nothing happened. He already believed it was impossible. His eyes were already unfocused, and he could feel his consciousness slipping away. He hoped he could at least sheathe the sword. He managed to close it. Then he fell. Professor Rent admitted he had only been half joking, and he didn't expect Gray would actually go through with it. But now he understood how Gray had reached that level of strength at such a young age. They laid Gray and Leonhardt side by side. While waiting for them to recover, Professor Rent decided to speak with the class. He told them that swordsmanship using life force was insanely powerful. Even someone holding the sword for the first time could damage a steel stake to that extent. And yet, despite how powerful the technique was, the only proper institution that taught it was the World Union Academy. No other national academies taught it. They wouldn't even hear about it in local sword dojos. He asked if they knew why that was. One student guessed that if they overused their life force, they could die. Professor Rent informed them that no one had ever been killed by the sword. Once they lost the strength to swing it, the sword stopped draining their life force. The students were still hesitant. Leonhardt woke up and answered that maybe the sword was rare or something. Professor Rent agreed that it was a rare sword, but that wasn't the main reason. There were around 30 of them in the academy, and others like it existed outside the academy as well. In the past, people used these swords for training, and that led to countless deaths. So they stopped using them outside the academy. One of them said that even if the sword didn't drain them dry once they could no longer move, an enemy on the battlefield would still kill them. It was Gray. He had woken up too and continued by saying that if they wanted to use this power in real combat, it was vital that they could still move after swinging it, and basically no one outside the academy could do that. Professor Rent replied that it was the perfect answer. He added that being able to activate it once was basically meaningless. They could only say they had mastered the power when they could use a life force sword as naturally as breathing. If they couldn't do that, then they wouldn't be using the power. The power would be using them instead. That was how countless swordsmen lost their lives. The students were worried that they were about to train with something dangerous. They asked if all the second years could use it, which was exactly why they had to learn to use that power like it was nothing. They would be using those swords in the next training session. They were also free to practice outside class, as long as they didn't pass out and arrive late for their other classes. A very thoughtful rule. The class was dismissed. Gray realized he had to figure out how to use that power normally. He thought that if he collapsed after one use, then he was useless, and the same could be said for his own ability. Every time he used that power, he would collapse. He even needed a healer afterward. So at the very least, he wanted to make sure one of them could be handled properly. It made him think that coming to the World Union Academy had been the right choice. There was no better place to grow stronger. He became curious about what would happen if he combined this skill with his own power. Moments later, we see a target was set up. This was in the second training ground. Someone noticed the metal target had been slashed all over, but it still hadn't fully fallen. This was Gray's doing. Gray had learned he needed a 3-minute break after every swing. With that method, his life force recovery could barely keep up with the drain. It was insanely inefficient training, but he felt like he was finally starting to understand it. He thought about trying a normal sword, because if he kept going without breaks, he would collapse again. But he didn't want to lose the feeling while it was still fresh in his body. He was about to draw his sword when someone told him to wait. He asked if something was wrong. The man told him Professor Ariel wanted to be there the first time he used the life force sword on his own. So he had to wait while the man went to call her. Gray said he understood, but he knew she was busy, so he asked if she really needed to be bothered over something like this. The man answered that she had already predicted Gray would grasp it today, so she cleared her schedule in advance. Gray said he understood and told him to go ahead. Gray knew she predicted it because of her divine eye. A few minutes later, she arrived and apologized for keeping him waiting. But Gray noticed someone. She had someone with her, so he asked who it was. She explained she brought her along to heal him just in case something went wrong, since Gray had built up a lot of fatigue. Gray said he would count on her if that happened. Just to get the feeling back, he asked if he could warm up once with the life-draining demon sword. She said, okay, and told him she would be watching, so he should do as he pleased. He thanked her. He moved to strike the target. It wasn't completely cut through, but he felt that familiar sensation. He only had to copy that same feeling with a normal sword. She watched him closely. He took his stance and imagined drawing out the life force inside his body. He tried to remember that sensation. He pictured it as energy leaving his heart. And to his surprise, red energy wrapped around his arm. It wasn't life force. He wondered if it was some other power inside him. His life force and his own power were mixing together, and something inside him wanted more. So much more that he dropped to one knee, and the power in his hand grew even stronger. He could feel his life force being pulled out on its own. He couldn't control it at all. Professor Ariel ordered the man who called her to do his part. Before the power could spread completely, blood splattered. He cut off Gray's arm, and the energy slowly dispersed into the air until it vanished completely. She had expected something like this to happen. Special powers did not mix well with life force. Even many previous Divine Eye students had struggled to harmonize their life force with their own abilities. The woman in the white robe removed her hood, revealing her elf ears. She was Rafa Elixir, the professor of healing magic studies. She healed Gray while saying that the power she had just felt was far too abnormal. She stopped the bleeding. Then she activated a unique healing spell called Forced Regeneration. From the shoulder, a bone began to form. Then it was covered with muscle. Eventually, she fully restored the arm. Professor Ariel was truly impressed. Rafa replied that she was glad she had switched to healing after Ariel recognized her talent. She told her that Gray would wake up in a few hours and to call her if anything happened. Professor Ariel thanked her. Later that night, Gray slowly opened his eyes. He was in a dark room. He asked where he was. Someone noticed he was finally awake. Professor Ariel was sitting by his side. She asked if he could remember what happened. He answered that when he tried to activate the life force sword, the power in his arm went out of control. His life force was sucked out. Then the assistant cut off his arm to stop it. After that, he could not remember anything. He was horrified when he saw that his arm was back. She told him that his memory was intact. And if she was honest, that was what worried her. He asked what she meant, but she simply shoved an apple into his mouth. He asked if she had known that would happen. She clarified that not this exact situation, but something similar had happened before. Gray was puzzled. She revealed that it happened when Amy White tried to use life force. That was why she decided to be present when he used it. Gray could not believe that even the Sword Saint had gone through that. He asked what happened with Amy White back then. Professor Ariel explained that Amy could not withstand the mixed power, and her arm exploded. Gray was speechless. She added that, on the bright side, they did not need to cut it off themselves, but the shock she suffered was severe. Even now, Amy still felt uneasy about using life force. Gray asked if that meant Amy could use it already. She replied that it had taken a lot of effort. This made him wonder how they managed it back then. She told him they used a kind of contract magic to suppress her power. Amy trained while the contract was gradually weakened. Eventually, she reached the point where she could use life force separately without it. He could not believe contract magic could do something like that. He asked if it meant he could use the same spell. She answered that it would not work. Contract magic was not suited for suppressing that abnormal power. Even Amy's power pushed the spell to its limit, and it barely lasted 3 minutes. With Gray's power, he would be lucky to last half a second. He felt disappointed that he could not use the same method. She apologized because she could not find a clear way for him to use life force. His power was far too irregular, and there was no precedent or reference technique for it. He asked if that meant he could not use life force at all. She answered that it was not the case. Once he trained enough, he should be able to use it. Like with the life-draining demon sword, he would need to train himself until he could draw out only the life force. But she had no idea how he could even train to reach that level. If he tried using life force without control, it would go berserk like earlier. And if it went out of control every time, he would not even be able to practice. He suggested they cut off his arm every time it went berserk, then simply have someone heal him. If they could arrange a healing mage, he believed he could train without holding back. She was stunned by his idea. She said she could arrange a healer, but first she had to ask if he was truly sure about this. She suggested he could simply choose not to use life force at all. Since his own power was already stronger than the sword, if he could use that, he could pass the promotion test even without life force. He clarified that his goal was not just reaching second year. If there was even the slightest chance to grow stronger, he would take it. She had already expected that answer. She arranged a healer and assigned someone to handle the cutting. His plan was to keep swinging the life-draining demon sword to sharpen his sense for drawing out life force. After that, he would need the healer and someone ready to cut off his arm. She understood and said she would instruct the supervisor to sever his arm immediately if anything happened. She informed him that regrowing it might take until the next day, but at least he would not lose his life. The training was on a level beyond anything she could imagine, but she was rooting for him. Gray thanked her. The next day, the other students complained that this training sucked. They felt like they were starting to get the hang of it. But using a sword that only worked every few swings was insanely inefficient. It had been 30 minutes since they started, so they decided to wrap it up. They knew they would destroy their bodies if they pushed too hard. But then they noticed Gray was still training. Gray had not gone down yet, so the student said his stamina was on a completely different level from theirs. They also gossiped that they had seen him on the training grounds that morning. Another student could not believe he had been swinging that life-draining sword since morning. They had to stop and think about that. And they concluded the student who saw it must have imagined things. And Gray had probably just started a little earlier than them. They were already wrecked after 30 minutes. So they thought that if Gray had really been at it since morning, he would be dead. Very scientific conclusion. But even then, our MC continued with his training. Gray staggered. They watched him collapse. Gray thought that if he just kept swinging the life-draining demon sword, he would eventually get the feeling for it. But he was learning nothing at all. He muttered that it was not even the method the professor had taught him. It was just some sloppy, self-taught training. He wondered if he could really learn to draw out only life force. He remembered the liquidator and realized this was not the time to doubt himself. He was determined to keep going until he succeeded. He closed his eyes and focused before drawing his sword. Then he took a step and slashed the metal. To his surprise, it cut clean through. It was the first time he had completely sliced through a brand new pillar. He had been thinking of a plan, but when he looked at his hand, he realized he had been using only a normal sword. Gray slashed another metal tube. He thought there had to be some kind of mistake. He focused and tried again, and sliced the concrete cleanly into pieces. Chunks of debris crashed onto the ground. Then he dropped onto his butt. He was thrilled. It had been far easier than he expected. Instead of consciously chasing that feeling, he had simply repeated the motion over and over until his body could perform it naturally. But it was not over yet. He still needed to keep swinging the life force sword. Not to turn it into some flashy special move, but to make it as natural as breathing. That was how he intended to master it. He was fired up. Meanwhile, 2 students watched from nearby. One student commented that the last slash looked strange. The other said it was slightly different from the professor's demonstration. But it did not seem like Gray had noticed. That night, a table full of delicious food was served during dinner, and one person had already finished several plates. It was Gray. He devoured the food as if he had been starving for days. Bennis could hardly believe it. Rumia asked how he was able to eat so much. Leonhardt muttered that it was exactly what he expected from Gray. He could already tell that Gray had fully mastered the life force sword. Benais asked what he meant. Leonhardt explained that recovering life force consumed an enormous amount of energy. So the fact that Gray could eat that much meant he had successfully activated it many times. Rumia suddenly spoke, catching Leonhardt's attention. She asked if continuously swinging the demon sword meant that she could eat as much as she wanted without ever gaining weight. Leonhardt confirmed that was basically how it worked. He added that training life force was far more intense than ordinary exercise. Gray finally finished eating. Suddenly, an announcement from Professor Ariel echoed through the academy. A voice announced that first-year student Gray from the swordsmanship course should immediately report to Professor Ariel's office. Gray noted that being called through the academy's PA system was extremely rare. It made him wonder whether something serious had happened. He soon arrived at her office. She thanked him for coming. She revealed that she had called him because the matter was urgent. She explained that it concerned his training. She handed him a letter. It stated that Gray Lee, a first-year student in the swordsmanship course, had been selected for the prestigious Starseer Special Selection Training. The schedule and detailed instructions would be provided 12 hours before the event began. It instructed him to remain prepared at all times so he could immediately enter real combat if necessary. The letter ended by wishing him survival and growth and was signed by an anonymous Starseer professor. Since the letter instructed him to be ready for real combat at any moment, it meant the training was extremely close to an actual battlefield. Professor Ariel confirmed that was exactly the case. He started to respond. but she cut him off and revealed that it was training in name only. She explained that they threw top students into deadly situations with virtually no support and forced them to fight their own way out. In short, it was a pretty twisted event. She explained that in the past, participants had been teleported directly into criminal hideouts filled with rogue mages. They were not allowed to return until every enemy had been eliminated, and there were no reinforcements or backup of any kind. Gray was stunned by what he heard. He asked if people actually died during this training. She replied that of course they did. In fact, fewer than half of the students who participated ever returned alive. And in some years, not a single participant survived. Even among the academy's higher-ups, the program had developed a terrible reputation. That was why it had not been held for the past 10 years. Yet somehow, Gray had been selected for it. Overwhelmed, he pointed out that a survival rate below 50% hardly sounded like training. She replied that she would not call it training either. Then she presented a proposal. She asked whether he wanted to refuse it. Normally, once a student was selected, there was no backing out. However, as a Divine Eye special candidate, she possessed the authority to decline it on his behalf. Gray asked her to wait a moment. He understood that it was dangerous, but if something that extreme existed, then it probably produced results. He asked whether completing it would make him stronger. Instead of answering directly, she advised him to walk away. He asked for her honest opinion. If she truly believed he would not survive, then he would withdraw from the training. She answered no. Her judgment told her that he would survive. She added that anyone could see it. There had barely been any first-year students in history who possessed his level of strength. But even so, people still died. And not only died. She corrected herself and said they did die. Her wording made Gray wonder whether something had happened in the past. She explained that around 400 years ago, 2 Divine Eye special candidates had been selected for the training. Both were from the swordsmanship course, just like him. Both were unbelievably talented for first-year students. Gray was shocked to hear that this had happened 400 years ago. He suddenly became curious about how old she actually was. She had believed those 2 students would be fine, so she had sent them off with complete confidence. But the outcome had been tragic. She revealed that one of them died, and his body was never recovered. The other barely made it back alive, but he lost an arm. Even with the healing magic available at the time, nothing could be done to restore it. For a swordsman, that was essentially a death sentence. Back during the entrance exam, Gray's arm had barely moved, so he could not imagine being forced to live like that forever. She replied that was usually true, but he was different. Gray looked confused. She asked whether he knew the one-armed swordsman Waduro Duran. He knew exactly who she was talking about. Waduro Duran was one of the most famous swordsmen in history. She told him he was correct. Back then, Duran had been one of the strongest people in the world. He was also the student who survived that special training. If Duran had kept both of his arms, nobody could even imagine how powerful he might have become. After explaining that, she asked Gray if he finally understood how dangerous the training really was. She did not want something like that to happen to him. She could not allow his talent to be diminished, not even by the slightest amount. Gray admitted that he understood how dangerous it was, which was why he did not want to participate. She thought the matter was finally settled, but Gray said there was still one thing bothering him. She asked what it was. Gray pointed out that from everything he had heard, Duran became far stronger after losing his arm than he had ever been with both arms. Because of that, he believed the real reason for Duran's growth was not the injury itself, it was the special training. Internally, Professor Ariel cursed under her breath. She wondered if she should have kept quiet about Duran being the survivor. Seeing her reaction, Gray immediately knew he was right. She told him that Starseer was an infamous professor responsible for sending countless students to their deaths. Joining his training was practically the same as volunteering for Professor Varian's modification surgery. Gray thought about Varian. Even before his regression, Bella Albright had already been recognized as the strongest mage alive. Based purely on results, Varian's surgery had successfully created the strongest mage in the world. He figured that if there were a safe way to become stronger, he would gladly choose it. But if risking his life could make him even stronger, he did not think it was such a bad deal. Of course, none of that would matter if he died. So no matter what happened, he still intended to find a way to come back alive. Professor Ariel gently called out his name. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door and informed Professor Ariel that a letter had arrived from Central Command. She accepted it and thanked the messenger. Gray asked what Central Command was. She explained that it was the name used for the people at the very top who ran the academy. She added that she did not even know what most of them looked like. Honestly, she was not even sure they were human. The letter stated that it concerned Gray's special selection training. The sender suspected that Ariel might attempt to recommend canceling the training, so they had prepared an additional notice. The letter explained that there were two kinds of training. One type produced reasonably strong people while allowing many participants to survive. The other type was far harsher. Out of 10 participants, 8 would die and only 2 would survive, but those survivors would become stronger than everyone who had entered before the training. The letter then asked which option she would choose. The person who wrote the letter had chosen the latter. Therefore, under their authority, Gray's special selection training was being elevated to a Central Command special directive. The independent management authority Ariel possessed through the Divine Eye special slot came only from the principal, who was the head of the education department. In other words, she did not possess the authority to oppose a Central Command special directive. The letter concluded by stating that she could no longer stop Gray from participating in the training. It went on to say that they looked forward to seeing how Gray would grow through the experience, for the further awakening of the students and the future of the world. The message was signed by an anonymous Starseer professor. Professor Ariel was stunned that it had become a Central Command special directive. She could not understand what was going on. She was worried. She had never heard of Central Command issuing a special directive for a single first-year student. It made her wonder why Starseer was willing to go this far just to force Gray into the training. Gray asked what was wrong. She apologized and told him that it seemed the only remaining way to avoid the training was for him to drop out of the academy. He silently read the letter. Internally, Ariel thought that the academy's graduate results alone were enough to prove it was the greatest academy in the world. But at the same time, no other institution had destroyed as many talented individuals as this one. She wondered whether enrolling Gray through the Divine Eye slot had really been the right decision. With his talent and strength, she believed he could succeed even outside the academy. If he chose to leave now, she could use her personal connections to find him an excellent mentor. But Gray answered that he was not dropping out. He stated that if he could not survive training like this, then he would never survive in the world outside anyway. Ariel had expected that answer. She knew there was no point trying to change his mind. Since that was the case, she decided to at least give him some good news. She told him that Starseer's special selection training was indeed incredibly dangerous, but it was also true that everyone who survived returned much stronger than before. Many of the greatest figures from previous generations had been survivors of that very training. Gray commented that she probably should have started with that part. He added that if she had told him that first, he would have rushed into the training without a second thought. Hearing that made Ariel want to stop him even more. She added that now that he had made up his mind, she knew there was no longer any way to do that. She took a deep breath and told him to come back alive. Gray answered that it was already part of the plan. The participants for the special selection training were announced. For the first years, the Divine Eye special candidate was Gray Lee, alongside the class valedictorian, Leonhard Apius. For the second years, the representative was the class valedictorian, Lewinal Hartman. As for the third years, the selected participant was Ponce Bard, the student ranked at the very bottom of the class. The person beneath the robe explained that Starseer did not meet with students directly. Therefore, she would be delivering the briefing on his behalf. She stated that the training mission involved an assault on a human trafficking base operated by Blood Drinker. Due to ongoing attacks on their supply routes by other units, the trafficking base was currently out of stock. There was no risk of civilian casualties. However, the target was not a training dummy, but an actual criminal organization. Naturally, they would attack the students with full intent to kill. The participants were ordered to eliminate every member of the organization and completely shut down the facility. That concluded the briefing, and she asked whether anyone had questions. Lewinal remarked that it sounded less like training and more like an actual military operation. She replied that they could easily assign such tasks to real soldiers. However, opportunities to fight and kill real people were extremely rare and provided invaluable experience. Even so, very few people would survive if they were simply thrown into a real combat zone like that, even among trained soldiers. Ponce asked whether a professor would accompany them to ensure their safety. She answered that facing death in an environment with absolutely no guarantees was the entire purpose of the training. Therefore, no safety measures would be provided. She noticed the necklace around his neck and sensed the defensive magic embedded within it. She informed him that such items were also prohibited. She added that it was not uncommon for third-year students to surpass professors in combat ability. Therefore, they should not view professors as combat assets they could rely on. Gray found it strange that students could actually be stronger than professors. Leonhardt explained that many professors were researchers or instructors. Not all of them specialized in combat. He added that with Gray's current level of strength, he could probably defeat one himself. Gray suddenly remembered cutting off Professor Rent's arm. The woman asked whether anyone had any additional questions. The group remained silent. Since there were none, she informed them that they would be transferred to the operation zone in 2 hours. She advised them to use that time to make plans and prepare themselves. She placed documents on the table. Pons picked one up and noted that it contained info about their destination. He remarked that they're being dropped directly into the center of enemy territory. Gray asked whether it was a criminal syndicate's hideout and if it was protected by an anti-teleport barrier. The hooded woman said that he caught on quickly. She revealed the area was normally sealed by a powerful anti-teleport field. However, this time, they'd discovered a weakness in the barrier and successfully destroyed it from long range. Even so, a barrier of that level would require more than 10 hours to fully restore. That meant they had to destroy the base before that window closed. Ponce pointed out that the enemy would have already noticed the attack and prepared for their arrival. She replied that this was expected. Destroying the barrier was essentially a declaration of war. Even now, the enemy was likely searching for intruders and preparing to kill them. She added that it made for excellent training. Ponce was speechless. He suggested that if they wanted to increase their chances of survival, they needed to discuss strategy first. Luinal proposed that before doing that, they should confirm each other's abilities. He pointed out that he, Leonhardt, and Gray had fought each other in mock battles before, so they already had a rough idea of each other's strengths. However, Ponce probably knew nothing about them. Ponce replied that it was unnecessary because he could tell simply by looking. Luinal looked confused. Ponce stated that he was the strongest person in the room. He added that if there were 2 Luinals working together, they might be able to beat him. As for Leonhardt and Gray, he estimated that they were roughly on the same level as Luinal. He added that Luinal might hold a slight advantage in a one-on-one fight, but the difference was not significant. Luinal was completely dumbfounded. Gray noticed the unbelievable confidence in Ponce's voice. Since Ponce ranked last among the third years, Gray assumed his grades must be terrible. Ponce asked if they wanted to test his claim. He added that he did not mind measuring himself against them at any time. Ponce removed his necklace. Luinal became so irritated that veins bulged across his forehead. He replied that if Ponce was truly that confident, then he would gladly test him. He immediately launched an attack. Ponce simply turned toward him and blocked the strike with his sword. Luinal was caught completely off guard. Ponce commented that the attack was far too weak. He added that even the top-ranked student in his year had been about that strong when they were still second years. With a single push, he sent Luinal flying across the room and crashing into the wall. Luinal groaned in pain. The hooded woman chuckled at the sight. Ponce asked if they understood now. He explained that even the weakest third-year student would still not lose to second years. Gray could hardly believe that Ponce was truly the weakest among the third years. He wondered if the gap between second years and third years was really that enormous. Ponce clarified that his statement only applied to normal life force swordsmanship. Because if Gray fought seriously, Gray could kill him in a single strike. Gray realized that Ponce already knew about his true strength. Ponce replied that practically everyone in the academy knew by now. He reminded Gray that he had ended the first year's 36-loss streak during the interclass matches. Then he asked whether Gray honestly thought people had forgotten about that. Gray realized that the story had spread to the upper years as well. But still. Ponce mentioned that he had heard Gray's power came with a severe backlash. He suggested that relying on it too much would be a bad idea. Gray replied that if he used it at full power, he would be unable to fight afterward. Ponce told him that in that case, he should only use it when absolutely necessary. He added that if something appeared that even he could not defeat, and Gray was already out of commission, it would create a serious problem for the entire team. Gray answered that he understood. 30 minutes before the teleportation, the group finished reviewing the intelligence reports. Ponce declared that they now had a rough understanding of the enemy's positions. He pointed to the route with the heaviest concentration of enemies and announced that he would take that path himself. Luinal noticed that the remaining 3 routes appeared to have roughly the same number of enemies. He asked whether they should simply choose randomly. Ponce replied that they would not. He had already assigned the routes according to each person's fighting style. He pointed to Luinal's route on the map, and then to Leonhardt's route on the opposite side. Neither of them had any objections, but Leonhardt noticed something. The final route had been assigned to Gray. He narrowed his eyes and asked Ponce whether there was a reason Gray had been sent there. Ponce replied that the terrain in that area suited Gray's fighting style the best. Leonhardt immediately brought up the special designated criminals. That caught Ponce's attention. At that moment, Leonhardt knew he had been right. He pointed out that they were dealing with extremely dangerous criminals, some of whom had even received academy training. Leonhardt realized that Ponce intended to send Gray to the area where those individuals were most likely gathered. Ponce let out a sigh and muttered that he could not hide it anymore. He admitted that there was a special designated criminal somewhere inside the training zone. And if that was true, then even if he, Leonhardt, and Luenal fought together, they would not stand a chance. Because the only person capable of fighting that opponent was Gray. Everyone turned to look at him as Ponce told Gray that he was the only one who could do it. Gray thought about the term special designated criminal. He recalled that there were people in this world who possessed monstrous levels of power, individuals capable of wiping out thousands of ordinary soldiers by themselves. And when that kind of strength was used for crime, they were classified as special designated criminals. Ponce explained that even among special designated criminals, there were enormous differences in strength. Even so, most of them were far stronger than the professors who supervised first- and second-year students. Gray found it hard to believe that even those professors could not deal with opponents like that. He realized that if they fought such enemies head-on, they never would have stood a chance in the first place. Ponce said that he had never heard of a single easy special selection training in history. He warned Gray that this was not something he could casually clear while holding back his power. Leonhardt stated that he opposed the plan. Because if special designated criminals were truly involved, splitting up the team was a terrible idea. He argued that when facing a stronger opponent, the most basic rule was to keep as many allies beside you as possible. Ponce sighed and told him to think carefully. He asked what exactly they would accomplish if they witnessed Gray fighting one of those criminals. He pointed out that they would only get in the way and die for nothing. He explained that when the gap in power became that large, numbers stopped mattering. Monsters fought monsters, while humans should focus on fighting humans. Leonhardt countered that Gray's power carried a severe backlash. Even if Gray defeated the enemy, he would be left completely defenseless afterward. He added that if Gray handled the special designated criminal alone, the rest of them could at least protect Gray after the battle ended. Ponce emphasized that they were severely underestimating Blooddrinker. The organization had countless members, while they only had 4 people. If they stayed together in one place, they would be surrounded and overwhelmed in seconds. To avoid being picked off through predictable movements, they had no choice but to split up. Luenal argued that moving alone carried the risk of being attacked from behind. He agreed with dividing the team, but suggested moving in 2-man groups instead. Ponce apologized before bluntly stating that he was not asking for opinions. He reminded them that they had already seen the difference for themselves. The gap created by a single year of experience affected not only combat ability, but planning and strategy as well. That immediately silenced them. Ponce insisted that they would follow his plan. Deep down, Gray was not convinced it was a particularly good plan. He wondered whether Ponce had some hidden reason for insisting on it. The hooded woman announced that the teleportation spell would activate in 10 minutes. She informed them that they would be teleported directly from the room. She advised them to perform their final equipment checks and review the plan one last time. Gray realized there was no time left to argue. Fighting among themselves moments before the mission would be the worst possible outcome. For now, he decided they had no choice but to follow the plan. Luenal stated that if Gray was fine with it, then he had no objections, but Leonhardt remained silent. Night soon arrived. Leonhardt asked Gray if he was really sure about this. Gray answered that they did not have much choice. Gray then asked whether Leonhardt's assigned area included the medicine storage. Leonhardt asked why. Gray asked if he could grab a few healing potions if any were available. He wanted a way to get back into the fight after using his power. Leonhardt replied that Gray could trust him with that task. He vowed to bring back the potions, even if it cost him his life. Meanwhile, in another setting, several men were busy mopping a blood-stained floor. One of them complained that the job sucked. The other told him to stop whining, but he kept complaining, saying that hallway duty was already miserable. Still, he had heard that working in the product storage area was even worse. He groaned and suggested they should just leave the cleaning to the slaves. Since shipments had stopped arriving, there should still be some leftover stock available. The other man replied that all the leftovers had already been turned into test subjects or magical materials and disposed of. He added that maintaining inventory cost money, including food and other expenses. On top of that, keeping those products alive was a pain. They were always trying to escape. The other man laughed and said that catching them and beating them back into line was the fun part. Normally, they were only allowed to whip them, but if they tried to run away, they could peel the skin off their backs or gouge out an eye. And honestly, that was the entire reason he worked there in the first place. The other man could not deny it, and the two laughed together. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the corridor. One of them asked whether the other had heard something strange. The other replied that he had heard it too. Both men wondered what it could be, but before one of them could finish speaking, his head was already flying through the air. The other man froze in shock. He stood there staring at the headless corpse. But before he could react, Leonhardt had already cut him down as well. Leonhardt muttered that Blood Drinker was every bit as vile as the rumors claimed. Luenel replied that was a good thing. It meant they would not need to hold back when wiping them out. Pons concluded from the conversation that there were no civilians present. With that, he ordered everyone to kill any member of Blood Drinker on sight. He stabbed the headless corpse in the stomach. As he reminded everyone that they had to follow the plan exactly as he had instructed before entering. Luenel replied that he understood. Gray gave the same answer. Leonhardt simply stared at Pons, and with that, the operation began as they split up and headed toward their assigned areas. Gray ran toward his assigned area until he sensed something. A mob was waiting for him. One of them shouted that they had found the intruder. Seeing that Gray had come alone, one of the men laughed and commented that he must have a death wish. One man stopped the others and told them that he could handle it himself, especially since he had been building up stress lately, because they had not gotten the chance to kill anyone. Suddenly, a sword pierced him between the eyebrows, and his head split cleanly in half. The other men were horrified. They could not understand what had happened. None of them had even seen the sword move. Internally, Gray thought they were so weak that it was almost disappointing. He wondered if this was some kind of trap meant to lower his guard. A voice suddenly rang out, asking where the intruder was. Another group of men arrived, led by a red-haired man. They spotted Gray approaching. One of them laughed when he realized it was only a single person. The man from the earlier group pointed at Gray and told them that he was the intruder. Before he could finish speaking, his head went flying. It rolled across the ground while his headless body collapsed behind it. The red-haired man noticed Gray's academy uniform and immediately became alarmed. Gray continued cutting down the men in front of him. Blood sprayed across the corridor. More men arrived, but the red-haired man ordered them to stop. He warned that if they charged one at a time, Gray would kill them instantly. A man wearing a turban asked what was wrong. The captain was about to answer, but an impatient thug charged straight at Gray. He screamed for Gray to die. Gray thrust his sword into the man's open mouth, and the blade burst out through the back of his skull. The captain finally recognized Gray as a student from the World Union Academy. The man with the turban replied that it did not matter how strong Gray was, because he was still only a swordsman. Besides, he only had one sword. If they surrounded him, they could beat him to death through sheer numbers. Another man agreed. He said there was no way a mere swordsman could overcome such a huge numerical disadvantage. So they all charged together to kill the bastard. Gray parried their attacks. Then a mage ordered everyone to move aside before releasing a barrage of concentrated ether bullets. Gray skillfully dodged the projectiles. He immediately noticed that this magic was different from super-compressed ether. It made him wonder if he, Bella, and Professor Varian were the only people who truly understood magic theory. He cut down another man, and that man dropped dead. Gray thought they were still so weak that it was not even worth discussing. Yet, at the same time, he could tell they were not holding anything back. He looked into their eyes and realized they were completely determined to kill him. The man with the turban attacked Gray. Gray noticed there was no hesitation in their attempts to murder him. He observed the way they moved. These were people who were used to killing. At a minimum, he estimated that each of them had probably killed more than 10 people, which only made it more confusing to him how they could be so weak. He casually beheaded the man with the turban. Then he sensed something behind him. Several more men rushed toward him. At that moment, Gray realized something. Every student at the academy had survived an incredibly competitive entrance exam. Comparing ordinary criminals to academy students had been a mistake from the start. He realized that even the weakest academy students could wipe out trash like these people without much effort. Even while outnumbered, he could probably clear the entire area himself. But the real problem was still the special designated criminal. Gray eventually reached the captain of the group. The man immediately offered a proposal. Gray was not interested in anything the captain had to say. He assumed it was obviously going to be some kind of nonsense. Still, he figured he might be able to extract information about the special designated criminal. The captain insisted that it was not a bad deal and told Gray to trust him. He claimed that someone with Gray's talent could easily become one of Blood Drinker's elite enforcers. He even offered to put in a good word for him. Gray replied that he had never heard of an elite enforcer before and asked whether it was a good position. The captain immediately answered that it was the best job around. He claimed that anyone in Blood Drinker would agree it was the best position in the organization. Most of the time, elite enforcers did absolutely nothing except deal with intruders like Gray. Whenever someone too strong for the regular members appeared, they went out and killed them. Other than that, they had no responsibilities. He added that elite enforcers received better treatment than hideout leaders. Judging by Gray's strength, the captain guessed that he was probably a second-year student. He said that a second year from the academy could easily become an elite enforcer at a smaller hideout. According to him, Gray would have access to booze and women whenever he wanted. It was far better than staying at the academy. He guessed the academy had probably put Gray through endless dangerous training. But in his opinion, Gray was already more than strong enough. He told him to leave that place behind and join Blood Drinker instead. He claimed life there was amazing. Gray repeated the captain's words about already being strong enough. He admitted that it would be nice if that were true. The captain replied that there was no point chasing the very top. He argued that if Gray only wanted to bully weak nobodies, then his current strength was already more than enough. With power like his, Gray could live like a king inside Blood Drinker. The captain asked what more he could possibly want. He continued trying to persuade him, claiming that life there was fun. There were thrills and experiences that could never be found in the surface world. Gray asked what would happen if he refused. The captain replied that killing everyone there would be easy for Gray. But Gray would die as well. He explained that the elite enforcer stationed at that hideout was stronger than he was, because that elite enforcer had once been a third-year student at the World Union Academy. According to the captain, even back then, the elite enforcer had been stronger than most professors. Then he asked Gray which choice he would make. Would he choose the luxurious life offered by Blood Drinker, or would he kill the captain and die at the hands of the elite enforcer instead? Gray replied that it was an easy choice, and he chose to kill the captain. Then he would kill the elite enforcer as well. The captain quickly told him to wait, but Gray cut off his head anyway. The man never even finished his sentence. Before his head rolled across the ground, Gray checked the route ahead of him. He realized there really was a special designated criminal hiding inside the base. From the way the captain spoke, Gray inferred that the person was operating alone. In other words, there was only one special designated criminal. That was useful information, but it also convinced him that splitting up the squad had been a mistake. If there was only one powerful enemy, he could probably handle them. However, if someone attacked him after he was crippled by the backlash from his power, that would become a serious problem. He realized that he needed to find a way to regroup with the others. Meanwhile, a man was being strangled. Ponce was interrogating him. Tightening his grip, Ponce asked whether he felt like talking now. The man desperately promised to cooperate if Ponce spared his life. Ponce asked for the name of the special designated criminal hiding in the base. The man revealed that it was Meadow Bradley. Ponce immediately recognized the name. Meadow Bradley was Professor Bradley's daughter. The man confirmed it and explained that Meadow herself had mentioned being the daughter of an academy professor. Ponce asked whether there were any others. The man insisted that Meadow was the only one. Then he begged Ponce to spare his miserable life. Ponce judged that the man was probably telling the truth. At that point, he had outlived his usefulness. The man quickly protested, reminding Ponce that it was not part of their agreement. But Ponce had already stabbed him through the heart. He confirmed that there had only been one special designated criminal after all, exactly as he had predicted. That meant splitting up the team had been the correct decision, because the deadliest mistake in group combat was carrying dead weight. According to military theory, protecting a single ally who had lost the ability to fight consumed the equivalent of two people's combat power. If Gray became incapacitated after fighting Meadow, more than half of their force would be tied up protecting him. and that calculation assumed Gray survived. If someone killed him after he dealt with the target, they would only lose one combatant. If he remained capable of fighting after defeating the criminal, then he would return as a fully functional asset. Either way, the outcome worked in Ponce's favor. The only remaining question was whether Meadow Bradley would actually appear in Gray's sector. After studying the facility's layout, even Ponce found it difficult to predict where the enemy would position their strongest fighter. Suddenly, he sensed danger. Ponce immediately leaped backward. An explosion erupted where he had been standing. He steadied himself. The person responsible for the attack sounded disappointed that he had dodged. Ponce was slightly surprised. He immediately realized that the woman standing before him was Meadow Bradley. She stated that he was not supposed to know she was there. Taking a deep breath, she asked whether someone had leaked the secret. If that was the case, she might have to kill them. Ponce replied that he already had. Meadow sounded disappointed. Ponce asked why she was there, when every route leading to the critical sectors should pass through District D15. She realized that even their internal maps had leaked. She confirmed that her assigned position was indeed District D15. However, she had a feeling that someone was tracking their movements. Because of that, she decided it would be smarter to do something unexpected. Judging by Ponce's reaction, she concluded that it had been the correct choice. Ponce quietly cursed under his breath. He remembered that Meadow was a modified human personally created by Professor Bradley. She was supposed to be one of the strongest third-year students in the magic course. So for someone ranked dead, last in the dark rankings like him, this fight could become troublesome. Meadow observed that he did not look particularly strong, so for now, she wanted him to die for her. She unleashed a dark orb surrounded by a sinister aura. Ponce simply watched it approach. Then, just before it reached him, he swung his sword. His blade met the incoming spell, and the moment they collided, the orb dispersed into nothingness. Meadow observed that he had materialized life force and projected it through his sword, effectively canceling her spell. She asked how that was any different from magic. Ponce pointed out that she had attended the academy as well, so she should already know the answer. He revealed that beyond a certain level, swordsmanship became almost indistinguishable from magic. Then he charged toward her. Meadow remarked that it was quite an offensive statement to make. In her opinion, magic was far superior to swordsmanship. She pulled out a vial and scattered its contents into the air. The substance instantly transformed into purple flames. Ponce moved to parry them, but the purple fire suddenly twisted into dozens of hands. Ponce's eyes widened. Meadow declared that magic was far more beautiful. Ponce was stunned. He tried to cut through the flames, but more hands continued forming, and they grabbed hold of him. One hand wrapped around his head. Ponce screamed as the purple fire engulfed his body. Moments later, he was completely consumed by the flames. Meadow sighed, disappointed that she had used such valuable materials. Still, she did not dwell on it for long. After all, she could always make another one out of him. Poor Ponce, his plan of making our MC a sacrifice backfired. Meanwhile, Gray stood there deep in thought. He had heard the battle earlier and immediately realized it was different from everything before. The scale was on a completely different level. Only someone using truly powerful magic could have produced a sound like that. A man suddenly sneaked behind him and launched an attack. The man looked completely confident, but his body was sliced in half before the attack could even land. Gray noted that since hearing that battle, he had not heard anything that sounded like Ponce fighting anymore. Thinking about it now, Ponce's chances of survival had been close to 0 from the start. He realized the situation was getting worse. Without counting the backlash from Gray's own power, Luinal was now their strongest fighter. If that enemy had managed to stop Ponce despite his strength, then obtaining that kind of power would have made the battles afterward far easier. It might have been a loss they could have avoided. Gray recalled Ponce pointing out the gap in their abilities and insisting that everyone follow his plan. As he continued moving through the facility, Gray heard someone shouting that they had found someone. One man immediately told his companion to fall back. He warned that they would all die if they charged recklessly. But another man sounded excited. If they managed to pull this off, it would be a huge achievement. They might even get promoted to elite escorts. Someone else protested, saying there was no way they could win because that thing was a monster. Gray noticed that the enemies had stopped rushing him carelessly. He wondered whether they were waiting for the person who had killed Ponce to arrive. He took that as a sign that he was getting close. So he picked up his pace. As soon as he turned a corner, he found an entire mob waiting for him. The men charged all at once. Gray immediately realized it was an ambush. He moved with incredible speed, cutting through everyone in his path. The men screamed as their heads were severed. The mages in the back shouted for everyone to stay calm and keep firing. Gray sidestepped their attacks with ease. One man yelled that they had the advantage in numbers and could crush a single swordsman. The others agreed and rushed forward to kill him. Gray observed that their attacks were completely disorganized. There was no teamwork or coordination whatsoever. If this was the level he was dealing with, then their numerical advantage meant nothing. But the real problem was wherever that elite escort was hiding. If the person had blended in with the grunts and was pretending to be one of them, that would be troublesome. Gray realized he needed to reduce their numbers before that person appeared, so he moved carefully and quickly. Eventually, every one of those men was defeated. He had managed to deal with them for now, but knowing that the elite escort could appear at any moment continued to gnaw at him. Suddenly, Meadow appeared behind him and remarked that she had arrived a little too late. Gray's eyes widened in shock. He instantly created distance between them. Meadow revealed that she had originally planned to crush him while he was distracted by those cannon fodder enemies. Gray focused on her words, her presence, and the aura surrounding her. At that moment, he became certain that she was the elite escort. But something about the situation felt wrong. Her presence felt strangely familiar, almost artificial. The feeling made Gray question whether she was even human. Meadow stated that she did not particularly mind dying. However, she would prefer to be useful before that happened. Then she asked whether he agreed. Gray replied that he was glad he had rejected Blooddrinker's offer. He said he had no interest in becoming her ally. Meadow replied that she would gladly welcome him because he was different from the trash around them. At the very least, he would be useful before he died. She told him to join Blooddrinker. She even offered to speak with the higher-ups and have him promoted directly to elite escort. Gray noticed that she was completely exposed. He wondered if she was deliberately baiting him into attacking. With his speed, there was a chance he could end the fight before she even reacted. To minimize the burden on his body, he needed to keep his power active for the shortest time possible. Ideally, he wanted to finish everything in a single strike. Closing the distance against a mage was normally the perfect opportunity to attack. Logically, the correct move was to activate his power for an instant and kill her immediately. Since she was not an opponent he could defeat fairly, it would also place the least amount of strain on his body. But every instinct he had developed before his regression was screaming at him not to touch her. He could not explain the terrible feeling crawling through his mind. Meadow asked what he was going to do. She pointed out that someone as strong as him should have already realized that he could not defeat her. Joining Blooddrinker would make far more sense. Gray replied, "Fine." Then he moved his hand and threw a dagger. The blade struck her directly in the face. She stopped moving. Gray's eyes widened. The fragments of her face began growing hands. Moments later, her head returned to normal. Gray could not believe what he was seeing. Suddenly, he heard a voice behind him. It was another Meadow. At that moment, Meadow realized something. Gray possessed the power to kill her. Thanks for watching, bros. If you enjoyed this update, make sure to drop a like and hit subscribe so you never miss the next chapter we upload here on Manhwa Updater. New episodes from the main Manhwa dealer channel will always land here every week, so stick around and stay updated. And hey, if you want more fire stories, check out the latest upload on the main channel right after this. As always, stay cool, stay awesome, and I'll see you in the next one.